through the whispering willows and into the cool, shallow flow of the winespring water. The icy waters of the winespring flowed deep and swift, swirling around the horses' legs and lapping at the riders' boots as they crossed. Under Lan's deft guidance, the line of mounts climbed the far bank and wove a path away from the sleeping village houses. He halted them often, a raised hand demanding silence, though only he seemed to perceive the distant patrols of farmers that soon passed by. Their progress toward the village's northern edge was a slow, silent creep. Rand studied the dark shapes of the high-peaked roofs, a bittersweet ache settling in his chest as he tried to memorize each familiar silhouette. Some adventurer I am, he thought, with a grimace, already feeling homesick before even leaving home. Yet he couldn't bring himself to look away. They slipped past the final farmsteads and into the open countryside, keeping parallel to the north road that led to Tarren Ferry. Rand tipped his head back, convinced no sky could rival that of the two rivers. The velvet blackness stretched into infinity, pierced by a scatter of stars like crystal shards. The moon, a slender sliver from full, hung so close he fancied he could almost brush it with his fingertips. Then a black shape drifted across the moon's silvery face. Rand jerked the reins, halting his grey, just a bat. He tried to tell himself, but the lie fell flat. The wings beat with a slow, predatory power, and it hunted, casting back and forth in long, searching arcs. The sheer size of it chilled him. To appear that large against the moon, it couldn't be a simple bat at arm's length. His mind recoiled from the calculation, a body as large as a man, with wings to match. It wheeled and plunged, swallowed by the night. He started when Lan's hand closed on his arm. The warder had ridden back silently. "Why are you sitting here gaping, boy? We need to move." The others waited behind him. Expecting to be chided for seeing Trollocs in the shadows, Rand haltingly described the creature. He hoped Lan would call it a trick of the light. Lan spat a word that sounded foul on his tongue. "Dragcar." Egwene and the others immediately scanned the skies, but it was Tom Merrilin's soft groan that drew Moiraine's sharp, penetrating look in the dark. "Indeed," Moiraine said, her voice tight. "We dared hope otherwise. If a Myrddraal commands a dragcar, our location is known or soon will be. We must move faster than cross-country allows. Our only chance is to reach Tarren Ferry first."
"A halfman and his Trollocs will not find the crossing so easy." "What is a dragcar?" Egwene whispered. Tom answered hoarsely. "In the war that ended the Age of Legends, things worse than Trollocs and halfmen were made." He fell silent under Moiraine's gaze. Before more questions could be asked, Lan snapped orders. "We take to the North Road now. If you value your lives, stay together and keep up." He wheeled his horse, and the party surged after him onto the hard-packed dirt.
On the open road, the horses stretched into a gallop, manes and tails streaming in the moonlight to the drumbeat of their hooves. Lan, a shadow on a black horse, led the way, with Moiraine's white mare, a pale streak keeping pace beside him, a desperate race against the coming dawn. The group moved in a tight formation, as if linked by an invisible cord held by the warder. Rand brought up the rear, with Tom Merrilin just ahead and the other riders fading into the gloom beyond. The gleeman kept his gaze fixed forward, his attention reserved for the path ahead rather than the dangers that might be pursuing them. If Trollocs, the Fade on its silent mount, or that winged horror, the dragcar, appeared from behind, it would fall to Rand to raise the alarm every few moments he twisted in the saddle to scan the darkness behind him, clinging to Cloud's mane and the reins. The dragcar Thom had claimed it was worse than Trollocs and Fades combined. But the sky remained empty, and the ground held only shifting shadows, shadows deep enough to conceal an army. Now that Cloud had been given his head, the grey horse flew through the night like a spectre, matching Lan's stallion stride for stride. And Cloud wanted to run faster still. He strained against the bit, fighting for every inch as though this were a contest. Rand held the reins with a firm, anxious grip, muscles taut as he battled for control. He prayed silently that the horse wouldn't sense his own unease. That small, fragile advantage was all that kept him in the saddle. Crouched low, Rand kept a worried watch on Bella and her rider. When he'd claimed the shaggy mare could keep up, he hadn't meant it a dead run, yet she was managing it now, pushing harder than he'd believed possible. Lan had never wanted Egwene along. If Bella began to falter, would the warder slow for her, or would he coldly ride on? Moiraine and Lan seemed to believe Rand and his friends held some strange importance in what she called the pattern, but he doubted that extended to Egwene. If Bella fell behind, he would drop back too, no matter what the Aes Sedai or the warder commanded. That meant turning toward the Fade, the Trollocs, and the drug-car. With desperate intensity, he poured his will into the mare, his skin prickling as if touched by frost. "Run!" he shouted inwardly. "Run like you've never run before!" And somehow, Bella ran on. They raced north into the deepening night, time melting into a blurred stream. Now and then the warm glow of a farmhouse window flickered past, then vanished like a dream. Dogs barked sharply, only to be left behind or fall silent as the animals retreated. They moved through a world of shadows lit fitfully by a thin, watery moon, a world where trees lunged suddenly from the dark before disappearing again. Around them, the murk pressed close, broken only by the lonely cry of a night bird and the relentless drumming of hooves. Without warning, Lan slowed, then raised a hand to halt the line of horses. Rand wasn't sure how long they'd been riding, but a dull ache had settled into his legs from gripping the saddle ahead. Tiny lights glittered among the trees like a swarm of fireflies frozen in place. Rand stared in confusion before understanding dawned. Those weren't insects. They were windows, dozens of them, climbing the sides and crest of a hill. Watch Hill. He could scarcely believe they'd come so far, and likely in record time. Following Lan's lead, Rand and Tom dismounted. Cloud stood with head lowered, sides heaving. Lather flecked the grey's neck and shoulders, almost invisible against his dark coat. Rand doubted the horse would carry anyone further tonight. "As much as I'd prefer to leave every village far behind us," Tom declared, rubbing the back of his neck. "A few hours' rest wouldn't hurt just now. Surely we've built enough of a lead for that." Rand straightened up, working the stiffness from the small of his back with his knuckles. "Since we were going to spend the rest of the night in Watch Hill anyway, we might as well head up there now." A stray breeze carried the faint sound of music from the village, along with the mouth-watering scent of roasting meat. Watch Hill was still celebrating, their bell tine undisturbed by any Trollocs. Rand looked for Egwene and found her slumped wearily against Bella. The others were dismounting too, sighing and stretching their sore muscles. Only the warder and the Aes Sedai showed no outward sign of being tired. "I wouldn't mind some of that singing," Matt said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "And maybe a hot mutton pie from the White Boar." He paused, a hint of homesickness in his tone. "I've never been past Watch Hill. Their inn isn't half as good as the wine spring back home. The White Boar's decent enough," Perrin countered. "I'll take a pie too, and a gallon of hot tea to warm up my bones. We do not stop until we are across the Taryn River," Lan stated sharply. "We may pause briefly, but no longer. But the horses," Rand argued, a knot of worry tightening in his chest.
"We'll kill them if we push on tonight." "Moiraine," said I, "surely you see." He had vaguely noticed her moving among the animals, but hadn't paid close attention. Now she brushed past him to place her hands on Cloud's neck. Rand fell silent. Abruptly, the horse tossed his head with a soft snort, nearly yanking the reins free. The grey sidestepped, suddenly as fresh as if he'd just come from a week of rest. Without a word, Moiraine moved on to Bella.
I didn't know she could do that,
Rand murmured to Lan, his face growing warm. You, of all people, should have guessed, the warder replied. You saw her with your father. She will wash the fatigue away, first from the horses, then from the rest of you. The rest of us. But not you. Not me, sheep-herder. I don't need it yet. And not her. What she can do for others, she cannot do for herself. Only one of us will ride weary. You had better hope she does not become too tired before we reach Tar Valon. Too tired for what? Rand asked, but Lan offered no answer. You were right about your Bella, Rand, Moiraine said from beside the mare. She has great spirit and as much stubbornness as any Two Rivers native. Oddly, she may be the least tired of them all. A scream tore through the darkness then, a sound like a man dying under knives, and vast wings swooped low over the group. The night itself seemed to deepen in the sweeping shadow that passed above. With terrified cries, the horses reared wildly. The wind from the dragcar's wings hit Rand with a sensation of physical slime, a chittering feeling from some dank nightmare. He had no time for fear because Cloud erupted into the air with a scream of his own, twisting violently as if to shake off some unseen horror. Rand, clinging to the reins, was yanked off his feet and dragged across the ground. Cloud screamed as though wolves were at his heels. Somehow Rand kept his grip on the leather straps, using his free hand and scrambling with his legs. He fought his way back to his feet, taking lurching, stumbling steps to avoid being pulled down again. His breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. He could not let the horse bolt. He flung out a frantic hand and just managed to seize the bridle. Cloud reared, lifting Rand into the air. He hung on helplessly, praying the animal would calm. The jolt of landing rattled Rand's teeth. But suddenly the grey stood still, nostrils flaring and eyes wide, legs stiff and trembling. Rand was shaking too, practically dangling from the bridle. That landing must have shaken some sense into the fool creature, he thought bitterly. He took several deep, unsteady breaths. Only then could he look around to see what had become of the others. Pure chaos had taken hold of the party. They clung to reins against thrashing heads, trying with little success to calm the rearing horses that dragged them in a frantic, swirling mass. Only two of them appeared completely unbothered by their horses. Moiraine sat tall in her saddle, her white mare moving gracefully away from the commotion as if nothing unusual had occurred. Lan stood on the ground, his eyes scanning the sky, sword in one hand and reins in the other. His powerful black stallion waited calmly beside him. The festive sounds from Watch Hill had ceased. The villagers must have heard the terrible cry as well. Rand knew they would listen for a moment, maybe peer into the darkness to see what had caused it, before gradually returning to their music and feasting. The memory of that chilling sound would soon be buried under layers of song and laughter. Later, when news of the events in Eamon's Field reached them, a few might recall this night and shudder. A fiddle started up again, tentatively, followed by the trill of a flute. The celebration was resuming. "Mount up!" Lan's command was sharp. He sheathed his sword and swung onto his stallion in one fluid motion. A dragcar doesn't reveal itself unless it is already reported to the merdrail. Another piercing shriek echoed from high above, fainter but just as menacing. The music from Watch Hill died abruptly once more. "It's tracking us now, marking our position. The halfman will not be far behind." The horses, refreshed and terrified, danced sideways and shied away from their riders. Tom Merrilin, muttering a colourful curse, was the first to find his saddle, and the others quickly followed. All, except one, Rand, hurry. Egwene called out. As the dragcar screamed again, Bella skittered several steps before Egwene could steady her. Now! With a jolt, Rand realized he hadn't even tried to mount Cloud. Instead, He'd been staring uselessly at the sky, trying to spot the source of those vile cries. Worse, without thinking, he had drawn Tam's sword as if to challenge the creature in the air. Heat rushed to his face, and he was grateful for the concealing darkness. Fumbling slightly with the reins in one hand, he shoved the blade back into its scabbard, shooting a quick glance at the others. Moraine, Lan, and Egwene were all looking in his direction. How much could they really see by moonlight? The rest were too busy wrestling with their own nervous mounts to pay him any mind. He grabbed the pommel and vaulted into the saddle as if he'd been born to it. If any of his friends had noticed the sword, he'd hear about it soon enough. He'd worry about it then. The moment he was seated, they were off at a gallop again, thundering up the road past the rounded hill. Dogs barked frantically in the village. Their flight had not gone entirely unnoticed. Or perhaps Rand thought grimly the dogs smelled Trollocs. The barking and the distant village lights faded swiftly behind them. They galloped in a tight cluster, horses nearly bumping together in their panic. Lan shouted for them to spread out, but no one wanted even a sliver of space between them in this terrifying night. Another scream sliced down from above. The warder gave a frustrated shake of his head and let them run bunched together. Rand found himself close behind Moraine and Lan, his grey horse straining to push between the warder's black and the Aes Sedai's neat mare. Egwene and the gleeman rode hard on either side of him, while his friends pressed in close from behind. Cloud, driven by the dragcar's cries, ran with a speed Rand could not have checked even if he'd wanted to, yet the grey couldn't gain an inch on the two horses ahead. The dragcar's shriek seemed to mock the night itself. Sturdy Bella ran with her neck stretched out, mane and tail streaming, keeping pace, stride for stride, with the larger horses. The Aes Sedai had clearly done more for her than simply easing her weariness. Egwene's face, lit by the moon, wore a smile of exhilarated delight. Her braid whipped behind her like a horse's tail, and the sparkle in her eyes came from more than just moonlight. Rand was certain. His own mouth fell open in disbelief until an inhaled bug sent him into a sudden, choking cough. Lan must have called out something, for Moraine's voice rose sharply over the wind and the thunder of hooves. I cannot, not from the back of a running horse. Most of all, they are not easily ended, even when they can be seen. We must run and hope. They charged through a shred of mist, thin and no higher than the horse's knees. Cloud dashed through it in 2 strides, and Rand blinked, wondering if he had imagined it. The night was surely too cold for fog. Another patch of tattered grey swept past them to one side. Larger this time, it seemed to be swelling, as if the damp were seeping up from the earth. Above, the drag-car shrieked in fury. Fog wrapped the riders for a heartbeat and was gone, returned and vanished behind. The icy haze left a clammy chill on Rand's face and hands. Then a wall of pale grey rose before them, and they were swallowed. The thickness muffled the beat of their hooves to a dull thud, and the cries from overhead sounded as though they came through stone. Rand could barely make out the shapes of Egwene and Tom Merrilin on either side of him. Lan did not slow their pace. There is still only one place we can be heading, he called, his voice hollow and directionless in the gloom. Myrddraal are cunning, Moiraine answered. I will turn its own cunning against it. They rode on in silence. The slate-coloured mist hid both sky and ground, so the riders turned to shadows themselves, seemed to drift through night clouds. Even the legs of their own horses appeared to vanish. Rand shifted in his saddle, shrinking from the icy fog. Knowing Moiraine could work wonders, even seeing her do it, was one thing. Feeling those wonders leave his skin damp was another entirely. He realized he was holding his breath and called himself 10 kinds of fool. He couldn't ride all the way to Terran Ferry without breathing. She had used the one power on Tam, and he seemed fine. Still, he had to force himself to exhale and draw air in. The fog was heavy, but if colder, it was otherwise no different from any other misty night. He told himself that, though he wasn't sure he believed it. Lan urged them to stay close now, to keep within sight of one another in that damp, frost-laden grey. Yet the warder did not ease his stallion's hard run. Side by side, Lan and Myrain led through the fog as if they could see the path ahead clearly. The rest could only trust and follow and hope. The shrill cries that had pursued them faded as they galloped, then fell away entirely, but that brought little comfort. Forest and farmhouses, moon and road were all shrouded and lost. Dogs still barked, hollow and distant in the grey haze when they passed farms, but there was no other sound except the muted drumming of hooves. Nothing in that featureless ashen fog changed. Nothing marked the passage of time except the growing ache in his thighs and back. It had to have been hours, Rand was certain. His hands had clenched the reins so long he wasn't sure he could open them again, and he wondered if he would ever walk right after this. He glanced back only once. Shadows moved in the fog behind him, but he couldn't even be sure of their number, or even that they were truly his companions. The chill and damp seeped through his cloak and coat and shirt into his very bones, it seemed. Only the rush of air past his face, and the gather and stretch of the horse beneath him told him he was moving at all. It must have been hours. "Slow," Lan called abruptly. "Draw rein." Rand was so startled that Cloud pushed between Lan and Moiraine, surging ahead several strides before he could haul the big grey to a stop and stare. Houses rose in the fog on every side, houses oddly tall to Rand's eye. He had never seen this place before, but he had often heard it described. The imposing height of the buildings came from their raised foundations of red stone, a necessary defence against the annual spring floods when the Tarran River swelled with meltwater from the distant mountains of the mist. They had arrived at Tarran Ferry. Lan guided his black stallion past Rand with a quiet admonition. "Don't get ahead of yourself, shepherd." Feeling chastened, Rand fell back into line as the group moved further into the sleeping village, his cheeks burning with a warmth that made the chill fog a momentary relief. Somewhere in the thick mist, a solitary dog barked a frantic challenge before its sounds faded into the distance. A few windows showed the yellow glow of early risers, but the only other noise was the soft, damp thud of their horses' hooves on the ground, a lonely rhythm in the final hour of darkness. Rand's knowledge of Tarran ferry folk was sparse and largely unflattering. They rarely travelled to what they condescendingly called the downriver villages, and the handful he'd encountered had odd, boastful names. They were universally reputed to be shrewd and untrustworthy. Local wisdom held that after shaking hands with one, you'd best check all your fingers were still there. Lan and Moiraine halted before a tall, dark house indistinguishable from its neighbours. Fog coiled around the warder like smoke as he dismounted and climbed the steep stairs leading to a front door perched high above the street. At the top, he began a relentless pounding on the wood. "I thought we were supposed to be quiet," Matt whispered. The hammering continued unabated. A light flared in the neighbouring window, followed by a muffled shout of protest. But Lan did not cease. Suddenly the door was yanked open by a man in a nightshirt that flapped around his thin ankles. He held an oil lamp aloft, its light revealing a narrow, sharp-featured face. He began to sputter with anger, then his jaw went slack as he took in the unnatural fog, his eyes widening in alarm. "What is this?" he gasped, recoiling as chill grey tendrils snaked into his doorway. "What's happening here?" "Master Hightower," Lan stated, "you're precisely the man we need. We require passage on your ferry." "He doesn't look like he's ever been near a tall tower." Matt snickered under his breath. Rand shot him a warning look. The sharp-faced man raised his lamp higher, peering down at them with deep suspicion. After a long moment, Master Hightower spoke testily. "The ferry runs by daylight, not at night, never. And certainly not in this cursed fog. Come back when the sun's up and this soup has cleared." He began to turn away, but Lan's hand shot out, catching his wrist. The ferryman's mouth opened in fresh outrage, but the protest died on his lips as gold glittered in the lamplight. Lan counted coins one by one into the man's palm. Hightower's tongue darted out to wet his lips as each coin clinked, his head craning slowly downward as if he doubted the evidence of his own eyes. "And an equal sum," Lan said, his voice leaving no room for argument, "when we reach the far bank safely. But we leave now." "Now?" The ferrety man chewed his lip, shifting his feet nervously as he stared out into the oppressive mist. Then he gave a sharp, decisive nod. "Now it is. Well, unhand me."
"I need to wake my haulers. You don't think I'd drag that barge across by myself, do you?" "I will wait at the ferry," Lan said flatly. "Do not be long." He released the ferryman's wrist. Master Hightower clutched the coins to his chest and, bobbing his head in agreement, hastily shoved the door closed with his hip. Lan descended the stairs and instructed the party to dismount and lead their horses. Once more they had to trust the warder to navigate the blinding fog. It swirled thickly around Rand's knees, hiding his own feet and rendering everything beyond an arm's length into a formless grey void. It was slightly thinner here than in the village, yet he could barely discern the shadowy forms of his companions. The night remained utterly still, holding its breath, and no other soul stirred in the world except for them. More windows than earlier held a faint light, but the dense mist softened them into blurred, hazy smears of yellow, often the only sign of a dwelling in the all-consuming grey. Some structures, partially revealed, appeared to drift upon a cloud sea or jut starkly from the vapour, while neighbouring homes stayed swallowed, creating the illusion of solitary buildings adrift in a vast, empty landscape. Rand shifted uncomfortably, every muscle protesting the endless ride. He briefly fantasized about walking the remaining distance to Tar Valon, though he knew his feet would soon join the chorus of complaints. At least walking was a familiar misery. Only one fragment of conversation cut clearly through the muffled air. "You must manage it," Moiraine stated firmly, replying to some unheard comment from Lan. "He will already recall too much, with no way to prevent it, should I become too prominent in his memory." Rand adjusted his damp cloak, staying close to the group. Mat and Perrin muttered a steady stream of grievances, their complaints punctuated by sharp, stifled curses whenever an unseen obstacle found their toes. Tom Merrilin's grumbles carried words like roaring fire, decent meal, and spiced wine, but neither the warder nor the Aes Sedai paid any mind. Egwene, however, marched in silence, posture rigid and chin held high. Her steps were a touch unsteady. She wasn't as accustomed to the saddle as the rest, but her determination was palpable. She was finally living the adventure she'd always talked about. Rand thought with a sour inward sigh. He doubted a little fog, damp or chill, would even register with her now. It struck him that your perspective must shift entirely depending on whether you chased an adventure or had one thrust upon you. The tales could make a frantic gallop through a freezing fog, pursued by a drag car, and who knew what else, sound exhilarating. Egwene was probably feeling that thrill. All he felt was cold, damp, and profoundly grateful to be near a village again, even if it was Tarren Ferry. Suddenly he walked straight into something large and warm in the gloom. Lan's stallion. The warder and Moiraine had halted, and the rest of the party followed suit, absently patting their horses as much for their own comfort as the animals. The fog thinned slightly here, allowing them to see each other more clearly than they had in hours, though it still obscured everything else. Their feet vanished into low, shifting billows that resembled grey floodwater. The houses seemed to have been entirely erased. Cautiously, Rand nudged Cloud forward a few steps and was startled to hear the scrape of his boots on wood. The ferry landing. He backed up carefully, urging the grey to retreat. He'd heard descriptions of this landing, a bridge leading to nowhere but the ferry itself. The Taren River was reputed to be vast, deep, and riddled with vicious currents, capable of drowning even the strongest swimmer. Far wider than the wine-spring water back home, he imagined. And now there was this fog. It was a distinct relief when his boots found solid dirt again. A sharp, commanding hiss from land cut through the silence. The warder gestured urgently, then darted to Perrin's side and swept back the stocky youth's cloak, revealing the massive axe head. Understanding, though not the reason, Rand quickly threw his own cloak back over his shoulder to display his sword. As Lan moved swiftly back to his horse, bobbing torchlights materialized in the mist, accompanied by the sound of muffled footsteps. 6 grim-faced men in coarse woolens followed Master Hightower. Their torches burned away a pocket of fog around them, casting a flickering light that made the surrounding grey wall seem even denser. The ferryman scrutinized the group from Eamon's Field, his narrow head tilted, nose twitching, like a cautious animal scenting the air for danger. Lan leaned against his saddle with a show of nonchalance, but his hand rested prominently on the long hilt of his sword, a silent, unmistakable statement. There was a coiled tension about him, like a steel trap ready to snap. Rand quickly mirrored the warder's stance, resting a hand on his sword hilt, though he knew he could never match that effortless, dangerous poise. They'd likely just laugh at me if I tried. Perrin adjusted his axe in its loop and set his feet firmly. Mat's hand went to his quiver, though Rand wondered if the damp had ruined the bowstring entirely. With a showman's grace, Tom Merrilin stepped forward, displaying an empty palm before a flick of his wrist sent a dagger spinning into his grip. He caught the hilt and, affecting sudden boredom, began cleaning his nails. A soft, appreciative chuckle came from Moiraine. Egwene started to clap as if at a festival show, then caught herself, though a smile still played on her lips. Hightower was not amused. He fixed a hard stare on Tom, cleared his throat, and said, "We spoke of more gold for the passage." His gaze swept over them, sly and resentful. "What you paid already is tucked away safe, understand? You won't be finding it. The remainder," Lan stated, "goes into your hand once we reach the far bank." He gave the leather purse at his belt a slight shake, letting the coins clink. The ferryman's eyes darted, but he finally gave a curt nod.
"Let's get on with it then," he grumbled, turning to stalk onto the landing, his 6 helpers trailing behind. The fog seemed to recoil from their movement, swirling back to fill the space they vacated. Rand hurried after. The ferry was a broad, high-sided barge, accessed by a ramp that could be raised to seal the stern. Thick guide ropes, anchored to heavy posts on the landing, vanished into the murk over the water.
The helpers jammed their torches into iron brackets along the rails, waited for the horses to be led aboard, then hauled up the ramp. The deck groaned under the weight of hooves and shifting feet, the whole vessel settling into the current. Hightower muttered under his breath, growling orders to keep the horses calm and stay clear of the haulers. He barked at his men, but they moved with a sullen, unchanging reluctance, and his heart wasn't in it. He'd often cut a shout short to lift his torch and peer anxiously into the clinging mist. Finally, he gave up shouting altogether and took a post at the bow, staring ahead until one of the haulers tapped his shoulder, making him jump. "What? Oh, it's you, ready. Took your time. Well, don't just stand there." He waved his arms, heedless of the torch and the nervous shuffle of the horses. "Cast off. Get moving." The man slouched away to obey, and Hightower returned to his vigil, rubbing his free hand nervously on his coat. The ferry gave a heavy lurch as the moorings were released and the current took hold, then another as the guide ropes went taut. The haulers, 3 to a side, seized the ropes at the front,
and began the laborious walk toward the stern, their muttered complaints swallowed by the fog as they edged the barge onto the shrouded river. The landing vanished behind a wall of grey. Tendrils of mist wound between the torches, and the ferry rocked in the slow, powerful current. The only sign of progress was the rhythmic, trudging step of the haulers moving forward to grip the rope, then walking back to pull. No one spoke. The villagers clustered near the centre, minds magnifying the river's unknown breadth. The Taryn was said to be wide, but in this fog it felt endless. For a while, Rand edged nearer to land. Rivers so vast you couldn't wade, swim, or see the other side were unsettling for someone whose only experience with water was the ponds back in the Waterwood. "Do you think they actually meant to rob us?" he whispered. "That man seemed more worried we'd rob him." Lan studied the ferryman and his crew. None seemed to be listening, before replying in an equally low voice, "With this fog as a cover." "Well, when men think their actions are hidden, they sometimes treat strangers in ways they wouldn't if others were watching. Those quickest to harm a stranger are often the first to believe a stranger means them harm. This fellow, I suspect he'd trade his own mother to Trollocs for the right price. I'm a bit surprised you're asking. I heard how the folks in Eamon's Field talk about people from Tarrant Ferry." "I know, but everyone says they're like that." "I just never truly believed they would do it." Rand stopped himself, realizing he knew very little about how people acted outside his own village. "He might tell the Fade we used his ferry," he finally said. "Maybe he'll even bring the Trollocs across after us." Lan gave a dry, humourless laugh. "Robbing a traveller is one thing. Dealing with a halfman is entirely another. Can you honestly picture him ferrying Trollocs across, especially in this fog, for any amount of gold? Or even speaking to a Murdral if he had a choice? The mere thought would send him running for a month. I doubt we need to worry about dark friends in Tarrant Ferry. Not here. We're safe for now, at least from that lot. Stay alert." Hightower had turned from peering into the fog ahead. With his pointed face thrust forward and his torch held high, he stared at Lan and Rand as if truly seeing them for the first time. The deck creaked under the hauler's feet and the occasional stomp of a hoof. Suddenly, the ferryman twitched, realizing they were watching him watch them. He spun back around with a jump, pretending to search for the far bank in the murk. "Say nothing more," Lan murmured so softly, Rand barely caught the words. "These are dangerous days to speak of Trollocs or dark friends, or the father of lies where strangers might hear. Such talk can bring worse trouble than the dragon's fang painted on your door." Rand felt all desire to ask further questions drain away. A deeper gloom settled over him, heavier than the fog, dark friends, as if Fades, Trollocs and Dragcar weren't enough to worry about. At least you could recognize a Trolloc on sight. Suddenly, shadowy pilings materialized from the mist ahead. The ferry bumped against the far bank, and the haulers scrambled to secure the vessel and lower the ramp with a solid thump. Matt and Perrin were already boasting loudly that the Tarrant River wasn't nearly as wide as the stories made it out to be. Lan led his stallion down the ramp, followed by Moiraine and the others. As Rand, bringing up the rear, guided Cloud down behind Bella, Master Hightower's angry shout cut through the air. "Hey, you there! Where's my payment? It shall be paid." Moiraine's voice floated from somewhere in the mist. Rand's boots thudded from the ramp onto the wooden landing. "And a silver mark for each of your men," the Aes Sedai added, "for the swift crossing." The ferryman hesitated, his face a mask of suspicion as if he scented a trap, but the mention of silver stirred his crew. Some snatched up torches, but they all clattered down the ramp before Hightower could utter another word. With a sullen scowl, the ferryman followed his men. Cloud's hooves echoed dully in the fog as Rand picked his way carefully along the landing. The grey mist was just as thick here as over the river. At the landing's end, the warder was distributing coins. encircled by the torchlight of Hightower and his crew. Everyone else, except Moiraine, waited in a tight, anxious group just beyond. The Aes Sedai stood apart, gazing back at the river, though what she could possibly see in that blanket of grey was a mystery to Rand. A chill ran through him as he adjusted his soaked cloak. He was truly beyond the two rivers now, and the distance felt far greater than a single river crossing.
"There," Land stated, passing the final coin to Hightower. As agreed, he did not put his purse away, and the ferryman's sharp features tightened with greed. The landing shuddered with a loud groan. Hightower straightened abruptly, his gaze snapping back toward the mist-shrouded ferry. The remaining torches on board were now just two blurred, distant glows. The wooden platform groaned again, then came a thunderous crack of splintering timber. The twin lights jerked violently and began to spin.
Egwene let out a wordless cry, and Tom muttered a curse. "It's loose!" Hightower shrieked. He shoved his haulers toward the landing's edge. "The ferry's breaking free, you idiots! Grab it! Secure it!" The men stumbled forward a few steps under his pushes, then halted. The faint lights on the water whirled faster, then faster still, the fog above them twisting into a spiraling vortex. The landing trembled, the air filled with the sound of rending wood as the vessel began to come apart. "A whirlpool," one hauler breathed, his voice full of awe. "There are no whirlpools on the Tarran," Hightower whispered, sounding utterly hollow. "Never has been." An unfortunate accident. Moiraine's voice came, distant and echoing in the fog that rendered her a mere silhouette as she turned from the river. "Unfortunate indeed," Lan agreed, his tone flat. "It appears you'll be ferrying no one else across for some time. A bitter loss. To have your craft destroyed while in our service." He reached again into the purse he still held. "This should compensate you." For a long moment, Hightower stared at the gold coins glinting in Lan's palm under the torchlight. Then his shoulders hunched, and his eyes darted toward the shadowy figures of the Eamon's fielders, standing silent and indistinct in the mist. With a strangled, fearful cry, the ferryman snatched the money, spun around, and fled into the fog. His haulers were right behind him, their torches vanishing upriver as if swallowed. "There is nothing more to keep us here," the Aes Sedai said, as if discussing the weather. Leading her white mare, she started away from the landing and up the bank. Rand stood frozen, staring at the concealed river. It could have been chance. The man said no whirlpools, but he jolted, realizing he was alone. Quickly, he scrambled up the gentle slope. In just 3 steps, the heavy mist vanished completely. He stopped, staring back, along a precise line running down the shore. Thick grey fog hung on one side, while on the other stretched a clear, dark night sky, the sharp moon hinting that dawn was not far off. The warder and the Aes Sedai were conversing quietly beside their horses just beyond the fog's border. The others clustered a short distance away, even in the moonlight. Their anxiety was a tangible thing. All eyes were on Lan and Moiraine. All but Egwene were leaning back, caught between not wanting to lose sight of them and not wanting to get too close. Rand hurried the last few paces to Egwene's side, leading Cloud, and she gave him a quick, relieved grin. He was sure the brightness in her eyes wasn't just from the moon. It clings to the river as if drawn with a ruler. Moiraine was saying a note of satisfaction in her voice. There are not 10 women in Tar Valon who could manage such a weave alone. Certainly not from the back of a galloping horse. "I don't wish to sound ungrateful, Moiraine Sedai," Tom said, uncharacteristically hesitant, "but wouldn't it have been wiser to extend the cover further? To Baerlon, perhaps? If that drag-car scouts this side of the river, we'll lose all the ground we've gained. Drag-car are not renowned for their intellect. Master Merrilin," the Aes Sedai replied, dryly. "They are fearsome, deadly, and possess keen eyesight, but little actual intelligence. It will report to the Myrddraal that this bank is clear. while the river itself remains hidden for miles in each direction. The Myrddraal will understand the price I paid for that extra effort. It will have to consider the possibility we fled downriver, which will force it to split its focus. The fog should linger long enough to leave it uncertain whether we used a boat for part of our journey. I could have stretched the fog further toward Berlon, but then the dragcar could have scoured the river in mere hours, revealing our exact destination. Tom let out a soft, dismissive breath and shook his head. My apologies, A.S. Sedai, I meant no offense. Moiraine, A.S. Sedai, Matt began, then swallowed hard. The ferry, did you... I don't really understand why. His voice faded into the heavy silence, broken only by the sound of Rand's own breathing. Finally, Moiraine's voice cut through the quiet, sharp and clear. You all seek explanations, but if I accounted for every action, I would accomplish nothing else. In the moonlight, she seemed to tower over them, an imposing figure. Know this. My purpose is to deliver you safely to Tar Valon. That is the only fact you require. If we linger here, Lan interjected, the dragcar won't need to search the river, if my memory serves. He guided his horse up the bank. His movement seemed to break a tension in the air. Rand drew a deep, relieved breath, hearing the others do the same. He recalled the old saying about it being wiser to spit in a wolf's eye than to cross an Aes Sedai. Yet the oppressive feeling had lifted. Moiraine no longer seemed looming. She barely came to his chest. I don't suppose we could stop for a bit, Perrin said hopefully, ending with a yawn. Egwene, leaning wearily against Bella, let out a tired sigh. It was the first hint of complaint Rand had heard from her. Maybe she's finally realizing this isn't some grand adventure after all. He felt a pang of guilt, remembering she hadn't slept through the day like he had. We do need to rest, Moiraine Sedai, he said. We've been riding all night. Then let us see what Lan has prepared for us. Moiraine replied, Come. She led them up the bank and into the woods beyond the river. Bare branches wove a lattice of shadows. About 100 yards from the Tarren, they found a dark mound beside a clearing. Here, some ancient flood had undercut and toppled a stand of leather-leaf trees, washing them into a great tangled mass of trunks, roots, and branches that appeared solid. Moiraine halted, and suddenly a light glowed from beneath the heap. Lan crawled out from under the mound, a stub of a torch in hand, and stood. No unwanted guests, he told Moiraine. The wood I stored is still dry, so I lit a small fire. We'll rest in warmth. You planned for us to stop here? Egwene asked, surprised. It seemed a logical possibility, Lan answered. I prefer to be prepared for contingencies. Moiraine took the torch from him. See to the horses. Once you're finished, I will ease everyone's fatigue. For now I wish to speak with Egwene. Egwene. Rand watched the two women crouch and vanish into a low opening under the massive tangle of trees. The torchlight disappeared with them. Lan had included feed bags and a small measure of oats in the supplies, but he stopped the others from removing the saddles. Instead, he produced the hobbles he had also packed. They'd rest better without the gear, but if we must leave in haste, there may be no time to resaddle. They don't look like they need any rest to me, Perrin muttered, as he tried to fit a feed bag over his horse's muzzle. The animal tossed its head before finally allowing it. Rand struggled with Cloud as well, the grey horse shifting stubbornly until the third attempt secured the canvas bag. Lan confirmed their suspicions as he finished securing his horse. They can still run, yes. In fact, they'd run at a full gallop until their hearts gave out, never even feeling the strain. I wish Moiraine hadn't been forced to take such a measure, but it was the only way. He gave the stallion's neck a gentle stroke, and the animal nodded in response. We'll have to take it easy with them for the next several days, slower than I'd prefer. With any luck, that will be sufficient for their recovery. Matt's voice was tight. Is that what she meant about our own exhaustion? Rand kept his hand on Cloud's neck, his gaze distant.
Even after what she had done for Tam, the idea of the Aes Sedai channeling the power on him was unsettling. She had all but confessed to sinking the ferryboat after all.
"Something along those lines," Lan replied with a dry laugh. "But you don't need to worry about running yourself into the ground. Not unless our situation becomes far more dire. Consider it like getting an extra night of deep sleep." Suddenly, the drag car's piercing shriek cut through the fog hanging over the river. Everyone, even the horses, went still. The cry came again, closer this time, and then a third time, the sound drilling into Rand's head like sharp needles. Then, gradually, the screams faded until there was only silence. "Luck," Lan muttered. "It's hunting for us along the river." He gave a brief, pragmatic shrug. "Let's get under cover. I could use some hot tea and a decent meal." Rand went first, crawling on hands and knees through the narrow gap in the thicket, and down a short, earthy tunnel at the end. He paused in a crouch. Before him opened a rough, natural chamber formed by the dense weave of trees, large enough to hold them all. The ceiling of trunks and branches was too low for any but the women to stand upright. A small fire burned on a bed of smooth stones, its smoke drifting up and out through the canopy. The draught cleared the space, while the dense overhead growth hid every flicker of light. Myrain and Egwene sat cross-legged by the fire, their cloaks discarded. The one power, Myrain was explaining, flows from the true source, the very force of creation that turns the wheel of time. She pressed her palms together, Sedin, the male half, and Sedar, the female half, oppose one another yet also work in unison to drive that force. Sedin, she raised one hand, then let it fall, is now tainted by the Dark One's touch, like clear water fouled by a film of rancid oil. The water beneath remains pure, but it cannot be reached without contacting the corruption. Only Sedar remains safe for us to wield. Egwene's back was to Rand, but he could see her leaning forward with rapt attention. Mat nudged him from behind with a muttered comment, and Rand moved fully into the sheltered space. Moiraine and Egwene took no notice of his arrival. The other men filed in after him, shedding damp cloaks and settling around the fire to warm their hands. Lan, entering last, retrieved water skins and provisions from a niche and began preparing tea. He paid the women's conversation no mind, but Rand's friends gradually stopped warming their hands and began to listen openly. Tom Merrilin feigned great interest in packing his ornately carved pipe, but the way he tilted his head toward the two women betrayed his keen attention. Moiraine and Egwene continued as if they were utterly alone. "No," Moiraine said in answer to a question Rand had not heard. "The true source cannot be depleted any more than a river can be used up by a mill's water wheel. The source is the river, and Aes Sedai is merely the wheel. And you truly believe I can learn this?" Egwene asked. Her face was alight with a fervent hope. Rand had never seen her look so strikingly beautiful, nor so profoundly distant from him. For a fleeting moment, he pictured her not in this woody cave, but standing in the sun-drenched streets of a strange city he'd only heard tales of, her path diverging from his in ways he couldn't yet fathom. Rand shot to his feet, his head thumping against the low log ceiling. Tom Merrilin seized his arm and hauled him back down. "Don't be a fool," the gleeman muttered under his breath. He glanced at the women. Neither seemed to have noticed the outburst, and his look at Rand was one of pity. "That door's closed to you now, lad." "Child," Moiraine said, her voice softening. "Only a rare few are born with the capacity to touch the true source and wield the one power. Among them, talent varies greatly. You are among the rarest, those for whom the ability is not a choice, but an inevitability. The power will find you whether you seek it or not. Without the training only Tar Valon can provide, you will never learn to control it properly, and you may not live through the attempt. Men born with this spark inevitably die, unless the red Aja finds and gentles them first. A low growl rumbled in Tom's throat, and Rand squirmed on the hard ground. Such men were legends. He'd heard tales of maybe 3 in his entire life, and thanked the light none had ever come near the 2 rivers, but the devastation they left in their wake was the stuff of grim history, spoken of with the same dread as distant wars or city-shattering quakes. He'd never fully grasped the purpose of the Ajas. The stories painted them as fractious societies within the Aes Sedai, constantly scheming against one another. But one thing was always clear. The Red Aja saw its sacred duty as preventing another breaking of the world, and they pursued it by hunting any man who even imagined touching the one power. Mat and Perrin looked as though they suddenly wished they were safe under their blankets at home. "But some women die as well," Moiraine continued. "The path is treacherous without a guide. Those we do not find, the ones who survive, often become, well, in these lands, they might become the wisdoms of their villages." She paused, her gaze thoughtful. "The old blood runs deep in Eamon's field, and it carries a song. I knew what you were the moment I saw you. No Aes Sedai can stand near a woman who can channel, or one who nears her first awakening, without feeling it." She reached into the pouch at her belt and drew out the small blue gem on a fine gold chain she had worn earlier. "You are on the very brink of your change, your first touch. It will be far safer if I guide you through it. This way you avoid the distressing consequences that come to those who stumble onto the path alone." Egwene's eyes grew wide as she stared at the stone, her lips parting nervously.
Does it hold the power?
"Certainly not," Moiraine replied, a hint of sharpness in her tone. "Objects do not possess the power, child. Even an angreal is merely a tool. This is simply a pretty blue stone, but it can emit light here." Egwene's hands shook as Moiraine placed the stone on her fingertips. She began to pull away, but the Aes Sedai cupped her hands firmly with one of her own and gently pressed the other to Egwene's temple. "Look at the stone," Moiraine instructed, her voice now a soothing murmur. "This is gentler than groping in the dark alone. Clear your mind of everything but the stone. Empty your thoughts and let yourself drift. There is only the stone and the void. I will begin it. Drift and follow my lead. No thoughts, just drift." Rand's fingers dug into his legs. His teeth clenched so tight his jaw ached. She has to fail. She must a light kindled within the stone. A single fleeting flash of blue, no brighter than a glowworm. Yet Rand flinched as if struck by a blinding glare. Egwene and Moiraine stared into the gem, their expressions blank. Another flash came, then another, until the azure light pulsed with a steady, rhythmic beat. It's her, Rand thought desperately. Moraine's doing this, not Egwene. One final weak flicker, and the stone was just a trinket again. Rand held his breath. For a long moment, Egwene kept her eyes fixed on the small stone. Then she slowly lifted her gaze to Moiraine. I thought I felt something." "I'm sorry to have wasted your time," Egwene murmured, her voice heavy with disappointment. "Perhaps you've misjudged me." A faint, knowing smile touched Moiraine's lips. "My time is not wasted, child. That final spark of light was yours alone." It was. Egwene's face lit up for a fleeting moment before gloom settled back over her features. But it was so faint it hardly counted. "Now you sound like a petulant farm girl," Moiraine chided, though her tone was not unkind. "Many who come to Tar Valon study for half a year before managing what you just did. You have potential. Apply yourself, work diligently, and one day you might even aspire to the Amelin seat." "You mean I can stay?" Egwene cried out, her joy bursting forth as she threw her arms around the Aes Sedai. "Oh, thank you, Rand. Did you hear? I'm going to train to be an Aes Sedai." Later, as they prepared to rest, Moiraine moved quietly among them. She knelt beside each person in turn, placing her hands upon their heads. Lan muttered about it being unnecessary and a waste of her energy, yet he did not pull away. Egwene leaned into the touch eagerly while Mat and Perrin sat rigid, too frightened to refuse. Tom tried to jerk his head back, but a single sharp look from Moiraine stilled him. The gleeman scowled throughout, though once her hands withdrew, his deep frown could not hide the renewed vigour in his eyes. They all looked refreshed. Rand had tried to make himself small, pressing back into a shadowed crevice in the rough wall. His eyelids were leaden, but he fought to keep them open, watching the proceedings with a fist pressed to his mouth to stifle a yawn. Just an hour of sleep, he told himself, and he'd be fine. Moiraine, of course, did not overlook him. He flinched at the initial cool touch of her fingers on his temples. "I don't need," he began, but the words died in his throat as wonder washed over him. A profound weariness drained from his muscles as if poured out. Every ache and stiffness faded to a distant memory and then vanished entirely. He gaped at her, speechless. She merely offered a tired smile and withdrew her hands. "It is done," she said. As she rose with a weary sigh, he was reminded sharply that she could grant herself no such relief. She refused the bread and cheese Lan quietly urged upon her, taking only a little tea before curling in her cloak by the fire. She seemed to fall asleep the instant she closed her eyes. The others, Lan excepted, were already succumbing to sleep wherever they could find space, but Rand felt wonderfully alert, as if he'd just enjoyed a long night in a soft bed. He leaned back against the timber wall, and without warning, sleep pulled him under like a swift current. When Lan roused him what felt like moments later, he sprang awake, feeling as rested as if 3 days had passed. The warder woke everyone but Moiraine, enforcing a hushed silence so as not to disturb her. Their respite in the sheltered grove was brief. By the time the sun had climbed a short way into the sky, all signs of their camp were erased. They were mounted and moving north toward Balon, riding at a careful pace to spare the horses. Moiraine, though shadows lingered under her eyes, sat straight and steady in her saddle. Behind them, a solid wall of grey fog clung to the river, stubbornly defying the weak morning sun. It hid the two rivers from view entirely. Rand twisted in his saddle, looking back, hoping for one last glimpse of home, or even of Taran Ferry, until the fogbank was lost behind the trees. "I never imagined being this far from home," he said quietly, once the river was gone from sight. "Remember when a trip to Watch Hill felt like a journey? That was only 2 days ago. It feels like a lifetime."
"In a few months we'll ride back," Perrin said, his voice tight. "Think of the stories we'll have. Even Trollocs have to give up the chase eventually," Mat added. He straightened with a heavy, resigned sigh, then slumped forward again, as if he didn't believe his own words. "Men!" Egwene snorted, shaking her head. "You've been going on about adventure for as long as I can remember, and now that you've got it, you're already talking about home."
She lifted her chin, but Rand could hear a faint quiver in her voice, now that the two rivers had vanished behind them. Neither Moiraine nor Lan offered a single comforting word, not a hint that they might ever return. He tried to push away what that silence could mean. Even with rest, his mind was crowded with enough doubts without inviting more. Slumping in his saddle, he drifted into a daydream of working alongside Tam in a sun-drenched pasture, the sheep content and the air filled with the song of larks. He pictured a visit to Eamon's Field and a Beltane celebration just like the old days, dancing on the green without a single worry beyond missing a step. He lost himself in that vision for a long while. The trek to Balon stretched across nearly a week. Lan grumbled about their sluggish pace, yet he was the one who set it and drove the others to maintain it. With his own stallion, Mandarb, meaning blade in the old tongue, he showed no such restraint. The warder covered twice the distance they did, galloping ahead with his colour-shifting cloak, whipping behind him to scout the path, or falling back to check their trail. Anyone else who tried to move faster than a walk, however, was met with sharp words about caring for their mounts, and biting remarks about how well they'd fare on foot if Trollocs appeared. Not even Moiraine was spared his tongue if she let her white mare Aldebe, West Wind, the wind that brings the spring rains, quicken her step. Strangely, despite the constant tension, Lan's scouting never revealed any sign of pursuit or ambush. He reported only to Moiraine, speaking too softly for the others to catch, and the Aes Sedai passed on only what she deemed necessary. At first, Rand spent as much time looking over his shoulder as he did ahead. He wasn't alone. Perrin's hand often went to his axe, and Mat rode with an arrow nocked to his bowstring in those early days. But the land behind stayed empty of Trollocs or shadowy figures, and the sky remained clear of Dragkar. Slowly, a fragile hope took root in Rand that perhaps they had truly escaped. The landscape offered little shelter even in the densest woods. Winter's grip was just as fierce north of the Tarren River as it had been in the Two Rivers. Clusters of pine, fir, or leatherleaf broke up a forest of otherwise bare skeletal branches. Not a single leaf showed, not even on the elders, only sparse patches of new green stood out against meadows flattened and brown from the winter snows. Much of what grew here was unwelcome, stinging nettles, coarse thistle, and foul-smelling weeds. Patches of stubborn snow lingered in the shadows under evergreen boughs and in shady hollows. Everyone kept their cloaks tightly wrapped, for the thin sunlight held no warmth, and the night's chill cut deep. Few birds were seen, not even ravens. Their slow progress was anything but leisurely. Rand still thought of it as the North Road, though he suspected it had another name here north of the Tarren. It ran nearly straight north, but on Lan's orders their route weaved through the forest as often as it followed the hard-packed dirt. The sight of a village, a farm, or any hint of people sent them on wide, cautious detours, though such signs were rare. For the entire first day, Rand saw no proof aside from the road itself that humans had ever walked those woods. It struck him that even his trips to the foothills of the Mountains of Mist might not have taken him this far from another living soul. So when he finally saw the first farm, a large frame house and a tan barn with steep thatched roofs, a wisp of smoke curling from a stone chimney, it hit him with the force of a sudden thunderclap. "It's just like back home," Perrin muttered, squinting at the distant rooftops barely visible through the trees. People moved about the farmyard, still unaware of the travellers. "Of course it isn't," Mat replied. "We're just too far off to tell." "I'm telling you, it's the same," Perrin insisted. "It can't be. We're north of the Tarren, remember?" "Quiet, both of you," Lan growled. "We're trying not to be seen this way." He turned west, leading them to circle the farm through the woods. Looking back, Rand had to admit Perrin had a point. The farm looked much like those around Eamon's Field. A boy hauling water from the well, older boys tending sheep behind a rail fence, even a tabac curing shed. But Mat was right, too. We're north of the Tarren. It has to be different. They always stopped while light still lingered in the sky, picking a spot with good drainage and some shelter from the wind that never truly died, only shifted. Their fire stayed small and hidden, and once tea was brewed, the flames were drowned and the coals buried. At their first camp, with the sun still above the horizon, Lan began showing them how to handle the weapons they carried. He started with the bow, after watching Mat sink 3 arrows into a knot the size of a man's head on a dead leather-leaf trunk 100 paces off. He motioned the others to try. Perrin matched Mat's feet, and Rand, calling up the flame and the void, that empty calm that made the bow feel like part of him, grouped his 3 arrows so tightly the points nearly touched. Mat gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Now, if you all had bows," the warder said dryly as they began to grin, "and if Trollocs were polite enough to stay at a distance where you could use them." The grins vanished. "Let me show you what to do if they don't." He showed Perrin a little of how to wield that big axe. Swinging an axe at something armed was nothing like chopping wood or play fighting, putting the apprentice blacksmith through a series of drills, block, parry, strike. He did the same for Rand and the sword. It wasn't the wild leaping and slashing Rand had imagined, but smooth flowing movements, almost like a dance. "Moving the blade isn't enough," Lan said, "though some think it is. Your mind is part of it, most of it. Clear your thoughts, sheepherder. Empty yourself of fear, of anger, of everything. Burn it all away. The rest of you, listen. This works with an axe, a bow, a spear, a quarterstaff, even your bare hands." Rand stared. "The flame and the void," he said, amazed. "That's what you mean, isn't it? My father taught me that." The warder gave him an inscrutable look. "Hold the sword as I showed you, sheepherder. I can't turn a mud-footed villager into a blade master in an hour, but maybe I can keep you from cutting off your own foot." Rand sighed and raised the sword before him in both hands. Moiraine watched, expressionless, but the next evening she quietly told Lan to continue the lessons. Supper was always the same, flatbread, cheese, and dried meat, though in the evenings they had hot tea instead of water. Tom provided the entertainment. Lan wouldn't let him play harp or flute. "No need to announce their presence," the warder said. So the gleeman juggled and told stories, tales like Mara and the 3 foolish kings, or one of the many about Anla the wise counsellor, or grand adventures like the great hunt of the Horn, always ending with a joyful return home. Though the land around them remained peaceful, with no sign of Trollocs in the woods or dragcar in the sky, Rand felt they had a peculiar talent for manufacturing their own tension whenever it threatened to fade. One morning, as he was rolling up his blanket, he noticed Egwene begin to undo her braid. Each evening after the fire was put out, she and Moiraine would slip away from the group to talk, returning only when the others were asleep. Now, as Rand saddled his horse and secured his gear, he watched her comb her hair with 100 deliberate strokes. He counted before tucking the comb away, letting her loose hair fall over her shoulder and drawing up the hood of her cloak. Surprised, he asked, "What's going on with your hair?" She glanced at him sideways without replying. It occurred to him that this was the first time he'd spoken to her in 2 days since that night in the shelter by the Taran River. But he pressed on. "You waited your whole life to wear a braid, and now you're just giving it up? Is this because she doesn't braid hers?" "Aes Sedai don't wear braids," she replied calmly, "unless they choose to." "You're not an Aes Sedai. You're Egwene Elvir from Eamon's Field, and the women's circle would have a fit if they saw you now." "Women's circle business isn't yours to worry about, Rand al'Thor, and I will be an Aes Sedai just as soon as I reach Tar Valon." He let out a derisive snort. "As soon as you reach Tar Valon? Why? Tell me that at least. You're no dark friend. Do you think Moiraine Sedai is a dark friend? Do you?" She turned to face him, fists clenched, and for a moment he thought she might strike him. "After she saved our village, after she saved your own father." "I don't know what she is, but that says nothing about the others. All the stories. Grow up, Rand. Forget the stories and use your eyes for once. My eyes saw her sink the ferry. Can you deny that? Once you get an idea stuck in your head, you won't budge even if someone points out you're trying to walk on water. If you weren't such a stubborn, blind fool, you'd see. A fool am I. Let me tell you something, Rand al'Thor. You are the most mule-headed, thick-skulled. Are you two trying to wake everyone within 10 miles? Lan's voice cut through their argument. Rand, standing there with his mouth open, suddenly realized they had been shouting. Egwene's face flushed crimson, and she spun away, muttering, "Men!" a remark that seemed aimed as much at the warder as at him. Cautiously, Rand scanned the camp. Everyone was watching him, not just Lan. Mat and Perrin looked pale. Tom was tense, poised, as if to run or fight, and Moiraine, her face was unreadable, but her eyes seemed to drill into his skull. Desperately, he tried to remember every word he'd said about Aes Sedai and dark friends. "It is time we moved on," Moiraine stated. She turned toward her horse, and Rand shivered, as if released from a trap, wondering if, in fact, he had been. 2 nights later, with the fire burning low, Mat licked the last cheese crumbs from his fingers and remarked, "You know, I think we've lost them for good." Lan was out scouting the perimeter, Moiraine and Egwene had stepped away for their nightly talk, and Tom was nodding off over his pipe, leaving the young men by themselves. Perrin, prodding the embers with a stick, replied, "If we've lost them, why does Lan keep checking the woods?" Nearly asleep, Rand rolled over, turning his back to the fire's warmth. "We lost them back at Terran Ferry," Mat insisted, lying back to gaze at the moonlit sky. "If they were ever really following us at all. You think the dragcar was chasing us because it liked our company?" Perrin asked dryly. "Honestly, stop fretting over Trollocs and the like," Mat continued, brushing off Perrin's comment. "Start imagining what it's like to actually see the world. We're out here where all the tales begin. What do you suppose a proper city is truly like?" "We're headed to Baerlon," Rand murmured drowsily. But Mat just scoffed. "Baerlon's fine enough, but I've studied that old map at Master Alver's. If we turn south after Caemlyn, the road goes straight to Ilion and even further." "What's in Ilion that's so grand?" Perrin asked through a yawn. "For starters," Mat answered, "Ilion isn't crawling with ASC." A heavy silence dropped over them, and Rand was instantly alert. Moiraine had returned sooner than expected. Egwene was beside her, but it was the Aes Sedai herself, standing just beyond the ring of firelight, who captured everyone's gaze. Mat lay frozen on his back, his sentence hanging unfinished, staring up at her. Moraine's eyes gleamed in the dim light like dark, polished gems. A sudden cold thought struck Rand. How long had she been listening? The boys were merely Tom started, but Moraine's voice, calm and even cut smoothly across his. "A few days of rest and you are prepared to surrender." Her words were a stark contrast to the flinty hardness in her eyes. "A day or two of peace, and winter night is already a distant memory." "We haven't forgotten," Perrin insisted. "It's only—" The Aes Sedai dismissed him just as she had the Gleeman, her voice never rising. "Is this the sentiment of all of you? Eager to dash off to Ilion and dismiss Trollocs, halfmen and dragcar from your minds?" Her gaze swept over them, that unsettling combination of a conversational tone and a stare like stone set Rand's nerves on edge, and she allowed no one else to speak. "The Dark One seeks you 3, one or all, and if I permit you to wander off wherever you please, he will claim you. Whatever the Dark One desires, I stand against, so mark my words and know them to be true. Before I allow the Dark One to have you, I will see you ended myself." It was the utter, unemotional practicality in her voice that convinced Rand. The Aes Sedai would do precisely as she said, without a second thought. Sleep was hard to find that night, and he wasn't alone in his restlessness. Even the Gleeman's snoring, usually a quick and steady rhythm, was a long time coming, only starting well after the fire's last embers had faded. For once, Moiraine offered no soothing words or aid. Those evening conversations between Egwene and the Aes Sedai had become a constant irritant for Rand. Each time they vanished into the darkness for privacy, away from the group, he found himself plagued by questions. What were they discussing? What were they doing out there? What was the Aes Sedai doing to Egwene? One night, he waited until the other men had all settled, with Tom snoring like a rusty blade grinding through hard wood. Then, wrapping his blanket around his shoulders, he slipped away. Using every bit of stealth he'd learned from hunting rabbits, he moved with the shadows of the moon until he was crouched behind the thick, gnarled roots of a tall leather leaf, its broad, tough leaves creating a deep pool of shadow. He was close enough now to hear Moraine and Egwene clearly where they sat on a moss-covered fallen log, a single small lantern casting a soft circle of light between them. "Ask your questions," Moraine was saying. "If I can provide answers now, I will. You must understand, however, there is a great deal for which you are not yet prepared. Some knowledge is built upon other foundations, which themselves require prior learning. But ask what you wish." The 5 powers, Egwene began, her voice thoughtful, earth, wind, fire, water, and spirit. It never seemed fair that men were said to be strongest in earth and fire. Why should they have held the most forceful powers? Moraine gave a soft, knowing laugh. "Is that truly what you believe, child? Can you name a rock so solid that wind and water cannot eventually wear it down? A fire so mighty that water cannot drown it, or a gale cannot extinguish its flames?" Egwene was quiet for a long moment, her boot toes scuffing at the damp leaves and soft earth of the forest floor. A cool night breeze rustled the branches above them, carrying the scent of pine and distant rain. They were the ones who tried to free the Dark One and the Forsaken, correct, the male Aes Sedai? She drew a sharp breath, the words coming faster now. "The women took no part. It was the men who went mad. It was the men who shattered the world. You are afraid," Moiraine stated, her tone turning solemn. "Had you stayed in Eamon's Field, you would have become the wisdom there in time. That had always been Nynaeve's path, hadn't it? You would have sat with the women's circle, skillfully guiding the affairs of Emond's Field, while letting the village council believe they were in charge. Yet you chose the unimaginable. You walked away from the 2 rivers, chasing something beyond the horizon. Part of you longed for it, while another part trembled at the thought. Your stubbornness now is just you refusing to let that fear win. You wouldn't have asked me how a woman joins the Aes Sedai if you weren't already tossing tradition aside. That's not true, Egwene insisted, her voice tight. I'm not afraid. I want this. It would be wiser if you were afraid, but I hope you cling to that desire these days. Few possess the capacity to train, let alone the will to seek it out. Moiraine's tone softened, drifting into a murmur. 2 in one village, it's unheard of. The old blood still runs deep here. In the darkness, Rand's foot came down on a brittle twig. The snap echoed in his ears. He froze, sweat beading on his neck, but neither woman turned. 2? Egwene whispered urgently. Who is it, Kari? Lara? Moiraine let out a faint, frustrated sigh. Forget I mentioned it. Her path is different. You must focus on your own journey. The road to Tar Valon is not paved with comfort. I won't turn back, Egwene stated firmly. Be that as it may. You seek a promise I cannot give, not in the way you wish. You want to hear that all Aes Sedai are paragons of virtue, that only the men in those old tales were to blame for the breaking. The men were responsible, yes, but they were not monsters. They were mad, not evil. The women you will meet are human. They can be courageous or timid, generous or spiteful, compassionate or indifferent. The power does not rewrite your soul. It only amplifies what is already there. Egwene released a shaky breath. I suppose I was afraid of being remade, and of the Trollocs, and the Fade. Moiraine Sedai in the Light's name? Why did they come to Emond's Field? The Aes Sedai's head turned sharply, her gaze piercing the shadows where Rand hid. Her eyes held the same chilling intensity as when she had confronted them before, and he felt certain they could see right through the leather-leaf branches. Light, what will she do if she catches me? He tried to shrink back, but a gnarled root caught his boot. Stumbling, he barely avoided crashing into a thicket of dead brush that would have announced him with a sound like thunder. Heart hammering against his ribs, he scrambled away on hands and knees, his retreat more luck than skill. fool spying on an Aes Sedai. Back at the camp, he slipped silently among the sleeping forms. Lan stirred as Rand dropped to the ground and pulled his blanket up, but the warder only sighed in his sleep and settled. Rand let out a long, quiet breath. A moment later, Moiraine appeared at the edge of the moonlight, a pale silhouette studying the still shapes. Rand shut his eyes, forcing his breathing into a slow rhythm, listening for any step in his direction. None came. When he looked again, she was gone. Sleep, when it finally found him, was restless and fevered. He dreamed a chaotic Eamon's field where every man declared himself the dragon reborn and every woman wore a blue gem like Moiraine's, their eyes gleaming with secret knowledge. He did not attempt to eavesdrop again. The slow trek dragged on into the 6th day. The sun offered little heat as it dipped toward the forest canopy, a few wispy clouds hanging in the northern sky. A sudden, stronger gust of wind made Rand clutch his cloak tighter, grumbling under his breath. He was beginning to doubt they would ever reach Baerlon. The ground they had covered since leaving the river felt immense, yet Lan dismissed each inquiry with the same infuriating calm, calling it a mere stroll. It left Rand feeling utterly disoriented. Lan emerged from the trees ahead, his scouting done, and guided his horse next to Moiraine's, their heads leaning close in quiet conversation. Rand scowled, but held his tongue. Asking the warder for details was always pointless. Of the others, only Egwene seemed to note Lan's return, and she wisely kept her distance. While Moiraine had started treating her as a leader among the Eamon's Field youths, that authority vanished when Lan reported. Perrin rode in a heavy silence, Mat's bow across his saddle, a mood that was settling over all of them the farther they travelled from home. The plodding pace of the horses allowed Mat to juggle 3 stones. His efforts watched closely by Tom Merrilin, who had been giving nightly lessons alongside Lan's training. When Lan finished speaking, Moiraine turned in her saddle to look back at the group. Rand fought the urge to tense as her gaze passed over him. Did it hesitate on him a fraction longer? A sickening suspicion crept in. She knew. She had to know it was him listening in the dark that night. "Hey, Rand!" Mat's shout broke his thoughts. "I'm up to 4 now." Rand gave a half-hearted wave without turning. "Told you I'd beat you. Whoa, look." They had crested a gentle rise below them. No more than a mile through the bare trees and lengthening evening shadows lay Baerlon, Rand's breath caught, a stunned smile fighting with sheer astonishment. A massive log wall, easily 20 feet high, encircled the town, studded with wooden watchtowers. Inside, slate and tile rooftops caught the last of the sun's light, and countless plumes of smoke rose from what seemed like hundreds of chimneys. Not a single thatched roof was in sight. A wide road entered from the east and another from the west, each dotted with wagons and ox carts lumbering toward the gates. Farms dotted the landscape, mostly to the north, but to Rand they might as well have been invisible. It's larger than Emond's Field, Watch Hill and Devon Ride combined, he thought, and maybe throws in Terran Ferry for good measure. "So, that's a city," Mat whispered, straining forward over his horse's neck. Perrin just shook his head slowly. "How do that many folks live in one spot without driving each other mad?" Egwene was silent, simply staring. Tom shot a glance at Mat, then rolled his eyes with a puff of air that stirred his moustaches. "City," he snorted, with clear derision. "And you, Rand?" Moiraine's voice was calm. "What do you think of your first sight of Baerlon?" "I think it's a long way from the 2 rivers," he said after a moment, which earned a sharp, humourless laugh from Mat. "You have further to go yet," Moiraine replied, her tone leaving no room for debate. "Much further. There is no other path unless you wish to spend your brief remaining lives in flight and hiding. Remember that when the road grows difficult, you have no choice in this." Rand exchanged a look with Mat and Perrin. Their grim expressions mirrored his own thoughts. How could she speak of choice after everything she'd said and done? The Aes Sedai had made their choices for them. Moiraine continued as if their silent rebellion was of no consequence. The danger begins anew here. Mind your words within those walls. Speak not of Trollocs or Halfmen or any such creatures. You must not even allow yourselves to think of the Dark One. The people of Baerlon held even less affection for Aes Sedai than those of Eamon's Field, and whispers of dark friends in the city were not uncommon. Egwene drew a sharp breath, Perrin grumbled something low, and Mat's complexion went ashen. Moiraine, however, remained utterly composed. "We must avoid drawing eyes to ourselves," she stated calmly. Lan was already swapping his remarkable cloak of shifting hues for a more commonplace, though well-tailored brown one, stuffing the distinctive garment into a saddlebag. "Within these walls, we use other names," Moiraine instructed. "I am Alice, Lan is Andra. Do not forget, satisfied," she added. "Now, let us reach the shelter of the walls before full dark, the gates seal at sunset." Lan guided them down the hillside through the thickening woods toward the formidable log wall. The road wound past several distant farms where figures finishing evening tasks paid the travellers no mind, ending finally at massive wooden gates reinforced with broad bands of black iron. They were already shut fast, despite the lingering daylight. Lan rode close to the wall and gave a sharp pull to a worn rope hanging beside the gate. A bell clanged on the other side. Moments later, a weathered face under a battered cap appeared high above, peering suspiciously between the sawed-off ends of the logs. "What's this then, eh? Too late in the day for opening up, I tell you. Be off to the Whitebridge Gate if you've a mind to." Moiraine nudged her mare forward into the man's line of sight. Instantly, his wrinkles rearranged into a gap-toothed smile, and he fidgeted, torn between protocol and recognition. "I didn't know it was you, mistress. You wait right there."
"I'm coming down, I am. Just you wait."
The head vanished, but Rand could hear muffled, urgent shouts, promising a swift descent. With a protesting groan of long-isdined hinges, the right-hand gate slowly swung outward, stopping just wide enough for a single horse to pass. The gatekeeper popped his head into the gap, flashed his sparse smile, and scurried back. Moiraine and Lan entered, with Egwene close behind. Rand urged Cloud through after Baela, finding himself in a narrow lane, flanked by high wooden fences and windowless warehouses, their broad doors securely barred. Moiraine and Lan had already dismounted to speak with the wrinkled gatekeeper, so Rand swung down from his saddle. The small man, clad in a much-patched cloak, clutched his crumpled cap and bobbed his head with each word. He peered at the others dismounting and shook his head with a grin. "Down country folk, eh?"
"Why, Mistress Alice, you taken up collecting farmhands with straw in their hair?" His gaze fell on Tom Merrilin. "You're no sheep farmer. I remember you gleeman let you through days back. Their local ale not suit your taste, or did your juggling balls roll away?" "I trust you remembered to forget our passing, Master Avin," Lan said, pressing a coin into the man's free hand. "Both our exit and our return. No call for that, Master Andra. No call. You were more than generous before."
Nevertheless, Avin made the coin disappear with a deftness that rivaled any performer. "My lips are sealed. Especially around those white cloaks," he finished, his expression darkening. He started to spit, caught Moiraine's eye, and thought better of it. Rand kept his surprise to himself, and the others followed suit, though Mat looked fit to burst. Children of the Light, Rand thought with a jolt. Merchant tales varied wildly about them, from praise to outright loathing, but every story agreed on one thing. Their hatred for Aes Sedai rivaled their zeal against dark friends. A cold knot formed in his stomach. Was this the first ripple of the trouble Moiraine had warned them about? "The children are in Baerlon?" Lan's voice was a blade of cold iron. "They certainly are." The gatekeeper agreed with a nod. "They arrived the very day you departed, if I remember right. Nobody here has any love for them, though most keep it to themselves, naturally. Have they given a reason for their presence?" Moiraine pressed, her focus sharp. "A reason, my lady?" Avin was so surprised he forgot his usual deference. "Well, of course they have. Ah, but I forgot. You've been in the rural south, probably heard nothing but sheep. They claim it's because of the troubles in Keeldon. This dragon fellow, or the man who names himself such. They say he's raising chaos, which I don't doubt, and they're here to crush it. Only he's down in Keeldon, not here in Baerlon. Just an excuse to poke their noses where they don't belong. If you ask me, they've already marked a few doors with the dragon's fang." He spat to emphasize his disgust. "Have they made much trouble?" Lan asked. Avin shook his head emphatically. "Not for lack of wanting, I'd wager, but the governor trusts them about as much as I do. He won't allow more than 10 inside the walls at once, and doesn't that just frost their cloaks? The rest are camped a few miles north, bothering the local farmers, I imagine. The ones who come in just strut around in those white cloaks, sneering at decent folk. Walk in the light, they say, like it's a command. They've nearly brawled with teamsters, miners, smelters, even the city watch a time or two. But the governor insists on peace, so peace we've had. If they're hunting evil, why aren't they up in Saldea? I hear there's trouble brewing there, or down in Gildan itself. Word is there was a massive battle down south, truly massive." Moiraine let out a quiet breath. "I had heard the Aes Sedai were bound for Gildan." "That they were, my lady," Avin said, bobbing his head again. "They went, right enough, and that's what sparked the fighting, or so they tell it. Some say Aes Sedai were killed. Maybe all of them. Now, I know some folks mistrust Aes Sedai, but who else is going to stop a false dragon? And then there's those madmen who think they can be male Aes Sedai or whatever. What of them? Though some are saying, not the white cloaks, mind you, and not me, but some whisper that maybe this fellow in Gildan truly is the dragon reborn. They say he can wield the one power. He's got thousands following him now." "Do not be foolish," Lan cut in sharply, and Avin's expression turned wounded. "I'm only repeating what I've heard, Master Andra. Just hearsay. They say he's marching his army east and south toward Tyr." His voice dropped, thick with implication. "They say he's named them the People of the Dragon." "Names hold little weight," Moiraine replied evenly. Betraying no reaction to the news, "You could call your mule People of the Dragon if it pleased you." "Not likely, my lady," Avin said, with a nervous chuckle. "Not with white cloaks about that certain. I doubt anyone would take kindly to a name like that." "I see your point, but no, my lady, not my mule." "A prudent choice," Moiraine said. "Now we must be on our way, and don't you worry," Avin added with a deep bow. "I haven't seen a soul." He scurried to the heavy gate and began heaving it shut with quick, earnest pulls. "Haven't seen anyone, haven't seen anything." The gate slammed closed, and he dropped the locking bar into place with a rope pulley. "In fact, this gate hasn't been opened in days." "May the light shine on you, Avin," Moiraine said. She led the party away from the wall. Rand glanced back once and saw Avin still standing there, seemingly polishing a coin with the hem of his cloak and smiling to himself. The narrow dirt street, barely wide enough for 2 wagons, was deserted, lined with silent warehouses and the occasional tall wooden fence. For a while, Rand walked beside the gleeman, the quiet of the empty lane feeling heavier than before them. What was all that talk about Tyr and the People of the Dragon? Tyr is that city way down on the Sea of Storms, right? "The Carry-Ethan cycle," Tom replied sharply. Rand blinked in recognition. The prophecies of the dragon. Nobody tells those kinds of stories back in the 2 Rivers. Definitely not in Eamon's field. The wisdom would have their hide if they tried.
I imagine she would, Tom said with a dry chuckle.
He shot a look ahead at Moiraine walking with Lan, confirming she was out of earshot before continuing. Tyr is the biggest port on the Sea of Storms, and it's guarded by the Stone of Tyr. They say that fortress was the first one built after the world was broken, and in all these centuries no army has ever taken it, though plenty have tried. One prophecy claims the stone will never fall until the people of the dragon come to it. Another says it won't fall until the dragon's hand wields the sword that cannot be touched. Tom's expression soured. The stone falling will be one of the big signs that the dragon has been reborn. I pray the thing stands until I'm long gone. The sword that cannot be touched. That's what it says. I've no idea if it's actually a sword. Whatever it is, it's kept in the heart of the stone, the innermost stronghold. Only the High Lords of Tyr are allowed in there, and they never breathe a word about what's inside. Certainly not to wandering gleemen. Rand frowned, turning the puzzle over in his mind. So the stone can't fall until the dragon uses the sword, but how can he do that unless the stone has already fallen? Is the dragon supposed to be a High Lord of Tyr? Not a chance of that, the gleeman said wryly. Tyr despises anything connected to the One Power even more than Amador does, and Amador is the home of the Children of the Light. Then how can the prophecy ever come true? Rand pressed. I'd be happy if the dragon never returned, but a prophecy that can't be fulfilled is pointless. It sounds like a tale meant to make people believe he never will come back. Is that it? You certainly have a head full of questions, lad, Tom remarked. A prophecy that was simple to fulfill wouldn't be worth much now, would it? Abruptly, his tone shifted to one of relief. Well, we've arrived wherever here happens to be. Lan had halted beside a section of wooden fence that looked no different from the rest they'd passed. He worked his dagger blade between two boards. With a soft grunt of success, he pulled, and a section of the fence swung inward like a hidden gate. It was a gate, Rand realized, meant to be opened only from the inside, given the metal latch Lan had tripped with his blade. Moiraine went through without hesitation, leading her mare. Lan gestured for the others to follow and brought up the rear, shutting the gate behind them. On the other side, Rand found himself in the stable-yard of an inn. A clamour of noise spilled from the kitchen. But what truly caught his attention was the sheer size of the place. It sprawled over more than twice the ground of the Winespring Inn and rose 4 stories into the darkening sky. Well over half its windows already glowed with light in the gathering dusk. He marvelled at a city that could host so many visitors. They had barely stepped fully into the yard when 3 men in stained aprons emerged from the stable's wide, arched doors. One, a lean fellow who wasn't holding a manure fork, hurried forward, waving his arms. "Hold on! You can't come in that way! You'll have to go around to the front!" Lan's hand moved toward his purse, but before he could act, another man, as portly as Master Alver, bustled out from the inn. Tufts of hair framed his ears, and his spotless white apron might as well have been a sign declaring him the innkeeper. "It's quite all right, Much," the newcomer said. "These are expected guests." "See to their horses. Now, good care," Rand muttered, though the stableman only gave a sullen nod and knuckled his forehead before waving his companions over. They hurried to pull down their saddlebags and bidrolls while the innkeeper turned to Moiraine. He offered her a deep, respectful bow, his round face breaking into a genuine smile. "Welcome, Mistress Alice, and Master Andra. It's truly good to see you both again. I've missed your fine conversations, I have. I must admit, I worried after you, heading down country with the weather so wild and wolves howling right up to the walls after dark." He clapped his hands against his belly and chuckled. "Listen to me prattle on instead of getting you inside. Come in, come in. You'll be wanting hot meals and warm beds, and the best in Baerlon are right here. The very best, I promise you, and hot baths as well, I trust, Master Fitch." Moiraine asked. Egwene echoed the sentiment with a fervent, "Oh, yes."
"Baths," the innkeeper exclaimed. "Why, just the hottest and finest in all of Baerlon. Welcome to the Stag and Lion. Welcome." Inside, the inn was a whirlwind of activity, even busier than the noise from the street had suggested. The party from Eamon's Field followed Master Fitch through the back door, weaving through a constant stream of servers in long aprons, who balanced platters of food and trays of drink high above the crowd.
They murmured quick apologies, but never slowed their hurried pace. One man took a rapid order from the innkeeper and darted away at a run. "I'm afraid the inn is near full to the rafters," Master Fitch told Moiraine as they moved. "Every lodging in town is the same. After the winter we had, well, as soon as the passes cleared enough, we were inundated. Yes, that's the word. Inundated by miners and smeltermen coming down from the mountains, all of them telling horrible tales, wolves and worse. The sort of stories men tell after being cooped up all season. I sometimes think there's no one left up there at all. We have so many here, but never you fear. Things may be crowded, but I'll do my very best for you and Master Undra. And your friends, of course." He glanced curiously at Rand and the others. Their clothes marked them as country folk, and Tom's gleeman cloak made him an odd companion indeed for the well-dressed pair. You may rest assured of it. Rand stared at the bustling crowd and tried to avoid being stepped on, though the servers moved with a practiced grace that made collisions unlikely. He found himself thinking of how Master Alver and his wife managed the Winespring Inn back home, sometimes with a little help from their daughters, a far cry from this organized chaos. Mat and Perrin were both craning their necks, their interest pulled toward the common room. Whenever the wide door at the hall's end swung open, a wave of laughter, singing, and jovial shouting rolled out. Muttering something about catching up on the news, the warder slipped grimly through that swinging door and was swallowed by the merriment. Rand felt a tug to follow, but the desire for a bath was stronger. He could handle people and laughter better once he was clean. Mat and Perrin clearly felt the same. Mat was scratching surreptitiously at his neck. On a whim, Perrin mentioned he'd heard a travelling peddler in the next town over had been selling a soap that smelled of pine and cold springs, a small luxury they all could have used. Right then, Master Fitch, Moiraine said, her voice cutting through the noise, "I understand there are children of the light in Baerlon. Is there likely to be trouble?" "Oh, never you worry about them, Mistress Alice," the innkeeper replied, spreading his plump hands. "They're up to their usual tricks, claiming there's an Aes Sedai in the town." Moiraine merely lifted an eyebrow, and he hurried on. "Don't you fret. They've tried this before. There's no Aes Sedai in Baerlon, and the governor knows it perfectly well. The Whitecloaks just think if they parade some woman they claim is Aes Sedai in front of everyone, people will swing the gates wide and let them all inside the walls. It's all politics and posturing, nothing more. Most folks understand the true nature of the Whitecloaks and stand with the governor. No one wishes to see an innocent woman harmed just to give those so-called children a reason to stir up trouble." "That is a relief to hear," Moiraine replied, her tone flat. She rested a hand on the innkeeper's sleeve. "Tell me, is Min still in the city? I would very much like to speak with her." Master Fitch's response was drowned out as attendants arrived to show them to the bathing chambers. Moiraine and Egwene disappeared with a cheerful, round-faced woman carrying a stack of towels, while Rand and his companions followed a slender, dark-haired man named Ara. Rand attempted to make conversation about Baerlon, but Ara was a man of few words, only commenting that Rand's way of speaking was odd. Any further thought of talk vanished from Rand's mind when he saw the bath chamber. A dozen tall copper tubs were arranged in a ring on the tiled floor, which angled gently toward a central drain. A thick folded towel, and a large cake of yellow soap waited on a stool behind each one. Along one wall, black iron cauldrons heated water over fires, and a roaring blaze in a deep fireplace on the opposite wall filled the stone room with a heavy, welcome warmth, almost as fine as the Winespring Inn back home, Perrin said, with a loyalty that somewhat ignored reality. Tom let out a short laugh, and Matt snickered. "Sounds like we accidentally brought a Coplin along with us." Rand shed his cloak and clothes as Ara began filling 4 of the tubs. The others were quick to follow, making piles of their travel-worn garments on the stools. Once they were undressed, Ara brought each a bucket of scalding water and a dipper. His task complete, he took a seat on a stool by the door, arms crossed, seeming to retreat into his own thoughts. For a time, the only sounds were the splash of water and sighs of relief as they used the dippers to wash away a week's worth of dirt and road dust. Then came the slow, exquisite process of easing into the tubs themselves. Ara had made the water so hot that sinking into it was a gradual, luxurious surrender. The air grew thick with steam and heat. A deep, contented silence settled over them, broken only by the occasional long, relaxed breath as knotted muscles finally unwound, and a bone-deep chill they had almost grown used to was slowly drawn out. It was a perfect, mindless peace until Ara's voice cut through the haze. "Need anything else?" he asked abruptly. His own accent was so thick his words seemed to blur together. "More towels, more hot water." "Nothing," Tom declared in his rich, carrying voice. Eyes closed, he gave a languid wave. "Go, enjoy your evening. Your service will be remembered and rewarded suitably later." He slid deeper until only his eyes and nose were above the waterline. Ara's gaze drifted to the stools holding their belongings. He glanced at the bow, but stared longest at Rand's sword and Perrin's axe. "Is there trouble down in your parts too?" he said suddenly. "In the rivers, or whatever it's called. It's the 2 rivers," Matt said, emphasizing each word. "The 2 rivers. As for trouble, well, what do you mean to?" Rand asked, the comfort of the bath momentarily forgotten. "Is there some kind of trouble here?" Perrin, blissfully submerged, merely murmured, "Good, good." Tom lifted his head slightly and opened his eyes. "Here?" Ara gave a derisive snort. "Trouble? A few miners brawling in the streets before dawn isn't trouble, or—" He stopped, studying them for a long moment. "I meant the Keelden kind of trouble," he finished. "No, I suppose not. Nothing but sheep down your way, right?" "No offense. I just meant it's peaceful there. Still, it's been a strange winter. Strange things spotted up in the mountains. Just the other day I heard a tale that there were Trollocs up in Saldea. But that's the borderlands for you, isn't it?" he finished, his mouth hanging open a moment before he snapped it shut, looking surprised at his own outburst. Rand stiffened at the mention of Trollocs, disguising his reaction by wringing out his washcloth over his head. As the man continued, he forced himself to relax, though not everyone was so careful with their words. "Trollocs?" Matt laughed, a little too loudly. Rand flicked water at him, but Matt just grinned and wiped his face. "Let me tell you a thing or two about Trollocs." For the first time since settling into his tub, Tom's voice cut through the steam. "I'd rather you didn't. I grow weary of hearing my own tales mangled and served back to me." "He's a gleeman," Perrin offered, earning a dismissive glance from the attendant, Ara. "I saw the cloak," Ara said. "Will you be performing?" "Hold on a minute," Matt protested. "What's this about me mangling stories? Are you all—" "You just don't tell them with Tom's skill," Rand interrupted quickly, and Perrin jumped in to support him. "You're always adding bits, trying to improve them, and it never works. And you get the details all tangled up," Rand added. "Best to leave the storytelling to the master." They were talking over each other so rapidly that Ara could only gape at them. Matt stared too, as if his friends had lost their minds. Rand was desperately trying to think of a way to silence him without a physical struggle when the door burst open. Lan entered, his brown cloak draped over one shoulder, letting in a rush of cooler air that briefly parted the heavy mist.
"Well," the warder said, rubbing his hands together, "this is precisely what I've been waiting for."
Ara moved to fetch a bucket, but Lan waved him off. "No, I'll manage for myself." He dropped his cloak on a stool, then firmly ushered the protesting attendant out of the room and shut the door. He paused, listening intently, before turning back. His voice turned hard, and his gaze fixed on Matt like a blade. "It's fortunate I returned when I did, farm boy. Do the warnings you receive mean nothing to you?" "I didn't do anything wrong," Matt insisted. "I was only going to tell him about the Trollocs, not about," his words trailed off as he shrank back from Lan's piercing stare, pressing flat against the tub. "Do not speak of Trollocs," Lan stated, his tone grim. "Do not even think of them." With a sound of frustration, he began filling a tub for himself.
"By the light, you had better remember, the Dark One has eyes and ears in the most unexpected places. If the children of the light caught wind that Trollocs were hunting you, they'd be itching to get their hands on you. To them, that alone would mark you a dark friend. This may not be the life you're accustomed to, but until we reach our destination, keep your circle of trust small. Rely only on Mistress Alice or myself, unless instructed otherwise."
At the emphasized use of Myraine's alias, Matt visibly winced. "There was something that man wouldn't tell us earlier," Rand ventured. "Something he thought spelled trouble, but he wouldn't say what." "Likely the children," Lan replied, pouring more hot water. "Most sensible folks see them as trouble. Some don't, of course, and he didn't know you well enough to take the risk. For all he knew, you might have gone running straight to the White Cloaks." Rand shook his head. This place was already shaping up to be worse than anything Terran Ferry could have offered. An unexpected memory flashed through his mind, a fleeting image of a simpler time, watching the wine-spring water flow without a care, a stark contrast to the tension now coiling in the room. "He mentioned there were Trollocs in Saldea, wasn't it?" Perrin said. Lan slammed his empty bucket to the floor with a crash. "You simply cannot help yourselves, can you? There are always Trollocs in the borderlands, Blacksmith. Get this through your head. We need to attract no more attention than mice in a fallow field. Focus on that. Myrraine intends to deliver you all to Tar Valon alive, and I will see it done if it is possible. But if any harm comes to her because of your carelessness—" He left the threat hanging, heavy in the damp air. The remainder of their bathing passed in total silence, as did the process of dressing afterward. When they finally filed out of the bath chamber, they found Myrraine waiting at the end of the hallway, conversing quietly with a slender girl who was barely taller than she was. At least, Rand believed it was a girl, despite her short-cropped dark hair and the man's shirt and trousers she wore. Myrraine spoke a few quiet words, and the girl shot a sharp glance toward the men before nodding quickly and slipping away. "Well now," Myrraine said as they approached, "I imagine a proper bath has left you all quite hungry. Master Fitch has been kind enough to offer us a private dining room." She continued chatting lightly as she turned to lead them, remarking on their accommodations, the unusual crowding in the town, and how the innkeeper had shyly hoped Tom might grace the common room later with a tune or a tale. She made no further mention of the mysterious figure, whoever it had been. The private dining room held a polished oak table surrounded by a dozen chairs with a thick rug softening the floorboards. As they entered, Egwene, her hair washed and gleaming, combed out over her shoulders, turned from warming her hands at the crackling hearth fire. Rand had spent the long, silent time in the bathhouse deep in thought. Lan's repeated warnings against trust, coupled with Aram's visible fear of them, had driven home just how isolated they truly were. It appeared they could rely on no one but themselves, and even his trust in Myrraine and Lan felt uncertain. Only themselves. And yet Egwene was still Egwene. Moiraine insisted this touching of the true source would have happened to her regardless. She had no control over it, which meant none of it was truly her fault. She remained, at her core, the same person. He started to form an apology, but Egwene stiffened and deliberately turned her back before a single word could leave his lips. Frowning at her rigid posture, he swallowed the words unsaid. Fine, then. If she's determined to be this way, there's nothing I can do about it. Just then Master Fitch bustled into the room, trailed by 4 women in long white aprons matching his own. One carried a platter bearing 3 roast chickens, while the others held silverware, pottery dishes and lidded bowls. The women began swiftly laying out the meal as the innkeeper bowed to Moiraine. My apologies, Mistress Alice, for keeping you waiting with the inn so packed. It's a wonder anyone gets served at all. I'm afraid the fare isn't what it ought to be either. Just these chickens, some turnips and chickpeas, and a bit of cheese to follow. No, it's not at all what I would wish to offer. I do sincerely apologize. It is a feast, Moiraine replied with a warm smile. For such troubled times, Master Fitch, this is indeed a feast. The innkeeper bowed again. His wispy hair stuck out in every direction, as though he constantly ran anxious hands through it, making the gesture almost comical. Yet his grin was so genuine that anyone smiling would be sharing his good humour, not mocking him. Thank you, Mistress Alice. Thank you kindly. As he straightened, he frowned and dabbed at an imaginary speck of dust on the table with his apron corner. It's not what I could have set before you a year ago, of course. Not by a long shot. This bitter winter, yes, the winter, my cellars are growing bare, and the market's nearly empty. And who can blame the farmers? Who? There's no telling when they'll bring in another harvest. No telling at all. Wolves are taking the mutton and beef that ought to be on folks' tables, and abruptly he seemed to remember such talk was hardly fitting for putting guests at ease. Listen to me ramble, full of old wind, that's what I am, old wind. Mari, Cinder, let these good people enjoy their meal in peace. He made shooing motions toward the serving women, and as they hurried out, turned back to bow once more to Moiraine. I hope you find the meal to your liking, Mistress Alice. If you need anything else, you have only to speak. Only to speak. It is a true pleasure serving you and Master Andra, a true pleasure. With a final deep bow, he was gone, shutting the door softly behind him. Lan had been leaning against the wall through the whole exchange, appearing half asleep. Now he moved in a flash, crossing to the door in 2 long strides. He pressed his ear firmly against the wooden door, holding his breath for a slow count to 30. Satisfied, he yanked the door open and peered into the hallway. They've moved on, he announced, finally closing the door and turning back to the room. We can speak freely now. I understand your warning about trust, Egwene began, but if you have doubts about the innkeeper, why remain under his roof? I doubt him no more and no less than any other soul we might encounter, Lan replied, his voice a low rumble. Until the towers of Tar Valon are in sight, I will suspect everyone. Once there, perhaps I'll only suspect half. Rand almost smiled, thinking the warder had made a grim joke, but Lan's expression was carved from stone, utterly serious. He truly would distrust people, even in the White Tower's shadow. Was there any place in the world that was truly secure? He is being overly cautious, Moiraine said. Her tone meant to soothe. Master Fitch is a decent man, honest in his dealings, but he enjoys conversation, and even with the best intentions, a careless word might find the wrong listener. In my experience, there is no inn where at least half the serving girls don't eavesdrop at keyholes and trade gossip more than they tidy rooms. Now come, let us sit before our supper is completely chilled. They arranged themselves around the table, Moiraine at its head and Lan at the foot. For a time, the only sounds were of serving and eating. After days of journey rations, stale bread and tough salted meat, the warm meal felt like a king's banquet. Eventually, Moiraine broke the comfortable silence. What news did you gather below? Forks and knives paused mid-air as all attention shifted to the warder. "Little that brings comfort," Lan stated. "The peddlers' tales were true as far as common gossip goes. A battle was fought in Gildan, and Loghain emerged the victor. The stories vary wildly, but on that point they all agree. Loghain." So that was the name of the false dragon. It was the first time Rand had heard him called anything other than a title. Lan spoke the name with a familiarity that suggested more than passing knowledge. "And the A's Sedai?" Moiraine asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lan gave a slight shake of his head. "It is unclear. Some claim they were all slain. Others say none fell. There are even wild whispers that some have joined his cause." He let out a derisive breath. "Nothing is reliable, and I thought it unwise to appear too interested. Indeed," Moiraine murmured. "Little that is good." She took a steadying breath and refocused on the table. "And what of our own situation? There the tidings are better. No strange events, no unfamiliar faces that might hint at a Murdrol's presence, and certainly no sign of Trollocs. The White Cloaks are preoccupied, attempting to cause difficulties for Governor Adan due to his refusal to cooperate. They will pay us no mind unless we deliberately draw their attention." "Good," Moiraine said. "That aligns with what the maid from the baths mentioned. Gossip does occasionally serve a purpose." She then addressed the entire group. "Our road ahead is still long, but the past week has been arduous. I propose we stay here tonight and tomorrow night, departing early on the following morning." The younger members of the party couldn't hide their grins. A city awaited them for the first time. Moiraine allowed a small smile, but added, "What does Master Andras say to this plan?" Lan fixed them with a flat, appraising stare. "It is acceptable, provided they remember my instructions for once." Tom snorted, his moustaches quivering. "Turning these country youths loose in a proper city?" He shook his head, another dismissive snort escaping him. Due to the inn's crowding, they secured only 3 rooms, 1 for Moiraine and Egwene, and 2 for the men. Rand ended up in a cramped chamber on the 4th floor at the rear with Lan and Tom tucked right under the slanted eaves. A single small window looked down on the stable yard. Night had fully fallen, and light from the inn's common room spilled into the yard below. The room was small to begin with, and the addition of a narrow extra cot for Tom made it feel even more confined. Rand tested his bed by dropping onto it. The mattress was unforgiving. This was clearly not the inn's finest accommodation. Tom remained only long enough to unpack his flute and harp, then departed, already rehearsing dramatic gestures for his performance. Lan followed him out. Alone for a moment, Rand shifted on the unyielding bed, a strange restlessness settling over him. The sheer noise of the city, so different from the quiet fields of home, buzzed just beyond the walls, a constant reminder of how far they were from anything familiar. Just a week earlier, the mere rumour of a gleeman's arrival would have sent him hurtling downstairs like a dropped stone. But after hearing Tom's tales night after night, with the promise of more tomorrow and the next day, the urgency had faded. A scalding bath had finally unwound knots in his muscles he'd believed were permanent, and his first proper meal in days filled him with a heavy, drowsy contentment. Half asleep, he idly wondered whether Lan truly had crossed paths with the false dragon, Loghain. A distant, muffled cheer rose from the common room below. Thom must have made his entrance, but Rand was already drifting away before the sound fully reached him. The stone corridor was swallowed in gloom, empty save for himself. He couldn't pinpoint the source of the faint, sourceless light. The bare grey walls held no torch or candle. The air hung thick and damp, and somewhere far off came the steady, lonely plonk of dripping water. This was certainly not the inn. Frowning, he rubbed his temple. An inn. His head throbbed, and thoughts slipped through his fingers like sand. There had been something about an inn. The memory dissolved before he could grasp it. His mouth felt parched, his throat gritty with thirst. That relentless dripping decided for him. With no other guide, he began to walk toward the sound. The hallway stretched onward, featureless except for pairs of rough, splintered doors spaced evenly along the walls. The shadows retreated ahead, always keeping their distance, and the dripping never grew closer. After what felt like an age, he pushed open one of the doors. The chamber beyond was hewn from grim stone. A series of arched openings led to a balcony, and beyond it churned a sky that defied nature. Striated clouds in bruised blacks, murky greys, and violent reds streamed past as if lashed by a perpetual storm, weaving into patterns no living eye should witness. He tore his gaze away, but the room offered no comfort. Its walls curved at unnatural angles, as if melted carelessly from rock, and columns rose from the floor like stone growths. A fire roared on the hearth like a blacksmith's forge, yet it gave off no warmth. The fireplace itself was built from smooth, wet-looking oval stones, stones that, when glimpsed from the corner of his eye, twisted into human faces contorted in silent agony. Ordinary high-backed chairs and a polished table only made the rest seem more alien. A single mirror hung on one wall, but it refused to show his reflection. Where his face should have been was only a blurred smudge. A man stood before the fireplace. Rand was certain he hadn't been there a moment before. It was as though the man had simply appeared when looked upon. Dressed in finely tailored dark clothes, he seemed in his prime, handsome in a way Rand imagined would draw attention. "We meet face to face once again," the man said, and for a fleeting instant his eyes and mouth became pits of endless, ravenous flame. With a strangled cry, Rand threw himself backward out of the room, stumbling across the hall until he crashed against the opposite door. It swung open under his weight. As he caught himself on the handle, he found himself staring, horrified, into an identical stone chamber, with the same impossible sky beyond its arches, and the same cold fireplace waiting within you. "Won't escape me so simply," the man stated. Rand twisted away, scrambling backward out of the chamber, attempting to find his footing without losing momentum. This time, no hallway greeted him. He froze in a half-crouch not far from the gleaming table and forced his gaze toward the figure by the hearth. It was preferable to staring at the fireplace stones or that impossible sky. "This is a dream," he declared. Straightening up, behind him he heard the definitive click of the door shutting. "It's some sort of nightmare." He squeezed his eyes shut, concentrating on the idea of waking. When he was a boy, the village healer had claimed that if you could manage that in a bad dream, it would break. The healer! What? If only his thoughts would stop slipping away, if only the pounding in his skull would cease, then maybe he could think clearly. He opened his eyes. The room remained unchanged, the balcony, the sky, the man by the fire. "Is it a dream?" the man inquired. "Does it truly matter?" For an instant his mouth and eyes again became windows into a boundless, raging furnace. His tone never shifted. He didn't even seem aware it was happening. Rand flinched but stifled a yell. "This is a dream. It has to be." Even so, he retreated until his back pressed against the door, his eyes locked on the figure by the flames, and tried the handle. It refused to turn. The door was locked. "You appear parched," the man by the fire observed. "Drink." Upon the table now sat a goblet, gleaming gold and adorned with rubies and amethysts. It had not been there a moment before. Rand wished he could control his flinching. "It's only a dream." His mouth felt like sand. "I am a bit," he admitted, picking up the goblet. The man leaned forward intently, a hand resting on the back of a chair, watching him. The scent of spiced wine acutely reminded Rand of his thirst, as if he'd gone days without a drop. "Have I?" With the wine halfway to his lips, he halted. Tendrils of smoke were curling up from the chair back between the man's fingers. and those eyes watched him with a piercing, flickering intensity, flames dancing rapidly within them. Rand wet his lips and set the goblet back down, untouched. "I'm not as thirsty as I thought." The man straightened abruptly, his face a blank mask. His disappointment couldn't have been more palpable if he'd shouted. Rand wondered what was in the wine, a foolish question, of course. This was all a dream. Then why won't it end? "What do you want?" he demanded. "Who are you?" Fire erupted in the man's eyes and mouth. Rand could almost hear its roar. "Some name me Ba'al-Zamon." Suddenly, Rand was at the door again, wrenching desperately at the handle. All notion of dreams evaporated. The dark one, the handle wouldn't budge, but he kept twisting. "Are you the one?" Ba'al-Zamon said abruptly. "You cannot conceal it from me indefinitely. You cannot hide yourself from me, not on the tallest peak or in the blackest cavern. I know you down to the finest hair." Rand turned to face the man, to face Ba'al-Zamon. He swallowed hard. A nightmare. He reached back to give the handle one final futile pull, then forced himself to stand straighter. "Are you anticipating glory?" Ba'al-Zamon said, a mocking edge entering his tone. "Power? Did they promise the eye of the world would bow to you? What glory or power exists for a puppet? The strings controlling you have been woven for centuries. Your father was selected by the White Tower like a prize stallion led to his duty. Your mother was merely a broodmare in their scheming, and those schemes lead only to your grave." Rand's hands clenched into fists. "My father is a good man. My mother was a good woman. Don't you speak of them." The flames seemed to laugh. "So there is some spark in you after all. Perhaps you are the one. It will do you little good. The Amarylline seat will use you until you are hollowed out, just as Davian was used, and Urien Stonebow, and Gwer Amerlasan, and Rowlin Darksbane. Just as Loghain is being used now, used until nothing of you remains." "I don't know." Rand shook his head. The brief flash of clarity that anger had sparked now completely vanished. He tried to grasp it again, but the path to that moment of lucidity was lost, his mind caught in a dizzying spiral. Desperate, he latched onto a single thought like a lifeline in a churning current. He forced the words out, his voice gaining strength as he spoke. "You are imprisoned in Sheol Ghul. You and all the Forsaken, bound by the Creator until the end of time itself." "The end of time?" Ba'al-Zamon's voice dripped with contempt. "You are an insect beneath a stone, convinced your damp little world is the entire cosmos. The death of time will grant me a dominion you cannot begin to fathom, you insignificant worm. You are bound. You are a fool. I have never been caged." The fires of his face blazed so intensely that Rand stumbled backward, raising his hands as a shield. The heat was so fierce it evaporated the sweat from his skin in an instant. "I was there, at the shoulder of Luz Therin Kinslayer, when he committed the act that earned his name. It was my whisper that guided him to slaughter his wife, his children, his entire line, and every soul who held his affection. I granted him that final moment of sanity to comprehend the horror of his actions. Have you ever heard a man scream until his very spirit shattered? He could have turned on me then. He would not have prevailed, but he could have tried. Instead, he drew upon the one power with such fury that the earth itself broke and heaved upward, forming Dragonmount as his tomb. A millennium later, I unleashed the Trollocs to sweep south. For 300 years they tore the world apart. The blind fools in Tar Valon claimed I was defeated, but the Second Covenant, the Pact of the 10 Nations, was shattered beyond repair. Who remained to challenge me then? I whispered into Artur Hawkwing's ear, and Aes Sedai fell across the land. I whispered again, and the High King sent his armies over the Arith Ocean, across the world sea, sealing 2 dooms, the end of his unified empire and a doom still waiting in the shadows. At his deathbed, I was present when his advisers pleaded that only Aes Sedai could save him. I spoke, and he sent those counsellors to the stake. I spoke, and the High King's final command was a fevered cry to destroy Tar Valon. When such titans could not withstand me, what hope does a tadpole in a muddy puddle have? You will serve me, or you will dangle from the strings of the Aes Sedai until your death, and then you will belong to me. The dead are mine. No, Rand whispered, his breath coming in short gasps. This is only a dream. It has to be. Do you imagine your dreams are a sanctuary from me? Look. Ba-al-Zaman commanded, pointing, and Rand's head turned against his will. He fought the motion, but his body would not obey. The goblet was gone from the table. In its place, a large rat crouched, blinking nervously at the light, its nose twitching. Ba-al-Zaman crooked a finger. With a pained squeak, the rat arched its back, front paws lifting as it wobbled on its hind legs. The finger curled further, and the rat toppled over, legs scrabbling at empty air, its squeals rising to a frantic pitch. Its spine bent backward, further and further, until a sickening snap, like a dry branch breaking, echoed in the room. The rat convulsed once, and then lay still, bent into a grotesque curve. Rand swallowed hard, his mouth dry. Anything is possible in a dream, he muttered, almost to himself. Hoping for the jolt of pain to wake him, he swung his fist back against the door again. His knuckles throbbed, but the dream held him fast. Then run to the Aes Sedai. Go to the White Tower and confess everything. Tell the Armelin seat about this dream. The man's laughter was a physical wave of heat against Rand's face. That is one path to escape their schemes. They will not dare use you then. But do you believe in your profound foolishness that they will let you live once you've revealed their secrets? The ashes of countless others like you are scattered on the slopes of Dragonmount. This is a dream, Rand repeated, his chest heaving. It's just a dream, and I'll wake up any second now. Will you? From the edge of his vision, he saw the man's hand shift, a single finger aiming directly at him. Is that what you think? The finger curled, and Rand cried out, his body bowing backward, as if pulled by an invisible wire, every muscle straining. Do you truly believe you'll ever wake again? Suddenly, he was jolting upright in the dark, his fingers clenched around fabric. A blanket. Faint moonlight filtered through the window, outlining the empty beds nearby. A ragged, soaring snore came from one, Tom Merrilin, lost in sleep. On the hearth, a few coals glowed faintly among the ashes. So it had been a dream, after all, a chaotic mix of everything he'd heard and done lately, tangled up with old stories and random, senseless fragments, much like that awful nightmare back at the Winespring Inn on Beltane. He tugged the blanket higher, but it wasn't the chill that made him shiver. His head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache. Maybe Moiraine could do something about these dreams. She had mentioned she could help with bad dreams. With a grunt, he lay back down. Were the dreams really bad enough to ask an Aes Sedai for help? Then again, what could he possibly do now to make his situation any worse? He'd already left the Two Rivers. He was travelling with an Aes Sedai. Not that he'd had any real choice in the matter. So did he have any choice now but to trust her? An Aes Sedai, just thinking about it tied his stomach in knots as badly as the dreams did. He curled under the blanket, trying to find the quiet, empty calm his father Tam had taught him. But sleep stayed stubbornly out of reach for a long time. Sunlight, sharp and bright, cut across his narrow bed and finally dragged Rand from a sleep that had been deep but far from peaceful. He yanked a pillow over his face, but it couldn't block the light, and a part of him didn't want to slip back under anyway. There had been more dreams after that first terrible one. He couldn't recall their details, only a lingering sense of dread, and he wanted no part of any more. He sighed, threw the pillow aside, and sat up, wincing as he stretched. All the aches from the road, which he'd thought were washed away in last night's bath, had returned with a vengeance. His head still pounded too. No surprise there. A dream like that was enough to give anyone a headache. The others had faded, but that first one clung to him. The other beds were empty. The light through the window came in at a steep angle. The sun was already well up. Back on the farm, he'd have eaten and been deep into his chores by now. He scrambled out of bed, irritation bubbling up, a whole city to see, and they hadn't even bothered to wake him. At least someone had left a pitcher of water, still lukewarm, by the washstand. He washed and dressed in a hurry, pausing when he saw Tam's sword. Lan and Tom had left their gear in the room, but the warder's own sword was gone. Lan had worn his blade in Eamon's field even before any trouble began. Rand decided to follow that example, telling himself it wasn't because he'd secretly daydreamed about walking a real city street with a sword at his hip, though, let's be honest, it totally was. He belted it on and slung his cloak over his shoulder like a sack. He took the stairs 2 at a time, heading for the kitchen. That was the fastest way to get some food, and on his one day in Berlon, he didn't want to waste another minute. They could have at least shaken me awake, he thought, a fresh wave of annoyance hitting him. Master Fitch was in the kitchen, engaged in what appeared to be a losing battle with a plump, flour-dusted woman who was clearly the cook. In fact, she was the one doing the confronting, jabbing a finger under the innkeeper's nose. Around them, serving girls, scullions, and kitchen boys bustled about their work, making a pointed effort not to notice the argument. "And my Ciri is an excellent mouser," the cook was declaring, her voice sharp.
"I won't hear a word said against him, do you understand? Sounds to me like you're complaining he does his job too well."
"I have had complaints," Master Fitch managed to interject weakly. "Several complaints, mistress. Half the guests were complaining, but Sarah would have none of it." "I refuse to listen to another word," she declared, her voice firm. "If they have a problem with my cat, they can prepare their own meals." "My poor old cat is only doing his duty, and the 2 of us will find a place where we're truly valued. You mark my words." She began untying her apron, lifting it over her head. Master Fitch let out a panicked cry and rushed to intervene. A clumsy dance ensued, with Sarah trying to remove the apron and the innkeeper desperately attempting to keep it on her. "Please, Sarah," he gasped, his face flushed. "There's absolutely no call for this. What would I ever do without you?" "Ciri is a wonderful cat, a truly excellent cat. He's the finest in all of Berlon. If anyone else dares to complain, I'll personally tell them to be grateful the cat is on the job. Yes, grateful you mustn't leave, Sarah. Listen to me." The cook finally halted their awkward circling and wrested her apron from his grasp. "Very well, then. All right." She held the apron bunched in her hands, making no move to put it back on. "But if you expect me to have anything ready for the midday meal, you'd better leave and let me get to work. This may be your inn, but it's my kitchen. Unless you'd prefer to handle the cooking yourself." She extended the apron toward him as if offering it. Master Fitch hastily retreated, his hands held up in surrender. He started to speak, then hesitated, finally noticing their audience. The kitchen staff continued to pointedly ignore the scene, and Rand became deeply engrossed in examining the contents of his coat pockets, which held little more than the coin from Moiraine, a few coppers, and some assorted trinkets, his pocket-knife, a sharpening stone, 2 spare bowstrings, and a length of ordinary string he'd saved. "I'm quite confident, Sarah," Master Fitch said, with careful deliberation, "that everything will meet your usual high standards." After casting one last wary glance at the kitchen help, he departed, attempting to salvage his dignity. Sarah waited until he was gone before briskly retying her apron. Her attention then settled on Rand. "I suppose you're here for something to eat, eh? Well, come on in." She offered him a quick, warm grin. "I don't bite, no matter what you might have just witnessed. Seal, Fetch this young man some bread, cheese, and milk. That's all that's ready at the moment. Have a seat, lad. Your friends have all gone out, except for one who wasn't feeling well, and I expect you'll be wanting to do the same. A serving maid brought a tray as Rand took a stool at the table. He began to eat while the cook returned to kneading her bread dough, but she kept talking. Pay no mind to what you saw. Master Fitch is a decent enough man, though men at their best are rarely a bargain. It's all these complaints that have him on edge. And what do they have to complain about? Would they prefer to discover live rats scampering about instead of dead ones? Although it isn't like Siri to leave his work lying around, and over a dozen of them, Siri wouldn't allow so many to get inside in the first place. This is a clean establishment, not some place plagued by such troubles. She gave the dough a firm thump, and all of them with their backs broken. She shook her head at the peculiarity of it. The bread and cheese suddenly tasted like dust in Rand's mouth. Their backs were broken. The cook waved a flour-dusted hand dismissively. Best to think on happier things, that's my philosophy. There's a gleeman here, you know, in the common room right now. But then you arrived with him, didn't you? You're one of the group that came with Mistress Alice last night, aren't you? I thought so. I doubt I'll get much chance to see this gleeman myself, not with the inn packed full, mostly with that rough lot down from the mines. She punctuated her words with another heavy thump of the dough. Not the sort we'd usually allow in, but the whole town is overflowing with them. I suppose they're better than some alternatives. Why, I haven't seen a gleeman since before last winter, and Rand ate mechanically, the food flavourless, the cook's cheerful chatter fading into a distant hum. His mind was fixed on a single chilling image, dead rats, their spines shattered. He shoved his breakfast down in a hurry, mumbled his thanks, and practically bolted from the room. He desperately needed to find someone to talk to. The common room of the Stag and Lion was nothing like the cosy space back at the Winespring Inn. It was cavernous, with walls adorned by faded murals of grand palaces surrounded by lush, flowering gardens. A roaring fireplace stood on every wall, and the floor was a sea of packed tables and benches, every seat occupied. Every patron in the smoky room, pipes clenched and mugs held tight, was utterly captivated. Their focus was fixed on Tom, who stood upon a central table, his patchwork cloak discarded on a chair. Even the innkeeper, Master Fitch, stood frozen, a silver tankard and rag forgotten in his hands, with hooves that flashed like silver and necks arched in defiance. Tom declared, his body conveying not just a rider, but the very essence of the horse he described. 1,000 banners paint the sky with colour, while a chorus of trumpets splits the air and drums echo like a coming storm. The roar of the crowd swells over the towers of Ilion, a sound lost on the riders whose souls burn with a single sacred purpose. The great hunt rides, seeking the horn of Valeri, the artifact that can call the legendary heroes from beyond the grave to fight for the light. It was the style Thom called plain chant, something he'd explained around campfires on their journey north. He spoke of 3 ways to tell a tale: the lofty high chant, the narrative plain chant and common, which he described with a dismissive sniff as just chatting with your neighbour about the weather. Tom used common, but never bothered to hide his scorn for it. Rand shut the door without entering and sagged against the hallway wall. Getting advice from Tom was out of the question now, and what would Moiraine do if she discovered his secret? He noticed people giving him odd looks as they passed, and realized he'd been whispering to himself. Straightening his coat, he forced himself to walk calmly. The cook had mentioned one of his friends was still upstairs. It took all his willpower not to sprint. A quick knock, and he pushed the door open. Only Perrin was inside, still lying in bed and not dressed for the day. He cracked an eye open at Rand, then shut it again with a groan. Mat's bow and quiver were leaning in the corner. "I heard you weren't feeling great," Rand said, stepping in and sitting on the nearest bed. "I needed to talk. He faltered, realizing he had no idea how to start. If you're sick, you should probably rest. I can leave. I'm not sure I'll ever rest again. Perrin sighed, the words heavy. A nightmare, if you must know. I couldn't get back to sleep. Matt was quick to laugh about it this morning, but he thrashed and mumbled all night long. Don't tell me he slept well. He threw a burly arm over his eyes. Light, I'm exhausted. Maybe if I just lie here a while, I'll find the energy to get up. Matt will never stop teasing me if I miss seeing Berlon over a bad dream. Rand slowly sat back down. He wet his lips. Then the words tumbled out in a rush. Did he kill a rat? Perrin's arm slid away from his face. He stared, his expression shifting from weariness to dawning horror. You too, he finally whispered. When Rand gave a tight nod, Perrin's voice grew strained. I wish we were back in the Two Rivers. What? He said. What he showed us. What do we do? Have you told Moiraine? Not yet. Maybe I won't. I don't know. What about you? He said. Perrin pushed himself up on one elbow, his face pale. Blood and ashes, Rand. I have no idea. His eyes locked onto Rand's, wide and urgent. Do you think Matt dreamed the same thing? Rand let out a laugh, but it came out strained, and his expression turned awkward when I mentioned my sleepless night was due to a troubling dream. Maybe he did, Rand replied. A guilty sense of relief washed over him. He wasn't the only one wrestling with this. I was planning to seek Tom's counsel. He's travelled widely, seen so much. But you don't believe we should mention any of this to Moiraine, do you? Perrin sank back into his pillow with a heavy sigh. We've all heard the tales about Aes Sedai. Can we even trust Tom? Can we trust anyone at all? Rand, listen, if we somehow survive this mess and make it back home, and you ever hear me talk about leaving Eamon's Field again, even just for a trip to watch Hill, I want you to kick me, promise me that. Don't talk like that, Rand said, forcing a cheerful smile onto his face. We're going to make it home, of course we are. Now come on, get up. We're in a real city, and we have an entire day to explore it. Where did you put your clothes? You go ahead, Perrin murmured, draping his arm back over his eyes. I just need to lie here a little longer. I'll catch up with you in an hour or two. Suit yourself, Rand said as he stood. Just think of all you might miss. He paused at the door. Berlon. How many times did we daydream about seeing Berlon some day? Perrin remained silent, his face still hidden. After a moment, Rand stepped out and shut the door softly behind him. In the hallway, he leaned against the wall, his false smile melting away. His headache throbbed, worse now than before. He couldn't muster any excitement for Berlon, not in his current state. In fact, he couldn't summon enthusiasm for much of anything. A chambermaid passed by, her arms laden with linens, and shot him a look of concern. Before she could speak, he pushed off down the hall, draping his cloak over his shoulders. Tom would be busy in the common room for hours yet. He might as well see what the city had to offer. Perhaps he could find Matt and discover if Baal-Zamon had haunted his dreams as well. He descended the stairs more slowly this time, rubbing his temple. The staircase ended near the kitchen, so he exited that way, offering a quick nod to Sarah, but hurrying along before she could resume their earlier conversation. The stable-yard stood empty save for Much, lingering in the stable doorway, and another ostler hauling a sack inside. Rand nodded toward Much as well, but the stableman responded with a surly glare before disappearing within. He hoped the rest of the city's inhabitants would be more like Sarah and less like Much. Steeling himself to finally experience a city, he quickened his pace. At the open gates of the stable-yard he halted and stared. The street beyond was packed with people, bundled in cloaks and coats against the cold, hats pulled low. They moved with a hurried, weaving urgency, as if the wind whipping over the rooftops propelled them forward, brushing past one another with scarcely a word or glance. They're all strangers, he thought. Not a single familiar face in the crowd. The smells were just as foreign, a jumble of sharp, sour, and sweet scents that made his nose wrinkle. Even during the busiest festival back home, he had never witnessed so many people crammed together, not even half as many, and this was just one street. Master Fitch and the cook had said the entire city was full. The whole city like this. He retreated slowly from the gate, away from that teeming river of humanity. It really wasn't right to wander off and leave Perrin feeling unwell in bed. And what if Tom finished his storytelling while Rand was out exploring? The gleeman might leave, and Rand desperately needed to talk to someone. Waiting a bit longer was clearly the wiser choice. He breathed a sigh of relief as he turned his back on the swarming street. Going back inside the inn held little appeal, however, especially with his pounding head. Instead, he settled on an overturned barrel against the rear wall of the inn, hoping the crisp air might soothe his headache. From time to time, Much appeared in the stable door to stare at him, and even across the yard Rand could make out the man's disapproving scowl. Was it country folk the stableman disliked? Or was he still smarting from Master Fitch welcoming them after he'd tried to shoo them away for using the back entrance? The cold air did little to clear his mind, which now churned with a new, sharp-edged anxiety about the sheer scale of the world beyond his village. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps the man was a dark friend, but the idea brought no humour, only a cold weight in his chest. His fingers traced the familiar heron mark on his father's sword hilt. These days there was little left in the world that felt like a laughing matter. A shepherd carrying a heron-mark blade came a woman's voice, low and thoughtful. Now that's the sort of detail that makes a person reconsider what's possible. What kind of trouble has found you, boy, from the down country? Rand sprang up, startled. It was the young woman with the short-cropped hair who had been with Moiraine earlier, still dressed in that practical coat and breeches. She looked a few years older than him, with dark, penetrating eyes that seemed to notice everything.
"You are Rand, aren't you?" she continued. "I'm Min."
"I'm not in any trouble," he replied quickly, mindful of Lan's warning to avoid drawing attention. He wondered just how much Moiraine had shared. Why would you think that? The Two Rivers is a peaceful land. We're quiet people. Our worries are for the harvest and the flock, not for whatever you're implying. Quiet, Min allowed a faint, knowing smile. I've heard the talk. There are jokes in the cities about stubborn sheep-herders with heads as thick as timber. And then there are the few who've actually travelled through your region. Stubborn? Rand frowned. What jokes are those? She carried on as if he hadn't spoken. The ones who know better say you folk wear a mask of easy smiles and country manners, soft as fresh-churned butter on the outside. But underneath, they claim you're as tough and unyielding as ancient oak roots. Push too hard, and you hit bedrock, except with you and your friends, that stone isn't buried deep at all. It's like a fierce wind has blown away the topsoil, leaving it bare for anyone to see. Moiraine didn't give me all the details, but my own eyes work well enough. Oak roots? Bedrock? That didn't sound like the usual merchant gossip. Her last comment made his heart lurch. He glanced swiftly around the empty stable-yard. The nearest windows were shuttered tight. I don't believe I know anyone by that name you mentioned earlier. You can call her Mistress Alice if it makes you more comfortable, Min said, her amused expression making his ears grow warm. There's no one near enough to overhear us. Why would Mistress Alice need another name? Because she told me herself, Min replied with a patience that deepened his blush. Not that she had much choice, I imagine. I knew she was different the moment I saw her when she stopped here on her way south. She was aware of what I can do. I've met others of her kind before. New, Rand echoed, his curiosity piqued despite his caution. I doubt you'll go reporting me to the Children of the Light, not given the company you're keeping. The White Cloaks would disapprove of my sight as much as they hate her channeling. I don't follow. She says I see threads of the pattern. Min let out a soft, self-deprecating laugh and shook her head. It sounds too grand. Truth is, I just see things when I look at people, and sometimes I understand what they signify. I'll see a man and a woman who've never exchanged a word and know they'll marry. And they do things like that. She asked me to look at you, all of you together. A chill traced Rand's spine. And what did you see when you're grouped together? A storm of sparks, thousands of them whirling around all of you, and a vast shadow, blacker than a moonless night. The vision is so vivid, it's a wonder the whole yard doesn't see it. The sparks are fighting to fill the darkness, and the shadow is straining to devour the light. She gave a slight shrug. You are all woven into the same perilous web, but that's as much as I can grasp. All of us, Rand whispered, dread coiling in his stomach. Egwene too? But the danger wasn't meant for. He caught himself, but Min didn't appear to notice his stumble. The girl, absolutely, she's part of it. And the Gleeman, every one of you. You're in love with her, you know. He could only stare, stunned by her bluntness. I don't need any special vision to see that. And she loves you too, but she's not meant for you, nor you for her. Not in the way you both hope. What is that supposed to mean? He demanded, a flare of defensive anger cutting through his fear. When I look at her, Min said, her tone shifting to one of somber certainty, I see the same aura I see around Mistress Alice. The same weight, the same terrifying potential. Rand shifted uncomfortably, the dull throb in his head receding into a thick, woolly numbness. He wanted to get away from this girl and her unsettling visions, yet a nagging curiosity held him. What do you see when you look at the others? Oh, all sorts of things, Min replied, her grin suggesting she knew exactly what he was avoiding. Take Master Andra. He has 7 shattered towers floating around him, and a baby in a cradle clutching a sword. Men like him always have such a jumble of images they practically overlap. For the Gleeman, the clearest are a man juggling flames, not him, and the White Tower, which makes no sense for a man at all. That big, curly-haired fellow, a wolf, a broken crown, and trees bursting into bloom all around him. And the other one, a red eagle, an eye on a scale, a dagger with a ruby, a horn, and a laughing face. There's more, but you get the idea. This time, none of it adds up to a clear picture. She paused, still grinning, until he finally swallowed and asked the question. What about me? Her grin widened, just shy of laughter. Same sort of strange collection. A sword that isn't really a sword. A golden crown of laurel leaves, a beggar's staff, you pouring water onto dry sand, a bloody hand, and a white-hot iron. 3 women standing over a funeral bier with you on it, black rock slick with blood. All right, he cut in, his unease growing. You don't need to list it all. But the strongest thing, she continued, her expression turning thoughtful, is lightning. Bolts striking at you and others flashing out from you. I don't know what any of it means, except for one clear thread. You and I will meet again. She gave him a puzzled look, as if that fact confused her too. Why wouldn't we, he said, a bit defensively. I'll be coming back through here on my way home. I suppose you will, she said, and suddenly her mysterious wry grin returned. She reached out and patted his cheek. But if I told you everything I saw, your hair would be as curly as your broad-shouldered friend's. He flinched back from her touch, as if burned. What do you mean? Do you see anything about rats or dreams? Rats? No, definitely no rats. As for dreams, she said with a light shrug, Maybe it's your idea of a dream, but it never struck me as mine." He stared at her, wondering if she was mad, standing there, grinning like that. "I have to go," he said, edging around her. I'm supposed to meet my friends. Go on then, but you won't escape this." He didn't exactly run, but each step away from her was quicker than the last, his boots scuffing the stable-yard dirt. "Run if you want," she called after him, her voice carrying, "You can't run away from me." Her laughter chased him across the yard and into the bustling street, mingling with the noise of the crowd. Those final words echoed far too closely what Ba'al-Zimon had said. He stumbled through the press of people, earning sharp glances and muttered curses, but he didn't slow his pace until he was several blocks from the inn. Eventually, he began to notice his surroundings again. His head still felt light and strange, but he stared anyway, taking it in. Berlon seemed a grand city to him, though not quite like the places in Tom's tales. He wandered up broad, flagstone-paved avenues and down narrow, muddy lanes, following the flow of the crowd. An overnight rain had turned the unpaved streets to muck, churned by countless feet, but muddy streets were nothing new. None in Emansfield were paved. There were no palaces here, and only a few houses were much larger than those back home, yet every roof was slate or tile, as fine as the Winespring inns. He imagined Camelin would have a palace or two. For now he just walked, the strange encounter clinging to him like a shadow. The sheer number of inns lining the streets was staggering. Rand counted 9. Each one as large as the Winespring back home, with several rivaling the size of the Stag and Lion itself. And he hadn't even explored half the town. Every street was dotted with shops, their colourful awnings shading tables piled high with goods, bolts of cloth, stacks of books, gleaming pots, sturdy boots. It looked as if 100 peddlers' carts had overturned at once, spilling their treasures across the cobblestones. He found himself staring so openly that more than one shopkeeper shot him a suspicious glare. At first he didn't understand the looks, but when it dawned on him, a flash of anger rose in his chest, until he remembered that here he was the outsider, not that he could afford much anyway. The prices made him gasp. A handful of coppers for a dozen bruised apples or a bunch of wilted turnips, the kind they'd feed to the plough horses back in the 2 rivers. Yet people here paid without a second thought, eager for even the sorriest produce. The crowds alone were enough to overwhelm him. Some wore clothes finer than anything he'd ever seen, almost as elegant as Moiraine's, and quite a few strutted about in long fur-lined coats that swished around their ankles. The miners everyone at the inn kept mentioning moved with a permanent hunch, as if they carried the weight of the earth on their shoulders. But most people didn't look all that different from the folks back home, not in their faces or their dress. He'd expected them to. Somehow, it was almost unsettling how familiar some appeared. A toothless old man with jug-handle ears, slumped on a bench outside a tavern and staring mournfully into an empty mug, could have been Billy Congar's cousin. A lantern-jawed tailor sewing in his shop front had the same bald spot as John Thane. And then, as Rand turned a corner, someone who looked exactly like Samel Craw shoved past him in a hurry. But what truly stole his breath was the sight of a bony, ragged man with long arms and a prominent nose, shoving through the crowd as if the Dark One himself were on his heels. The man's face was gaunt and dirty. His eyes sunken, he looked like he hadn't eaten or slept in days. Yet Rand would swear on the light the ragged man spotted him then and froze mid-step, ignoring the people who nearly tripped over him. Any last shred of doubt vanished. "Master Fane!" Rand called out. "We all thought you were." In a blink the peddler darted away. Rand pushed after him, tossing apologies over his shoulder to those he bumped. He just caught a glimpse of Fane vanishing into a narrow alley and hurried in after him. A few paces in, the alley ended at a tall wooden fence. Fane stood trapped, his back to the dead end. As Rand skidded to a stop, the peddler whirled to face him, crouching low and waving grimy hands frantically. His coat was torn in several places, his cloak frayed and tattered as if it had endured years of hard travel in a single season. "Master Fane," Rand said, hesitating. "What's wrong? It's me, Randall Thor, from Eamon's Field. Everyone believed the Trollocs had taken you." Fane gestured sharply, skittering a few sideways steps toward the alley's mouth without getting any closer to Rand. "Don't," he rasped, his head swiveling as he tried to watch the street beyond. His voice dropped to a harsh, fearful whisper. "Don't mention them. There are white cloaks in this town. They've no quarrel with us," Rand said, trying to sound reassuring. "Come back to the Stag and Lion. I'm staying there with friends. You know most of them. They'll be overjoyed to see you." "We all believed you were dead." "Dead!" Fane hissed, a spark of indignation flashing in his weary eyes. "Not Padan Fane. Padan Fane knows which way to jump and where to land." He paused, his gaze darting toward the distant sound of a merchant's cart rattling over cobblestones, a new tension tightening his shoulders. "This place, it has eyes in the shadows, boy. You don't know what's been walking these streets after dark." He adjusted his tattered clothing with a strange sort of dignity, as if it were fine attire. "I've always believed it, and I always will. I'm going to live a very long life, longer than—" Suddenly his expression twisted and his hands gripped the front of his coat. "They set my wagon on fire, destroyed everything I owned. What reason did they have for that? I couldn't even reach my horses, my own horses, but that portly innkeeper had them locked away in his stable. I barely escaped with my life. And what did it earn me? Everything I own is what I'm wearing right now. Tell me, is that fair? Is it?" "Your horses are safe in Master Alvere's stable," Rand replied. "You can collect them whenever you wish. If you come back to the inn with me, I'm certain Moiraine will assist you in returning to the Two Rivers." "Ah, she's the Aes Sedai, isn't she?" A wary, closed look settled over Fane's features. "Perhaps, but—" He hesitated, his tongue darting out to wet his lips. "How long did you say you'll be staying at this? What was the name? The Stag and Lion?" "We depart tomorrow," Rand answered. "But why does that matter?" "You have no idea," Fane whined, his voice trembling, standing there well-fed and rested in a soft bed. "I've scarcely slept a wink since that terrible night. My boots are worn through from all the running, and as for what I've managed to eat—" His face contorted with disgust. "I don't want to be anywhere near an Aes Sedai," he spat the title out. "Not for miles and miles, but I may have no choice. The very thought of her eyes on me, of her even knowing I exist." He reached toward Rand as if to clutch his coat, but his hands fluttered helplessly in the air, and he actually took a step backward. "You must promise me you won't tell her. She terrifies me. There's no need for her to know, no reason for an Aes Sedai to even be aware I'm alive. You have to promise me." "You must. I promise," Rand said, trying to sound reassuring, "but you have no reason to fear her. Come with me. At the very least you'll get a hot meal." "Maybe, perhaps." Fane rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Tomorrow, you say, in that time? You won't forget your promise? You won't allow her to?" "I won't let her harm you," Rand stated, though he privately wondered how he could possibly stop an Aes Sedai from doing anything she wished. "She won't hurt me," Fane declared, a sudden strange conviction in his voice. "No, she won't. I won't allow it in a flash." He bolted past Rand and vanished into the bustling crowd. "Master Fane!" Rand shouted. "Wait!" He sprinted from the alley, just in time to see a ragged coat tail disappearing around the next corner. Still calling out, he gave chase, rounding the corner only to collide solidly with a man's back. They both tumbled into the muddy street. "Can't you watch where you're going?" A familiar grumbling voice came from beneath him. Rand scrambled to his feet in surprise. "Matt!" Matt sat up, shooting him a sour look, and began scraping mud from his cloak. You must really be turning into a city dweller, sleep all morning, and then bowl people over. He climbed to his feet, stared at his muddy hands in annoyance, and wiped them on his already soiled cloak. Listen, you'll never guess who I thought I just saw. Padan Fain, Rand said. Padan Fay. How did you know? I was just speaking with him, but he ran off. So the Tro Mat cut himself off, glancing around cautiously. The crowd flowed past them, paying no attention. Rand was relieved to see a little caution from his friend. So they didn't catch him. I wonder why he left Eamon's Field without a word. Probably started running then too and didn't stop until he reached this city. But why was he running just now? Rand shook his head and immediately regretted it. A dull throb pulsed behind his eyes. I don't know, except that he's terrified of Mistress Alice. All this careful watching of his words was becoming a strain. He doesn't want her to know he's here. He made me swear I wouldn't tell her. Well, his secret is safe with me, Matt said. I wish she didn't know where I was either. Matt. People continued to stream past, ignoring them, but Rand lowered his voice anyway and leaned closer. The chaotic energy of the city around them felt suddenly oppressive, a stark contrast to the quiet fields of home. Matt's eyes went wide and unblinking. You dreamed it, too, he said, after a long pause. Perrin must have as well. I nearly asked him this morning, but I held my tongue. Blood and ashes. Now someone's planting dreams in our heads. Rand, I wish I were invisible right now. Dead rats were scattered all over the common room when we woke up, Rand replied. He noticed, with a kind of detached surprise, that saying it aloud didn't frighten him the way it would have yesterday. He felt numb, hollow. Their spines were snapped. His own words sounded distant, like an echo in a cave. If this was the start of an illness, he might end up having to go to Moiraine. Strangely, the idea of her channeling the one power over him didn't even stir a ripple of dread. Matt drew a sharp breath, adjusting his cloak, and his eyes darted around as if looking for an escape route. What in the light is happening to us, Rand? Tell me that. I don't know. I'm thinking of asking Tom what we should do. Whether we should tell certain people. Not her. Matt cut in, his tone so abrupt it startled Rand. Him, maybe, but not her. Rand studied his friend's face. So you did believe what he said. He didn't have to specify who he was. Matt's grimace showed he understood. No, Matt said, dragging the word out. It's about the odds. That's all. If we tell her and he was lying, maybe nothing comes of it. Or maybe something does. Maybe just him being in our dreams is enough for I don't even know what. He paused to swallow hard. If we don't tell her, we might have more dreams, rats or no rats. Bad dreams are better than. Remember the ferry. I say we keep our mouths shut. All right, Rand agreed. The memory of the ferry and Moiraine's warning felt like something from another lifetime. All right, Perrin won't spill, will he? Matt pressed, bouncing nervously on the balls of his feet. We need to get back to him. If he tells her, she'll piece it together for all of us. You can count on that. Come on. He set off at a quick pace through the throng. Rand remained where he was, watching until Matt turned back, grabbed his arm, and pulled him along. The touch seemed to jerk him back to the moment. What's wrong with you, Matt asked, falling asleep on your feet. I think I'm coming down with something, Rand murmured. His skull felt stretched tight and curiously empty. My head's pounding. You can have some broth when we're back at the inn, Matt said. He kept up a steady stream of talk as they wove through the crowded lanes. Rand tried to focus, to offer a word or two in reply, but it was like pushing through thick fog. He wasn't tired. Sleep was the last thing he wanted. He just felt adrift, untethered. After a time he realized he was telling Matt about his strange conversation with Mill. A dagger with a ruby, huh? Matt said. That part sounds fine. The eye, though, that's odd. You sure she wasn't spinning a tale? If she were a real fortune-teller, you'd think she'd know what it meant. She never called herself a fortune-teller, Rand answered. But I think she does see things sometimes. Remember? Moiraine was speaking with her right after we finished bathing, and she knows exactly who Moiraine is. Matt frowned. I thought we weren't supposed to use that name out here. Right, Rand muttered. He pressed his palms against his temples. Holding a thought felt like trying to catch smoke. You really might be sick, Matt said, his frown deepening. Abruptly, he yanked Rand to a halt by the sleeve of his coat. Look there! 3 men in polished breastplates and pointed steel helmets were moving down the street toward them. Their armor shone like silver, even the chainmail on their arms glinting. Long white cloaks, spotless and bearing a golden sunburst over the heart, swung clear of the mud and puddles. Each man kept a hand resting on his sword hilt, and their gaze swept over the crowd as if inspecting things that had crawled from under a damp, rotten log. No one met their eyes. No one even seemed to notice them. Yet the press of people somehow parted just ahead of them, leaving the white-cloaked men to walk in a moving island of empty space. You think those are children of the light? Matt said, his voice carrying louder than he probably intended. A passerby gave Matt a hard stare before hurrying on. Rand gave a slow nod. White cloaks, the children of the light men who despised Aes Sedai and anyone who didn't live by their harsh rules. Men who brought more than just trouble, burned homesteads, and worse followed in their wake. He knew he should feel afraid, or at least wary. Instead, a strange numbness settled over him, leaving him just watching. They don't seem all that impressive, Matt remarked, a sly grin playing on his lips. But they certainly think they are, don't they? They aren't important, Rand said, his voice low. The inn is. We need to find Perrin. They remind me of Ewood Congar, always looking down his nose at everyone. Matt's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief. Remember when he tumbled off the wagon bridge and had to slog home soaked to the bone that took the wind out of his sails for a good while? What does that have to do with anything? Rand asked, but he was already following Matt's gaze to a cart loaded with barrels, parked in an alley just ahead of the white cloaks. A single wooden stake was all that held the stack in place. "Watch this," Matt whispered, then ducked into a cutler's shop beside them. Rand stood frozen, knowing he should stop whatever was coming. That glint in Matt's eye never meant anything good, yet, against all reason, a thrill of anticipation cut through the fog in his mind. It felt wrong, even reckless, but a smile touched his lips anyway. Moments later, Matt appeared on the shop's tiled roof, half out of an attic window. His sling was already whirling. Rand's eyes snapped back to the cart. A sharp crack split the air. The stake shattered just as the 3 white cloaks passed the alley. Barrels rumbled down the shafts and bounced into the street, spraying mud and filthy water everywhere. The crowd scattered. The children leaped aside with surprising agility, their haughty expressions wiped away by shock. They avoided the rolling barrels easily enough, but they couldn't escape the thick mud now staining their pristine white cloaks. A bearded man in an apron rushed from the alley, shouting angrily. But one look at the mud-spattered white cloaks, and he ducked back out of sight even faster. Rand glanced up. Matt was already gone. It was a simple shot for any lad from the 2 rivers, but the result was perfect. A laugh burst from Rand, muffled and distant, but genuine. When he looked back, the 3 white cloaks were staring directly at him. "You find this amusing?" The speaker stood slightly ahead of the others. His face was narrow, his gaze unblinking and arrogant, as if he held a secret truth no one else could grasp. Rand's laughter died abruptly. The street had emptied around them. Only the mud, the barrels, and the 3 angry men remained. "Does the light strike you mute?" Anger pinched the white cloak's features. His eyes flicked dismissively to the sword hilt protruding from Rand's cloak. Perhaps you had a hand in this. He was young, not much older than Rand, but a golden knot beneath the sunburst on his cloak marked his rank. On impulse, Rand swept his cloak back over his shoulder instead of hiding the sword. A frantic voice in the back of his mind screamed at the recklessness, but it felt far away. "Accidents happen," he said evenly, "even to the children of the light."
The narrow-faced man raised an eyebrow. "Are you truly so dangerous, boy?" Herrenmark, Lord Bornhold, one of the others, cautioned. His voice tight. The white cloak Bornhold looked again at the bronze heron etched on Rand's sword hilt. His eyes widened, just for a moment. Rand's eyes met the man's, and a dismissive sniff followed. "Too young," the man stated flatly. His voice was cold as he addressed Rand directly. "You are not from here. Where do you come from?" "I've only just arrived in Berlon," Rand replied. A strange, thrilling sensation prickled along his arms and legs, and a flush of warmth spread through him. "Perhaps you could recommend a decent inn?" "You evade my questions?" Bornhold snapped. "What darkness hides within you that you refuse to answer?" His companions closed in on either side, their faces hard and unreadable. The mud on their cloaks did nothing to soften their menace now. The tingling sensation swelled inside Rand, the warmth flaring into a feverish heat. It felt so exhilarating he almost wanted to laugh. Some distant part of his mind screamed that this wasn't right, but all he could focus on was the surging energy, as if he might burst with it. Smiling faintly, he rocked back on his heels and waited for what? He wasn't sure, but he felt ready. The leader's expression darkened. One of the other men drew his sword just enough to bear an inch of steel, his voice trembling with anger. "When the children of the light ask a question, you grey-eyed farm boy, we expect an answer," or he broke off as the narrow-faced man threw an arm across his chest. Bornhold jerked his chin toward the street. The town watch had arrived, a dozen men in round steel caps and studded leather, gripping quarterstaffs with practiced ease. They stood silently about 30 feet away, watching. "This town has forsaken the light," growled the man who had half drawn his blade. Raising his voice toward the watch, he shouted, "Berlon stands in the shadow of the Dark One." At a sharp gesture from Bornhold, he slammed his sword back into its scabbard. Bornhold turned his cold gaze back to Rand. A knowing light burned in his eyes. "Dark friends do not escape us, boy. Not even in a town that clings to the shadow. We will meet again. You can be certain of it." He spun on his heel and strode away, his two companions falling in behind, as though Rand had suddenly become invisible. When they reached the crowded part of the street, that same peculiar pocket opened around them once more. The watchmen hesitated, eyeing Rand, then shouldered their staffs and followed the three white-cloaked figures. They had to push into the crowd, shouting, "Make way for the watch." Few moved aside, and those who did only grudgingly. Rand still rocked gently on his heels, waiting. The tingling was so intense now, he nearly quivered with it. He felt as if he were burning up from the inside. Matt emerged from the shop, staring at him. "You're not sick," he said finally. "You've lost your mind." Rand drew a sharp breath, and all at once the sensation vanished like a burst bubble. He staggered as it left him, the reality of what had just happened crashing down, licking his dry lips. He met Matt's wide-eyed stare. "I think we should head back to the inn now." "Yeah," Matt agreed, his voice unsteady. "Yeah, I think we'd better." The street had begun to fill again, and more than a few passers-by stared and whispered to their companions. Rand was sure the story would spread quickly. Some madman had nearly picked a fight with 3 children of the light. Now that was something to talk about. Maybe the dreams really are driving me mad, he thought. The two lost their way more than once in the tangled streets, but eventually they came across Tom Merrilin, who was making a one-man procession through the crowd.
The gleeman claimed he was just stretching his legs and getting some air, but whenever someone looked twice at his colourful cloak, he would announce in a booming voice, "I am performing tonight only at the Stag and Lion." It was Matt who started telling Tom in a disjointed rush about the dream and their uncertainty over whether to tell Moiraine. Rand soon joined in because their memories of it didn't quite match. Maybe each dream had been slightly different. Still, the heart of the dreams remained the same. They had not been speaking long before Tom's full focus sharpened on them. At the mention of Baalzamon, the gleeman seized each boy by a shoulder, ordering them to be silent. He rose onto his toes, scanning over the heads of the crowd, then hurried them out of the throng into a narrow, dead-end alley. It was empty save for a few wooden crates and a thin yellow dog, curled tightly against the cold. Tom watched the mouth of the alley intently before turning his fierce blue eyes on Rand and Matt. "Never speak that name where a stranger might overhear," he said, his voice low and urgent. "It is perilous, especially with children of the light roaming these streets." Matt gave a short laugh. "I could tell you a thing or two about the children," he said. Shooting a knowing glance at Rantom paid him no mind. "If it were just one of you with this dream," he tugged anxiously at his long white mustache. "Tell me everything, every last detail." He kept his wary watch as he listened. He listed the men he claimed had been used. Rand concluded, having recounted the rest. Gwer Amalasan, Rowland Darksbane, Davian, Matt added quickly, and Urian Stonebow. And Loghain, Rand finished. "Dangerous names," Tom muttered, his gaze drilling into them. "Nearly as dangerous as the other in their own way. All dead now, except Loghain, some for centuries. Rowland Darksbane walked the earth nearly 2,000 years ago, but dangerous all the same. Best not to speak them aloud, even alone. Most wouldn't recognize them. But if the wrong ears hear—" "But who were they?" Rand pressed. "Men," Tom said softly, a distant look in his eyes. "Men who shook the very pillars of heaven and made the world tremble on its foundations." He shook his head as if to clear it. "It doesn't matter now. Forget them. They are dust." "Were they really used, like he said?" Matt asked. "And then killed? You could say the White Tower ended them." "You could say that." Tom's mouth tightened briefly. "But used? No, I cannot see it. The light knows the Amlin seat has webs within webs. But not that." Matt shivered, pulling his cloak tighter. He said so many mad things, all that about Luz Therin Kinslayer and Artor Hawkwing and the Eye of the World. What in the light is that supposed to be? "A legend," the gleeman replied slowly. "Perhaps as grand a tale as the Horn of Valeri, at least in the borderlands. Young men up there go questing for the eye the way lads from Ilion hunt the horn. Maybe just a legend." "What should we do, Tom?" Rand asked. "Do we tell her?" "I don't want more dreams like that. Maybe she could help." "Or maybe we wouldn't like her help," Matt grumbled. Tom studied them, stroking his mustache thoughtfully with a knuckle. "I say, keep silent," he decided at last. "Tell no one for now. You can always change your mind later, but once words are spoken, it's done. You'll be tangled worse than ever with her." Abruptly he straightened, his usual stoop vanishing. "The other boy, you said. He shared the dream. Does he have the sense to hold his tongue?" "I think so," Rand said, just as Matt answered. "We were heading back to the inn to warn him. The light send, we're not too late." With his cloak snapping at his ankles and its colourful patches fluttering, Tom strode from the alley without a backward glance. "Well, are your feet rooted to the ground?" Rand and Matt scrambled after him, but he did not slow. This time he did not pause for curious stares or those who called out to him as a gleeman. He cut through the crowded streets as if they were barren, the two boys nearly running to keep up in his brisk wake. In far less time than Rand had anticipated, they were rushing toward the Stag and Lion, As they reached for the door, Perrin burst out, struggling to fling his cloak over his shoulders as he ran. He stumbled, barely avoiding a collision. "I was coming to find you both," he gasped, steadying himself. Rand seized his arm. "You didn't mention the dream to anyone, did you?"
"Tell me you didn't," Matt insisted urgently. "It's vital," Tom added. Perrin stared at them, bewildered. "No, I haven't spoken a word. I only got up an hour ago," he sighed, his shoulders drooping. "I've given myself a pounding headache just trying to push it from my mind, let alone discuss it. Why did you tell him?" he gestured toward the gleeman. "We had to tell someone or lose our minds," Rand explained.
"I'll provide the details later," Tom said, casting a meaningful glance at the patrons moving past the inn's entrance. "All right," Perrin said, slowly, still confused. Then he smacked his forehead. "You nearly made me forget why I was hunting for you, though I wish I could forget. Nynaeve is inside." "Blood and ashes," Matt cried. "How did she get here, Moiraine?" "The ferry," Perrin let out a derisive snort. "You think a sunken ferry could stop her?" "She tracked Hightower down. I've no idea how he got back across the river, but she claimed he was hiding in his bedroom, too scared to go near the water, and she badgered him into finding a boat large enough for her and her horse. She made him row her across himself. She only allowed him time to fetch one of his haulers to man a second set of oars." "Light," Matt breathed. "What's she doing here?" Rand demanded. Matt and Perrin both shot him a look of pure disbelief.
"She came after us," Perrin stated flatly. "She's with Mistress Alice right now, and the atmosphere in there is cold enough to freeze your bones. Couldn't we just go somewhere else for a bit?" Matt pleaded. "My father always says only a fool sticks his hand in a hornet's nest unless he absolutely must," Rand interrupted firmly. "She can't force us to return. What happened on winter night should have made that clear to her. If it hasn't, we'll have to make her understand."
Matt's eyebrows climbed higher with each word, and he let out a low whistle when Rand finished. "Have you ever tried to make Nynaeve see something she doesn't want to?" "I have. I say we lay low until nightfall and sneak in then." "From what I've observed of the young woman," Tom remarked dryly, "I doubt she'll cease until she's had her say. If we delay her too long, she might make a scene that draws the very sort of attention none of us desires." That sobering thought brought them all up short. They exchanged grim looks, drew collective deep breaths, and marched inside as if heading into a Trolloc ambush. Perrin led them through the inn's shadowy corridors. Rand was so focused on rehearsing what he would say to Nynaeve that he didn't notice Min until she grabbed his arm and tugged him aside. The others continued a few paces before halting, caught between impatience and reluctance. "We haven't time for distractions, boy," Tom grumbled. Min shot the white-haired gleeman a sharp glance. "Go juggle your knives," she retorted, pulling Rand further down the hall. "I truly don't have time," Rand told her, trying to free his arm. Each time he pulled loose, her grip tightened. "Certainly not for more nonsense about running away, and I don't have time for your stubbornness either. Will you stand still?" She glanced at the others, then leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. "A woman arrived a short while ago, shorter than me, young, with dark eyes and a long braid down her back. She's tangled in this, same as the rest of you." For a moment Rand could only stare. "Nynaeve, how could she be involved? Light, how am I involved?" "That's impossible." "You know her?" Min whispered intently. "Yes," and Shemin's voice was tight with urgency as she caught Rand's arm. "The sparks, Rand. I saw Mistress Alice come in, and the air between her and Nynaeve practically crackled. Yesterday, I needed 3 or 4 of you together to see anything, but today it's all sharper, more intense." She glanced toward Tom and the others, who were shifting impatiently, and gave a slight shiver. "It's a wonder the whole inn doesn't ignite. You're all in greater danger today than yesterday, ever since she arrived." Rand looked at his friends. Tom's bushy eyebrows were drawn into a sharp V, and he was leaning forward as if ready to physically hurry things along. "She won't harm us," Rand told Min, pulling his arm free. He ignored her indignant squawk and joined the others as they moved down the corridor. When he glanced back, Min was shaking her fist at him, her foot stamping in frustration. "What was all that about?" Matt asked as they walked. "Nynaeve is part of it," Rand said without thinking, then shot Matt a sharp look. Understanding dawned slowly on Matt's face. "Part of what?" Tom asked quietly, his voice low. "Does that girl know something she shouldn't?" Before Rand could form a reply, Matt spoke up, his tone grumpy. "Of course she's part of it. Part of the same wretched luck that's been dogging us since winter night. Maybe you don't think the wisdom showing up is a big deal, but I'd almost rather have white cloaks here instead." "She saw Nynaeve arrive," Rand explained quickly. "Saw her, speaking with Mistress Alice, and thought it might concern us." Tom gave him a sidelong glance and snorted into his mustache, but the others seemed to accept the explanation. Rand hated keeping secrets from his friends, but Min's visions could be as dangerous for her as their own secrets were for them. Perrin halted abruptly before a door. Despite his size, he seemed oddly hesitant. He drew a deep breath, looked at his companions, took another, and then slowly pushed the door open and went inside. The others followed one by one, Rand last, closing the door behind him with deep reluctance. It was the same room where they had eaten the night before. A fire crackled on the hearth, and a polished silver tray sat on the table, holding a gleaming pitcher and cups. Moiraine and Nynaeve sat at opposite ends of the table, their gazes locked. Every other chair was empty. Moraine's hands rested motionless on the table. Nynaeve had her braid thrown over her shoulder, the end gripped in one fist. She kept giving it small, irritated tugs, the way she did when digging in her heels against the village council. Perrin had been right. Despite the fire, the room felt freezing cold, and all the chill seemed to radiate from the two women. Lan leaned against the mantel, staring into the flames and rubbing his hands for warmth. Egwene stood with her back flat against the wall, her cloak on and the hood pulled up. Tom, Matt and Perrin hovered uncertainly near the door. With an uncomfortable shrug, Rand walked to the table. "Sometimes you have to grab the wolf by the ears," he reminded himself. But another old saying echoed in his mind. When you have a wolf by the ears, letting go is just as hard as holding on. He felt the weight of both Moiraine's and Nynaeve's eyes on him, his face growing hot. But he sat down anyway, placing himself halfway between them. For a long moment, the room was as still as stone. Then, reluctantly, Egwene and Perrin, and finally Matt, made their way to the table and took seats near Rand toward the middle. Egwene tugged her hood further forward, half hiding her face, and they all avoided looking directly at anyone. "Well," Tom snorted from his place by the door.
"At least that's over with." "Since everyone is now here," Lan said, leaving the fireplace and filling one of the silver cups with wine, "perhaps you will finally accept this." He offered the cup to Nynaeve, who eyed it with open suspicion. "There's no reason to be frightened," he explained calmly. "You watched the innkeeper pour the wine himself. Neither of us has had a moment alone with it. It's perfectly fine." The wisdom's lips thinned at the mention of fear, but she accepted the cup with a quiet, "My thanks. I am curious," he said, "about how you managed to locate us, as am I." Moiraine leaned in, her gaze sharp. "Perhaps now that Egwene and the young men are here, you are ready to talk." Nynaeve took a deliberate sip before replying to the Aes Sedai. "Belon was the only place you could realistically go. To be certain I tracked you. You certainly wove a tangled path. But then I imagine you weren't eager to run into ordinary folk."
You tracked us?
Lan said, a genuine note of astonishment in his voice, the first Rand could recall hearing. "I must be losing my edge. You left almost no sign, but I can follow a trail as well as any man in the 2 rivers. Save maybe Tam Althor." She paused, then added, a touch of defiance in her tone. "Before he passed, my father took me hunting. He taught me what he would have taught a son." She shot a challenging look at Lan, but he merely gave an approving nod. "If you can follow a trail I meant to conceal, he taught you exceptionally well. Few possess that skill, even where I come from." Suddenly, Nynaeve ducked her face toward her cup. Rand stared. She was blushing. He had never seen Nynaeve even slightly flustered. She could be furious, incensed, but never off balance, yet her cheeks were clearly flushed, and she seemed to be trying to vanish into the wine.
"Perhaps now," Moiraine said softly, "you will answer some questions of mine. I have been quite open with you." With a wagon-load of Gleeman's fancies, Nynaeve shot back. "The only clear fact is that 4 youths have been taken, for who knows what purpose, by an Aes Sedai." "You were told that title isn't safe to use here," Lan said, his voice edged. "You must learn to watch your words." "Why should I?" Nynaeve demanded. "Why should I help conceal you, or what you are?"
"I came to bring Egwene and the boys back to Eamon's Field, not to aid you in whisking them away." Tom cut in, his tone dripping with scorn. "If you want any of them, or yourself, to see home again, you'd best learn caution. There are people in this city who would kill her." He jerked his thumb toward Moiraine. "For what she is, him too," he indicated Lan, then suddenly planted his fists on the table, leaning over Nynaeve. His long moustaches and bushy eyebrows seemed to bristle with menace. Her eyes widened, and she began to pull back. Then her spine straightened defiantly. Tom paid no mind, continuing in a low, dangerous voice. "They'd overrun this inn like ravenous insects on a rumour. Their hatred runs that deep. And the girl, the lads, you're all linked to them now, enough for the White Cloaks. At any rate, you wouldn't enjoy their methods of inquiry, especially where the White Tower is concerned. Their questioners assume your guilt from the start, and for that particular crime, they only know one punishment. They aren't seeking truth. They believe they already have it. All their hot irons and pincers are meant to do is extract a confession. Remember, some secrets are too perilous to speak aloud, even when you think you know your audience." He straightened up, muttering, "I find myself giving that warning rather often lately." "Well said, Gleeman," Lan remarked. The warder's eyes held that assessing look again. "I'm surprised to find you so invested." Thom shrugged. "It's known I arrived with your party. I've no desire to have a questioner brandishing a hot iron and instructing me to repent my sins. That," Nynaeve inserted sharply, "is just one more reason for them to return with me by morning, or better yet, this very afternoon. The faster we get away from you and head back to Eamon's Field, the better off we'll be." "We can't," Rand said, relieved when his friends all spoke up together. That way, Nynaeve's sharp glare had to be shared among them, and she didn't hold back from any of them as it was. But he had been the first to speak, and now everyone fell quiet, their eyes on him. Even Moiraine leaned back in her chair, watching him over her steepled fingers. Meeting the wisdom's gaze took real effort. "If we return to Eamon's Field, the Trollocs will follow. They're hunting us."
I don't understand why, but they are. Maybe in Tar Valon we can learn the reason. Maybe we can even learn how to make it stop. It's our only choice." Nynaeve threw her hands up in exasperation. "You sound exactly like Tam. He had them carry him to the village meeting and tried to convince everyone he'd already made his case to the village council."
"Light knows how your Mistress Alice," she loaded the name with enough scorn to fill a wagon, managed to get him to believe it. "He usually has a scrap of sense, more than most men. Anyway, the council acts like fools half the time, but they weren't foolish enough to buy that, and neither was anyone else. They agreed you had to be found. Then Tam insisted on coming after you himself, when he could barely stand on his own. Foolishness must run in your bloodline. Matt cleared his throat awkwardly, then muttered, "What about my father? What did he say? He's worried you'll try your usual tricks on Outlanders and get your head knocked in." He seemed more concerned about that than about Mistress Alice here. But then, he was never much sharper than you are. Matt looked uncertain how to take her words, or whether he should even respond. "I suppose," Perrin began hesitantly, "Master Luhan wasn't too happy about me leaving either." "Did you think he would be?" Nynaeve shook her head in disgust and turned to Egwene. "Maybe I shouldn't be shocked by harebrained nonsense from you three, but I expected better judgment from others." Egwene shifted back, so she was partly hidden behind Perrin. "I left a note," she said softly. She tugged at the hood of her cloak, as if worried her unbound hair might show. "I explained everything." Nynaeve's expression darkened. Rand sighed inwardly. The wisdom was on the verge of one of her famous tongue-lashings, and this one looked like it might be a masterpiece if she dug in while angry, if she declared she meant to drag them back to Eamon's Field. No matter what anyone said, she'd become almost impossible to move. He opened his mouth to speak. "A note," Nynaeve began, just as Moiraine said calmly, "You and I still need to talk wisdom." If Rand could have stopped himself, he would have, but the words spilled out as if he'd opened a floodgate instead of his lips. "All this arguing is pointless. It doesn't change a thing. We can't go back. We have to keep moving." He spoke more slowly toward the end, his voice dropping until he finished in a near whisper, with both the wisdom and the Aes Sedai staring at him. It was the kind of look he got when he stumbled onto women discussing women's circle business, the kind that said he'd stepped where he didn't belong. He sank back in his seat, wishing he were anywhere else. "Wisdom," Moiraine said, her tone even, "you must believe they are safer with me than they would be back in the Two Rivers." Safer. Nynaeve tossed her head dismissively. "You're the one who brought them here, right where the White Cloaks are. The same White Cloaks who, if the Gleeman's stories are true, might hurt them because of you. Explain to me how that's safer, Aes Sedai." "There are many dangers I cannot shield them from," Moiraine acknowledged, "any more than you could protect them from a lightning strike if they went home. But it is not lightning they must fear, nor even White Cloaks. It is the Dark One and his minions. From those I can offer protection. Touching the true source, touching Sedar, grants me that ability, as it does every Aes Sedai." Nynaeve's mouth tightened into a skeptical line. Moraine's expression hardened further, her anger simmering just beneath a thin veneer of strained patience. Even those unfortunate men who briefly channel the power gain, that measure of safety, though Sedin's touch is unpredictable, sometimes it shields them, other times the corruption leaves them exposed. Yet I, like any Aes Sedai, can extend my ward to those near me. No Fade can touch them while they remain this close. No Trolloc can approach within a quarter-mile without Lan sensing its foul presence. Can you promise even half that protection if you lead them back to Eamon's Field?" "You're setting up false arguments," Nynaeve shot back. "We have a saying where I'm from. Whether the bear mauls the wolf or the wolf brings down the bear, the rabbit never wins. Take your struggle elsewhere, and leave the people of Eamon's Field out of it." After a tense pause, Moiraine spoke calmly. "Egwene, take the others and allow the wisdom and me a moment in private." Her face revealed nothing, while Nynaeve braced herself at the table like a fighter preparing for a bout. Egwene rose quickly, her struggle between maintaining dignity and avoiding the wisdom's notice over her unbraided hair plain on her face. With a glance she gathered the group. Matt and Perrin pushed back their chairs in haste, offering polite murmurs as they all but fled. At a subtle gesture from Moiraine, Lan guided Tom out as well. Rand followed, and once the door closed, the warder took a post across the hall. Under his watchful gaze, the others moved farther down, allowed no opportunity to overhear. When satisfied, Lan settled against the wall. Even without his shifting cloak, he became so still he seemed to fade into the surroundings. The gleeman muttered about having better uses for his time and departed. Tossing astern, "Remember what I told you to the boys." No one else stirred. "What did he mean?" Egwene asked, distractedly, her eyes fixed on the closed door. She fidgeted with her hair, caught between hiding its unbraided state and pushing back her hood. "He offered some advice," Matt said. Perrin gave him a sharp look. "He told us not to speak until we knew exactly what we meant to say." "That sounds wise," Egwene replied, though her attention was clearly elsewhere. Rand was lost in his own worries. How could Nynaeve be mixed up in any of this? Trollocs, Fades, Ba'alzamon haunting dreams. It felt insane. He wondered if Min had mentioned Nynaeve to Moiraine. What are they discussing in there? He didn't know how much time had passed when the door finally opened. Nynaeve emerged and startled at the sight of Lan. The warder murmured something that made her toss her head in irritation before he slipped inside. She turned toward Rand, and he realized with a jolt that the others had quietly vanished. He didn't want to face the wisdom alone, but it was too late now that she had caught his eye. Her gaze was unusually intense. He noted with confusion. What did they talk about? He straightened as she approached. She nodded toward Tam's sword. "That looks right on you now, though I wish it didn't."
You've changed, Rand, in just a week.
He gave a strained laugh, and she shook her head as if he were missing the point. "Did she convince you?" he asked. "This really is our only path." He hesitated, thinking of Min's sparks. "Are you coming with us?" Nynaeve's eyes widened. "With you? Why would I do that? Mavra Mullen came from Devon Ride to manage things until I get back, but she'll be eager to return home soon enough. I still hope you'll listen to reason and return home with me."
"We can't," he thought. He glimpsed a flicker of movement at the still open door, but the hallway remained empty. "You've said that, and so has she." Nynaeve's brow furrowed. "Even if she weren't involved, you can't trust an Aes Sedai, Rand." "You almost sound like you believe us," he said carefully. What really happened at that village meeting? Nynaeve glanced toward the doorway again before answering. It was still now. "It was a complete mess, but she doesn't need to know we can't manage our own affairs any better than that. And I believe one thing completely. You're all in danger as long as you stay with her." "Something happened," he pressed. "Why would you want us to return if there's even a chance we're right about this? And why send you at all? They might as well have sent the mayor himself as the wisdom. You've changed." She smiled, and for a moment her quiet amusement made him shuffle his feet.
"I remember a time not even a week past when you wouldn't have dared question where I went or what I did."
He cleared his throat and pushed forward stubbornly. "It doesn't add up. Why are you truly here?" She glanced once more at the empty doorway, then took his arm. "Let's walk while we talk." He allowed himself to be guided away, and when they were far enough not to be overheard, she continued. "As I said, the meeting fell apart. Everyone agreed someone had to come after you, but the village split right down the middle. One side wanted you rescued, though they argued endlessly about how to manage it since you were with a woman of her kind. He was relieved she was being cautious with her words. And the others agreed with Tam. Not exactly, but they believed you shouldn't be among outsiders either, especially not with someone like her. Either way, nearly every man wanted to be part of the group. Tam and Bran Alver with his chain of office, and Harald Luhan until Alspet made him sit down. Even Sen Bui. May the light preserve me from men who think with the hair on their chests, though I'm not sure any other kind exists. She gave a sharp sniff and looked up at him with an accusing stare. Anyway, I could see it would take another day, maybe more, before they reached any decision, and somehow I just felt we couldn't afford to wait that long. So I gathered the women's circle and told them what needed to be done. They didn't like it, but they saw the sense in it. And that's why I'm here, Because the men of Eamon's Field are stubborn mule-heads. They're probably still arguing over who to send, even though I left word that I would handle it. Nynaeve's explanation accounted for her presence, but it didn't ease his mind. She was still set on taking them back. "What did she say to you in there?" he asked. Moraine would have made every argument, but if she'd missed one, he'd make it himself. "More of the same," Nynaeve answered, "and she was curious about you boys, to try and understand why you've drawn the kind of notice you have, as she put it." She paused, watching him from the corner of her eye. She tried to hide it, but what she really wanted to know was if any of you were born outside the 2 rivers. His face tightened suddenly. He forced a rough chuckle. "She does come up with strange ideas, I hope you told her. We're all from Eamon's Field, of course," she replied. There had been only the briefest hesitation before she spoke, so short he would have missed it if he hadn't been watching for it. He tried to find words, but his tongue felt like dry leather. She knows she was the wisdom, after all, and the wisdom was supposed to know everything about everyone. If she knows, then it wasn't a fever dream. "Oh, light help me, Father."
"Are you all right?" Nynaeve asked. "He told me. He said I wasn't his son," Rand managed, the words feeling like shards of glass in his throat. "When the fever had him, he said he found me. I thought it was just the sickness talking. He had to stop the burning in his throat too much to speak through." "Oh, Rand." Nynaeve halted and reached up, taking his face firmly in her hands. A fevered mind speaks in twisted circles. It grabs at shadows and calls them truth. "You listen to me?" "Tam Althor left the 2 rivers as a boy younger than you are now, chasing stories. I remember when he returned a man, with a wife from beyond the mountains and a newborn wrapped tight against the world. I remember Carrie Althor holding that child, her heart so full of love it shone from her. That was her child, Rand. You. So you stand up straight and put this nonsense away, of course," he muttered, the words tasting hollow. "I was born somewhere else, of course. Maybe it was just a fever dream. Maybe Tam had found an infant after some long-ago fight." "Why didn't you tell Moraine?" "That woman's business is her own," Nynaeve said sharply. "It is no concern of any outsider." "Were the others born outside the 2 rivers?" The question escaped before he could stop it, and he immediately shook his head. "No, don't answer. It's not my business either. But it would be a comfort," he thought, to know if the Aes Sedai's eyes lingered on him for a reason beyond the chaos that followed them all. Or would that just be a heavier burden? "No, it isn't your business," Nynaeve agreed, her tone softening slightly. It might not signify anything. She could be clutching at any straw, any reason at all, for why those creatures are on your trail. On all your trails. A weak grin touched Rand's lips. "So you do believe they're chasing us?" Nynaeve gave a wry shake of her head. "You've certainly learned how to turn a phrase since falling in with her." "What are you going to do?" he asked. She studied him for a long moment, and he held her gaze without flinching. "Today I'm going to have a hot bath and wash the road off. As for tomorrow, we'll just have to see, won't we?" After the wisdom left him, Rand sought out the common room, desperate for the sound of ordinary life, for laughter to drown out Nynaeve's words and the new trouble they hinted at. The room was packed, every bench and chair taken, but an unusual silence hung over the crowd. No one was laughing. Tom Merrilin stood atop a table against the far wall, his voice and the strains of his harp filling the space. He was deep into the great hunt of the horn again, yet no one minded in the least. The tale was never told the same way twice, each hunter having a lifetime of stories. To tell it all would take a week. The only other sounds were the pops and crackles from the twin fireplaces. To the 8 corners of the earth they ride, Tom declaimed, to the pillars that hold up the sky, where the winds of destiny howl and seize both the mighty and the meek. And the greatest among them is Rogosh of Talmor, Rogosh Eagle-Eye, celebrated in the High King's Hall, feared on the grim slopes of Shaol Ghul.
The hunters, of course, were always towering figures of legend. Rand spotted Perrin and Matt and squeezed onto the end of their bench, which Perrin had shifted to make room. The smell of stew from the kitchen reminded him he was hungry. But even those with bowls in front of them were ignoring their food. The serving girls stood frozen, aprons clutched in their hands, utterly lost in the gleeman's performance. Nobody complained. Listening was a finer feast. Marked by the Dark One from her cradle was Blaze. Tom sang, his fingers dancing across the harp strings. But his claim finds no purchase in her heart. No dark friend, this Blaze of Metuchen. Strong as ancient oak, graceful as a river reed, fair as a sunrise, golden-haired Blaze. She would choose death before surrender. But hark! Now from the city's high towers, trumpets cry out, bold and brazen. Her heralds announce a champion come to her court. Drums roar and cymbals clash. Rogosh Eagle-Eye arrived to pay his respects. The tale of the bargain of Rogosh Eagle-Eye concluded, yet Tom merely took a quick drink from his ale mug before diving straight into Lian's stand. That story flowed into the fall of Alith Loriel, then Gadel Kane's sword, and finally the last ride of Buad of Albane. As the night deepened, the pauses between tales grew longer, and when the gleeman set aside his harp for the flute, the room understood the storytelling was done. 2 local musicians joined him, one with a drum and another with a hammered dulcimer, settling on the floor beside the table where Tom still perched. The 3 youths from Eamon's Field started clapping with the very first notes of The Wind That Shakes the Willow, and they were far from alone. It was a beloved tune back in the 2 Rivers, and clearly here in Baerlon as well. Voices here and there even rose to sing the words, not so badly that anyone felt the need to quiet them. My love is gone, carried away by the wind that shakes the willow, and all the land is beaten hard by the wind that shakes the willow. But I will hold her close to me, in heart and dearest memory, and with her strength to steel my soul, her love to warm my heartstrings, I will stand where we once sang, though cold wind shakes the willow. The next song was far less mournful. In fact, only one bucket of water seemed especially lively by contrast, perhaps exactly as the gleeman intended. Patrons hurried to shove tables aside, clearing space for dancing, and soon the very walls seemed to tremble from the stomping and spinning. The first dance ended with breathless, laughing people leaving the floor, quickly replaced by a fresh set. Tom played the opening for Wild Geese on the Wing, then paused for the new dancers to form their lines. I believe I'll give it a try, Rand said, standing. Perrin was on his feet just as fast. Matt was slower to move, and thus found himself left behind to mind the cloaks, along with Rand's sword and Perrin's axe. Don't forget, I want a turn too, Matt called after them. The dancers formed 2 long lines facing each other, men on one side, women on the other. First the drum, then the dulcimer, picked up the rhythm, and everyone began bending their knees in time. The girl opposite Rand, her dark hair in braids that reminded him sharply of home, offered a shy smile, then a wink that was anything but. Tom's flute leaped into the melody, and Rand stepped forward to meet her. She tossed her head back with a laugh as he spun her and passed her down the line. Everyone in the inn seemed to be laughing, Rand thought as he danced with his next partner, a serving maid whose apron flapped wildly. The only solemn face he spotted belonged to a man hunched near a fireplace, marked by a severe scar that ran from one temple to the opposite jaw, pulling his nose sideways and dragging down the corner of his mouth. The man met Rand's look with a grimace, and Rand glanced away, flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps with such a scar, smiling was impossible. He caught his next partner as she spun, whirling her once before sending her on. 3 more women danced with him as the music sped up. Then he was back with the first dark-haired girl for a brisk promenade that scrambled the lines. She was still laughing and gave him another wink. The scarred man was now glaring directly at him. Rand's step faltered, his cheeks burning. He hadn't meant to gawk. He truly didn't think he had stared. He turned to meet his next partner and forgot the man entirely. The next woman to dance into his arms was Nynaeve. He fumbled through the steps, nearly tripping over his own feet and almost stepping on hers. She danced with enough natural grace to compensate for his clumsiness, a patient smile on her face all the while. She laughed as they switched partners, the sound light and teasing. "I honestly believed you had more grace on the dance floor." He barely had a second to collect himself before the pattern shifted once more, and he was suddenly facing Moiraine. If dancing with the wisdom had made him feel clumsy, it was nothing compared to the sheer intimidation of partnering with the Aes Sedai. She moved with a fluid, effortless glide, her dress sweeping around her in elegant arcs, while he nearly lost his footing on 2 separate occasions. Her smile was meant to be kind, an attempt at reassurance, but it only heightened his embarrassment, making him feel more conspicuous. When the dance finally carried him to his next partner, it was almost a relief, even if that partner was Egwene. Some of his confidence returned then. He had, after all, shared countless dances with her over the years. Her hair was still loose, but now it was tied back with a simple red ribbon. Probably can't make up her mind between pleasing Moiraine or Nynaeve, he thought, a trace of bitterness colouring the observation. Her lips were slightly parted as if she meant to speak, but no words came, and he refused to break the silence first, not after how sharply she had shut him down earlier in the private dining room. They simply stared at one another, sober and wordless, until the steps of the dance drew them apart again. He was more than ready to return to the bench when the reel concluded. The musicians struck up a lively jig just as he sat, and Mat eagerly hurried to join the forming lines, with Perrin slipping onto the bench beside him in the same motion. "Did you see her?" Perrin started, hardly settled. "Did you? Which one?" Rand replied. "The Wisdom or Mistress Alice. I ended up dancing with both." "You danced with Mistress Alice too?" Perrin's eyes widened. "I was with Nynaeve." "I never even knew she danced. She never does back home." "Makes you wonder," Rand mused, "what the women's circle would say about their wisdom dancing in a place like this. Maybe that's the real reason she avoids it." Then the music swelled, accompanied by loud clapping and singing, drowning out any further conversation. Rand and Perrin joined in the rhythmic applause as the dancers wove around the floor. More than once, Rand noticed the scar-faced man's gaze fixed intently on him. The fellow had every right to be wary, marked as he was. But Rand couldn't think of anything to do now that wouldn't just worsen the situation. He focused on the music and made a point of not looking in the man's direction. The celebration carried on late into the night. Eventually, the maids remembered their duties, and Rand was grateful to devour a bowl of hot stew with some bread, everyone eating wherever they stood or sat. He joined 3 more dances and found his footing improved when he partnered again with Nynaeve and, surprisingly, with Moiraine. This time both women offered compliments on his dancing, which only made him stammer awkwardly in reply. He also danced with Egwene once more. She watched him with dark, intense eyes, seeming perpetually on the verge of speech. Yet she never uttered a word. He kept just as quiet, though he was certain he wasn't scowling at her, no matter what Mat claimed later when they returned to the bench. As midnight approached, Moiraine made her exit. Egwene, after a single anxious glance from the Aes Sedai to Nynaeve, quickly followed after her. The Wisdom watched them go, her expression unreadable, then pointedly joined one last dance before she too departed, wearing a look that suggested she'd scored some private victory over the Aes Sedai. Before long, Tom was carefully placing his flute back into its case, amiably debating with the few remaining guests who pleaded for him to stay. Lan came over to gather Rand and the others. "We leave at first light," the warder said, leaning in to be heard above the lingering noise. "And we'll need every bit of rest we can get." "There was a man staring at me all night," Matt said. "A fellow with a scar across his face. You don't think he could be one of those friends you warned us about?"
Like this?
Rand drew a finger from his nose to the corner of his mouth. "He was watching me too." He scanned the room. Most of the crowd had dispersed, with the few remaining huddled around Tom. "He's gone now." "I saw him," Lan acknowledged. "According to Master Pitch, he's a spy for the White Cloaks. He's no direct threat to us." But even as he said it, Rand could tell something else was weighing on the warder's mind. Rand caught the guarded look on Matt's face, the kind that meant he was holding something back. A White Cloak informant. Could Bornhold really be that desperate for revenge? "We're departing at dawn," Rand asked. "That soon? Perhaps they could slip away before any trouble found them." "With the first light," Lan answered. As they moved from the common room, Matt was humming bits of a tune under his breath, and Perrin paused every few steps to practice a dance move he'd picked up. Tom Merrillin joined them, his mood noticeably bright, while the warder's features remained an unreadable mask as they approached the staircase. "What about Nynaeve?" Matt inquired. "The innkeeper claimed the last rooms were taken. She has a place to sleep," Tom stated flatly, "in the chamber shared by Mistress Alice and the young woman." Perrin let out a low whistle, and Matt grumbled, "Light burn me. I wouldn't trade places with Egwene for all the coin in Camelin." Not for the first time, Rand wished his friend could focus on anything of consequence, for more than a fleeting moment. Their own situation felt precarious enough. "I'm going to fetch some milk," Rand announced. "Maybe it would settle his nerves. Maybe tonight the dreams would stay away." Lan's gaze snapped to him. "There is a wrongness in the air tonight. Do not go far. And remember, we ride at first light, whether you're alert enough to keep your saddle or must be tied to it." The warder began climbing the stairs. The others trailed after him, their earlier cheer now dampened. Rand was left standing alone in the corridor. After the constant company, the silence felt heavy and isolating. He quickened his pace to the kitchen, where a tired scullery maid was still cleaning. She filled a clay mug with milk from a large earthenware jug for him. As he stepped back into the hallway, taking a sip, a figure clad in matte black began advancing toward him from the far end, pale hands lifting to push back the dark cowl that had concealed the features beneath. The cloak hung utterly still as the form moved and the face revealed. It was a man's face, yet sickly pale, like something found under a stone, and utterly devoid of eyes. From its greasy black hair to its swollen cheeks, the skin was seamless and smooth. Rand gagged, sputtering milk.
"You are one of them, boy?"
The Fade hissed, its voice a raspy whisper like a file dragged slowly over dry bone. The mug fell from Rand's hand, shattering on the floor. He stumbled backward. Every instinct screamed to run, yet he could only force his feet into clumsy, reluctant steps. He could not tear his gaze from that eyeless countenance. It held him captive, and his stomach twisted into a cold knot. He tried to call out, to scream. His throat had turned to stone. Each ragged breath was a stab of pain. The Fade glided closer, unhurried. Its movement held a liquid, predatory grace, like a serpent, an impression heightened by the overlapping plates of dark armor covering its torso. Thin, colorless lips twisted into a cruel smile, made more taunting by the smooth, blank skin where eyes should have been. Its voice made Bornhold's sound gentle by comparison. "Where are the others? I know they are here, speak, boy, and I may let you live." Rand's shoulders hit solid wood, a wall or a door. He couldn't bring himself to look. Now that his feet had stopped, he couldn't will them to move again. He trembled, watching the Myrdrell slink nearer. His shaking intensified with each deliberate stride. "Speak, I command you," or a sudden clatter of boots echoed from the staircase in the hall, and the Myrdrell fell silent, whirling around. Its cloak did not stir. For a heartbeat, the Fade's head tilted, as if that blind gaze could penetrate the wooden wall. A sword materialized in its pallid hand, the blade as black as its cloak. The very light in the hallway seemed to weaken around that weapon. The pounding of boots grew louder, and the Fade spun back to Rand with an unnaturally fluid motion. The dark sword lifted, its thin lips peeled back from its teeth in a grimace of fury. Trembling violently, Rand knew death had found him. The midnight steel flashed toward his head and halted. "You belong to the great Lord of the Dark." The breathy, grating words were like nails scraping slate. "You are his." Then, in a blur of darkness, the Fade whirled and streaked down the hall away from Rand, leaving behind only the chill of its presence and the sour smell of Rand's own fear. The darkness at the corridor's end seemed to swallow the creature whole, and then it vanished. Lan descended the final steps in a single jarring leap, his blade already drawn. Rand fought to speak, his throat tight. A Fade he managed, the word a dry rasp. Only then did he recall his own weapon. Confronted by the murderal, he had forgotten it entirely. He hastily unsheathed the heron-marked sword, a futile gesture he no longer cared about. It went that way. Lan gave a distracted nod, his attention seemingly caught by some distant sound. "It's retreating. Its presence is fading. We've no time to give chase now. We depart immediately, sheepherder." The thud of more boots echoed on the stairs as Matt, Perrin, and Tom hurried down, all burdened with their gear. Matt was clumsily securing his bedroll, his bow tucked awkwardly under one arm. "Leaving?" Rand asked, taking his belongings from Tom and sheathing his sword. "Right now, in the middle of the night? Do you wish to linger until the halfman returns?" The warder retorted, his tone sharp with impatience. "Or until it brings 6 more? It knows our location now." "I would ride with your party once more," Tom announced to Lan, "unless you have a strong objection. Too many recall my arrival alongside you. I suspect that by dawn this will be an exceedingly poor place to be known as your associate. Ride with us, or ride to Shayol Ghul for all I care, Gleeman," Lan growled, shoving his sword into its scabbard with a forceful clatter. A stable hand scurried past them from the rear entrance, followed by Moiraine with Master Fitch. Behind them came Egwene, clutching her bundled shawl, and Nynaeve. Egwene's face was pale with fear, nearly tearful, while the Wisdom's expression was one of icy, controlled fury. "You must understand the gravity of this," Moiraine was insisting to the innkeeper. "You will almost certainly face trouble here by morning, dark friends perhaps, or something worse. When it arrives, make it plainly known that we have departed. Offer no resistance. Simply inform them we left under cover of darkness, and they should trouble you no further. It is us they seek." "Now don't you fret about trouble," Master Fitch replied with forced cheer. "Not a whit. If any unsavory sorts come sniffing around my inn, looking to bother my guests, well, my lads and I will give them a very swift and firm dismissal. You have my word. Not a syllable will be spoken about your whereabouts, your timing, or even your presence here. I've no patience for that lot. My people will be silent as stones." "But you must, Mistress Alice. I really must attend to your horses if you're to have an orderly departure." He gently extracted his sleeve from her grip and hurried off toward the stables. Moran exhaled in frustration. A stubborn, foolishly brave man. He refuses to listen. "Do you think Trollocs might come here searching for us?" Matt asked, his voice tense. Trollocs, Moiraine's reply was a sharp crack. "Certainly not. There are far more insidious dangers to fear, not least of which is the question of how we were discovered." She brushed past Matt's offended glare without pause. "The Fade will not believe we would stay, now that it has found us, but Master Fitch underestimates the Dark Friends. He imagines them as wretched creatures skulking in alleys, but they can be found in the marketplaces and thoroughfares of every town, even in the highest chambers of power. The Mairdrol may send them to pry information from him. With that she turned and strode away, Lan a shadow at her side. As the group moved toward the stable-yard, Rand walked beside Nynaeve. She carried her own saddlebags and blankets. "So you've decided to come after all," he said. It seemed Min had been correct.
Was there truly something down here?
Nynaeve asked, her voice low. She said it was she cut herself off, studying his face. "A fade," he answered, surprising himself with the steadiness in his own voice. "It was right there in the hallway with me." Then Lan arrived. Nynaeve pulled her cloak tighter against the biting wind as they stepped out of the inn. A sudden grim smile touched her lips. "Perhaps there is something hunting you, but I came to ensure you all return safely to Emansfield, and I will not leave until that is done. I won't abandon you to the company of her kind." In the stables, lantern light danced as the ostlers worked to saddle the horses, the scene feeling both rushed and eerily calm. "Much!" the innkeeper bellowed from the stable door where he stood beside Moiraine. "Get moving!" He turned back to her, offering placating nods and bows between his shouted commands to the stable hands, seeming to humour her words more than truly heed them. The horses were brought out, the men muttering under their breath about the rush and the late hour. Rand held Egwene's pack, passing it up to her once she was settled on Bella. She glanced down at him, her eyes wide and anxious. At least she's no longer treating this like some grand tale, he thought, then immediately felt a pang of guilt. She was in peril because of him and the others. Even riding back to Emansfield alone would be safer than continuing. "Egwene, the words stuck in his throat. She was too stubborn to simply turn back, not after declaring she would go all the way to Tar Valon. And what of Min's vision? She was woven into this somehow. Light? Woven into what? "Egwene," he managed, "I'm sorry, my thoughts are all tangled." She leaned down from the saddle and gripped his hand firmly. In the lamplight from the stable, her face was clear. The fear he'd seen there moments before had eased, replaced by a determined set to her jaw. Once everyone was mounted, Master Pitch insisted on escorting them to the town gates himself, with stable boys lighting the path with their lanterns. The portly innkeeper bowed them off with promises to keep their confidence and hopeful invitations for a future return. Much watched them depart, with the same sour expression he'd worn upon their arrival. "There's one," Rand reflected. "Who wouldn't think twice about answering questions? Much would tell the first curious soul exactly when they'd left and every detail he could recall." A short way down the street, Rand looked back. A single figure stood holding a lantern aloft, straining to see into the darkness after them. He didn't need to see the face to know it was Much. The streets of Baerlon were deserted at that late hour. Only a few slivers of light escaped from behind tightly shut shutters, and the sliver of a moon waxed and waned behind wind-torn clouds. Now and then a dog barked from an alley as they passed, but the only other sounds were the steady clip-clop of hooves and the wind moaning over the rooftops. The riders kept an even deeper silence, wrapped in their cloaks and their private worries. Lan led, as always, with Moiraine and Egwene close behind. Nynaeve stayed near the girl, while the rest formed a tight cluster at the rear. Lan kept them at a brisk walk. Rand watched the shadowy streets warily, and he noticed his friends doing the same. The shifting moon shadows reminded him of the darkness at the end of the inn's hallway, how it had seemed to stretch toward the fade. A distant noise, a barrel clattering over, or another dog's bark, made every head snap around. Bit by bit, as they wound through the town, they all drew their horses closer to Lan's black stallion and Moiraine's white mare, the animals stepping nervously on the cobbles. At the Camelin gate, Lan dismounted and pounded his fist on the door of a small, square stone building nestled against the wall. A weary watchman appeared, rubbing sleep from his eyes. As Lan spoke, the man's drowsiness vanished, and he stared past the warder at the others. "You want to leave?" he exclaimed. "Now? In the dead of night? You must be mad." "Unless there is some order from the governor forbidding our departure," Moiraine said calmly. She had dismounted as well, but remained back from the door, outside the pool of light spilling into the dark street. "Not exactly, mistress," the watchman said, peering at her and frowning as he tried to make out her features. "But the gates stay shut from sundown to sunup. No one comes in except in daylight. That's the order. Besides, there are wolves out there. Killed a dozen cows this past week. Could kill a man just as easy." "The order says no one to come in," Moiraine replied, as if that settled everything. "It says nothing about leaving." "You see, we are not suggesting you defy the governor's orders," Lan said. His voice low, he slipped something into the watchman's palm. "For your assistance," he added quietly. The watchman hesitated, then glanced at his hand. The gleam of gold caught his eye before he quickly tucked it away. "I suppose," he said slowly, "the order didn't specifically say anything about letting folks out wait here?" He ducked his head back inside the guardhouse. "Anne, Dar, get out here and help me with the gate. There are travellers who wish to depart. No arguments, just move." 2 more members of the watch emerged, blinking sleep from their eyes as they took in the group of 8 riders waiting in the cold night. Under the first watchman's direction, they lumbered over to the heavy wheel that lifted the massive crossbar, then began turning the crank to swing the gates outward. The mechanism clicked steadily, but the well-maintained hinges moved without a sound. They had barely opened a foot when a voice, cold and sharp, cut through the darkness. "Explain this. Are these gates not commanded shut until dawn?" 5 figures in white cloaks stepped into the lantern light spilling from the guardhouse door. Their hoods were raised, shadowing their faces, but each man's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. The golden sunbursts embroidered on their left breasts left no doubt as to their identity. Matt cursed softly under his breath. The watchman froze at the crank, exchanging nervous glances. "This is not your concern," the first watchman declared, though his defiance wavered. The 5 white hoods turned toward him as one, and he finished in a much meeker tone. "The children have no authority here."
"The governor? The children of the light," the man who had first spoken said, his voice deceptively soft, "hold authority wherever men walk in the light. Only where the shadow of the Dark One holds sway are the children denied. Is this not so?" He shifted his gaze from the watchman to Lan, then paused, giving the warder a second, more cautious appraisal. Lan hadn't moved a muscle. He appeared utterly relaxed, yet few men could regard the children with such profound indifference.
His expression was as impassive as if he were observing a street vendor. When the white cloak spoke again, suspicion edged his words. What manner of people seek to pass beyond town walls on a night such as this, with wolves in the darkness and the Dark One's creations seen flying above? His eyes fixed on the braided leather band that held Lan's hair back from his forehead. A man from the borderlands, yes? Rand slouched deeper into his saddle. A drag car, it had to be. Unless this man simply labeled anything he didn't understand as the Dark One's work. After encountering a Fade at the inn, he should have anticipated a drag car, but right now his mind was elsewhere. That voice, he was almost certain he recognized it. "Travelers," Lan answered, his tone flat. "Of no consequence to you or your order. Everyone is of consequence to the children of the light." Lan gave a slight, dismissive shake of his head. "Do you truly seek further conflict with the governor? He has restricted your numbers within the town, even set men to watch you. What will he do when he learns you are harassing lawful citizens at his very gates?" He turned back to the watchmen. "Why have you stopped?" They faltered, their hands returning to the crank, only to freeze again as the white cloak spoke. "The governor is blind to what occurs beneath his nose. There is a corruption he does not see nor scent. but the children of the light see. The watchmen looked at one another, their hands flexing uselessly, doubtless wishing for the spears they'd left inside. The children of the light smell the taint. The white cloak's attention settled on the mounted party. We smell it and we purge it, wherever it may fester. Rand tried to make himself invisible, but the slight movement drew the man's eye. What have we here, one who shrinks from being seen? What do you? Ah! The man pushed back his hood, and Rand found himself staring at the face he had dreaded to see. Bornhold nodded, a grim satisfaction spreading across his features. It is clear, watchman, that I have just spared you from a grave calamity. These were dark friends you nearly allowed to slip away from justice. You should be reported to your own commander for punishment, or perhaps handed over to the questioners so we might uncover what you truly intended tonight. He paused, studying the watchman's terrified expression. It appeared to have little impact on him. You would not want that, would you? Instead, I will take these criminals to our encampment, where they can be interrogated properly instead of you. Agreed? You intend to take me to your camp, White Cloak? Moiraine's voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. She had retreated into the shadows as the children approached and darkness gathered around her. You plan to question me? The gloom enveloped her as she stepped forward, making her appear unnaturally tall. You dare to block my path with another step. Rand caught his breath. She was taller now, her head rising to the level of his own where he sat atop his horse. Shadows clung to her features like storm clouds. Aes Sedai, Bornhold yelled, and 5 blades were drawn in a flash. Die, while the others faltered. Bornhold swung his sword at her in a single fluid motion. Rand shouted a warning as Moiraine raised her staff to meet the attack. That finely carved wood should never withstand a steel blade. But when sword struck staff, a shower of sparks erupted, with a sharp, sizzling roar, hurling Bornhold back into his white-cloaked companions. All 5 tumbled to the ground in a heap. Wisps of smoke curled from Bornhold's sword where it lay beside him, its blade bent at a severe angle, nearly melted in 2. You dare to raise a hand against me. Moiraine's voice thundered like a gale. Darkness swirled around her, cloaking her like a hooded mantle. She now loomed as high as the town wall itself. Her eyes glared down, a giant observing insects. Go! Lan shouted. In one swift motion, he seized the reins of Moiraine's mare and vaulted into his own saddle. Now! He commanded. His shoulders nearly scraped the gateposts as his stallion burst through the narrow opening like a shot from a sling. For a moment, Rand sat frozen, staring. Moiraine's head and shoulders now rose above the wall. Both watchmen and children cowered away from her, pressing their backs against the guardhouse in fear. The Aes Sedai's face was lost to the night, but her eyes, as large and bright as full moons, shone with impatience as well as anger when they briefly met his. Swallowing hard, he dug his heels into Cloud's sides and galloped after the others. 50 yards from the wall, Lan halted them, and Rand glanced back. Moiraine's shadowed form towered over the wooden palisade, her head and shoulders a stark silhouette against the night sky, outlined by a faint silver glow from the hidden moon. As he watched, his mouth agape, the Aes Sedai simply stepped over the wall. The gates began to swing shut in a panic. The moment her feet touched the ground outside, she was abruptly her ordinary size once more. "Hold the gates!" A shaken voice cried from within the wall. Rand believed it was Bornhold.
We must pursue them. Capture them.
But the watchmen did not slow their frantic closing. The gates slammed shut, and moments later the heavy bar thudded into place, sealing them inside. Perhaps some of those other white cloaks aren't quite as eager to face an Aes Sedai as Bornhold is. Moiraine hurried to Aldib, giving the white mare a gentle stroke on the nose before securing her staff under the saddle strap. Rand didn't need to look to know the staff remained unmarked, without even a scratch.
"You were taller than a giant," Egwene whispered breathlessly, shifting on Baela's back.
No one else spoke, though Mat and Perrin subtly guided their horses a few steps away from the Aes Sedai. "Was I?" Moiraine replied distractedly as she mounted her saddle. "I saw you," Egwene insisted. "The mind plays tricks in the darkness. The eye often sees what isn't truly there. This is no time for games," Nynaeve began, her tone sharp. But Moiraine interrupted her. "No time for games, indeed. What we gained back at the Stag and Lion, we may have just lost here." She looked back toward the sealed gate and shook her head slowly, a flicker of genuine concern crossing her features, before she turned her gaze to the road ahead. "If only I could convince myself that Dragcar was grounded," she muttered with a bitter laugh, "or if I could believe the murderer were actually blind. Since I'm dreaming up impossibilities, I might as well wish for the moon. It doesn't matter. They know the path we're taking, but with any luck, we'll keep just ahead of them, Lan." The warder guided his horse east along the Camelin road, and the others fell in behind him, the steady thump of hooves against the hard earth marking their passage. They maintained a brisk but sustainable walk, a pace the horses could hold for miles without needing any Aes Sedai assistance. They hadn't even travelled a full hour before Mat's shout cut through the night, his arm pointing back toward the town they'd left. "Look at that!" Everyone reined in and turned. The sky above Baerlon was ablaze, glowing as if a building-sized bonfire raged below, painting the bellies of the clouds a deep, angry red. Embers swirled upward on the wind like frantic fireflies. "I warned him," Moiraine stated, her voice flat. Aldib shifted uneasily beneath her, mirroring the Aes Sedai's simmering irritation. He simply refused to listen. "The inn?" Perrin asked, his voice heavy. "The Stag and Lion? How can you know for certain? How many coincidences are you willing to accept?" Tom countered. "It might be the mayor's mansion, but it isn't, and it's clearly not a storehouse or someone's cooking fire or your aunt's prized pumpkin patch." "Perhaps the light offers us a sliver of favour tonight," Lan observed. Gwen whirled on him, her face flushed with anger. "How can you say that Master Fitch's inn is burning? People could be injured, or worse. If they targeted the inn," Moiraine reasoned, "it's possible our departure from town and my earlier diversion went unseen." "Unless that's precisely what the Murdrol wants us to believe," Lan added grimly. Moiraine gave a slow nod in the dark. "A possibility. Regardless, we must continue. There will be scant rest for anyone before dawn." "You say that so casually, Moiraine," Nynaeve burst out. "What of the people at the inn? There will be injuries, and that innkeeper has lost everything, all because of you. For all your fine words about walking in the light, you're ready to ride off without a second thought. His ruin is on your hands." "Because of those three," Lan snapped, his anger a sharp contrast to his usual stoicism. "The fire, the wounded, this relentless flight, it all traces back to them. The very fact such a price is demanded proves its worth. The Dark One wants those young men of yours desperately, and anything he desires that fiercely we must deny him. Or would you prefer to hand them over to the Fade yourself?" "Peace, Lan," Moiraine said, her tone calming. "Peace. Wisdom, you believe I can aid Master Fitch and his people? You are correct." Nynaeve began to protest, but Moiraine silenced her with a gesture. "I could ride back alone and offer assistance." "Limited assistance, of course. Too much would draw dangerous attention to those I helped. Attention they would not welcome, especially with the Children of the Light in Baerlon. That would leave only Lan to protect the rest of you. He is exceptional, but even he may not be enough if a Murdrell and a band of Trollocs find you. We could, of course, all return, though I doubt I could smuggle us all back into Baerlon unseen." That would expose every one of you to whoever set that fire, not to mention the white cloaks. So, Wisdom, which choice would you make in my place? I would do something. Nynaeve grumbled her defiance, wilting. And in doing so, you would likely deliver victory to the Dark One, Moiraine replied. Remember who it is he seeks. We are at war here, as truly as any army in Gildan, though they fight by the thousands and we are but 8. I will see that gold is sent to Master Fitch, enough to rebuild the Stag and Lion, funds that cannot be linked to Tar Valon. Aid will be provided for the injured as well. Anything more would only put them at greater risk. You see, it is not so simple, Lan. The warder turned his stallion and led them back onto the road. Rand glanced over his shoulder repeatedly, watching the hellish glow on the clouds until distance and darkness swallowed it completely. He found himself worrying about Min, hoping fiercely that she had gotten clear, a quiet, personal fear threading through the larger dread. The road ahead felt colder, and the memory of the fire seemed to chase them, a ghost of flame at their backs. The world was still a pool of ink when the warder finally guided them off the hard-packed dirt of the road and signalled for them to dismount. Rand guessed dawn was still a couple of hours off. They secured the horses, still saddled, and made a cheerless camp without a fire. 1 hour, Lan stated flatly as the others, except for him, burrowed into their blankets. He would keep watch while they slept. 1 hour, and we move. A heavy quiet descended. After a long moment, Mat's whisper barely carried to Rand. Wonder what Dave ever did with that badger. Rand gave a silent shake of his head, and Mat paused. I really thought we were safe, you know. He finally breathed. Not a hint of trouble since the Terran. And then we were inside walls in a proper city. I let myself believe it then, that dream, and a fade. Are we ever going to stop looking over our shoulders? Not until Tar Valon, Rand murmured. That's what Moiraine said. Will that even be enough? Perrin asked, his voice low, and all three of them glanced toward the shadowy shape that was the Aes Sedai wrapped in her own cloak. Lan had simply vanished into the night. He could have been 3 feet away or 30. Rand was suddenly hit by a massive yawn. The others jumped at the sound. We should sleep, he said, his voice thick, staring at the dark, won't give us any answers. Perrin's quiet words hung in the air. She should have done something. No one had a reply. Honestly, what were they expecting? A magical shield to pop up around the camp. Aes Sedai power didn't work like a cozy blanket you could pull over your head to keep the nightmares out. Rand twisted onto his side to escape a gnarled root, shifted to his back, only to find a stone, and finally ended up on his stomach, which pressed against another root. It was a miserable spot, nothing like the careful, sheltered locations the warder had chosen on their journey north from the Terran. He drifted into an uneasy sleep, wondering if the roots jabbing his ribs would inspire bad dreams, and woke to Lan's hand on his shoulder, his side sore and grimly thankful that if any dreams had come, he couldn't recall them. It was still that deep pre-dawn darkness, but once their blankets were rolled and fastened behind their saddles, Lan had them moving east again. As the sun finally lightened the sky, they made a bleary-eyed breakfast of bread and hard cheese, eating in the saddle and huddling deep in their cloaks against a biting wind. All except Lan he ate, but he was not bleary-eyed, and he did not huddle. He had changed back into his cloak that seemed to shift colours, and it streamed behind him, flickering through shades of grey and green. The only attention he paid it was to keep it clear of his sword arm. His face was a mask, but his eyes never stopped moving, scanning the road and the trees as if he expected an attack at any heartbeat. The Camlin Road, in truth, wasn't so different from the North Road back in the Two Rivers. It was wider, certainly, and showed the grooves of far greater traffic, but it was still the same hard-packed earth,
bordered by trees that wouldn't have seemed out of place at home, especially since only the evergreens still held their leaves. The land itself began to change by midday, as the road wound into a region of low, rolling hills. For 2 days the track ran through these hills, sometimes cutting straight through them if they were broad enough to have forced a long detour, but not so large as to make digging through them impossible. As the sun's angle changed each day, it became clear the road, for all its seeming straightness, held a gradual curve to the south as it ran east. Rand had spent hours daydreaming over Master Alver's old map. Half the boys in Eamon's Field had, and as he remembered, the road curved around a place called the Hills of Abshire until it reached the town of Whitebridge. Periodically, Lan would have them dismount atop a hill where he could get a clear view of the road ahead and behind and the surrounding countryside. The warder would stand and study the landscape, while the others stretched their stiff legs or sat beneath the trees to eat a sparing meal. "I used to actually like cheese," Egwene remarked on the third day out from Baerlon, breaking the monotony with a sigh as she stared at the familiar wedge in her hand. Huddled against the rough bark of a tree, Egwene grimaced at the cold meal in her hands, identical to breakfast and what supper would be. "Not even a chance for a proper cup of tea," she muttered, pulling her cloak tighter and shifting in a futile attempt to escape the biting wind. Nearby, Nynaeve was speaking to Moiraine with forced patience. For true fatigue, flatwort tea and andalay root are unmatched. They clear the mind and soothe the ache in weary limbs. "I do not doubt it," the Aes Sedai replied softly, casting a measured glance at the wisdom. Nynaeve's jaw tightened, but she pressed on. "And if one must forgo sleep entirely—" "No tea." Lan's sharp voice cut across the conversation, directed at Egwene. "No fire. They are out there, Fades and Trollocs, and they know we travel this road. We will not send them a glowing invitation." "I wasn't asking," Egwene mumbled into her woolen collar. "Just wishing." Perrin shifted his weight. "If they know we're on the road, why not cut straight across to Whitebridge?" "Even Lan cannot move as swiftly cross-country as by road," Moiraine answered, gently overriding Nynaeve, who released an exasperated sigh. "Especially not through the hills of Abshire. The road curves to avoid them for good reason. Should we leave it, we might only find our enemies waiting ahead instead of trailing behind." Rand looked skeptical, and Matt grumbled something about taking the longest path possible. "Have you seen a single farmstead today?" Lan's gaze swept the barren landscape. "Any sign of smoke? There is nothing but wilderness between Baerlon and Whitebridge, and Whitebridge is our only crossing for the Arinel River south of Maradon in Saldaeath." Tom snorted, tugging at his mustaches. "And what's to stop them from having an ambush already set at that very bridge?" From the west, the mournful wail of a horn cut through the air. Lan's head snapped toward the sound. A cold dread settled in Rand's stomach, a detached part of his mind, coolly estimating the distance. 10 miles, maybe less. "Nothing stops them, Gleeman," Lan stated flatly. "We trust to the light and to fortune, but now we know for certain they are behind us." Moiraine brushed her hands together. "It is time to move." She mounted her white mare smoothly, prompting a hurried scramble for the other horses, hastened by a second, answering cry of a horn, this time joined by others, their thin, dirge-like echoes drifting from the west. Everyone readied to gallop immediately, except for Lan and Moiraine. The warder and the Aes Sedai shared a long, silent look. "Keep them moving, Moiraine Sedai," Lan said at last. "I will return if I can. You will know if I do not." With a single fluid motion he vaulted onto his black stallion and galloped down the hill directly toward the west, toward the horns, which sounded again. "The light go with you, last Lord of the 7 Towers," Moiraine whispered so faintly Rand barely caught it. Drawing a steadying breath, she turned her mare eastward. "We go on," she said, setting off at a steady trot. The others fell into a tight line behind her.
Rand twisted in his saddle for one last look, but Lan had already vanished into the folds of the bleak, treeless hills. Last Lord of the Seven Towers, he wondered at the title. He hadn't thought anyone else heard, but Tom was thoughtfully chewing his moustache, a speculative frown on his face. The gleeman, it seemed, knew many strange and hidden things. The horns called and answered once more behind them, closer now. Rand was sure of it. 8 miles, perhaps only 7. Matt and Egwene kept glancing back while Perrin slumped in his saddle as if bracing for a blow. Nynaeve urged her horse forward to address Moiraine. "Can we not pick up the pace?" she pressed. "Those horns are drawing nearer by the minute." Moiraine gave a slow shake of her head. "Consider why they announced themselves so boldly. It may be to rush us headlong into a trap we cannot see. They maintained their methodical speed. At regular intervals, the horns blared again from behind, each cry closer than the last. Rand fought to keep from calculating the shrinking distance, but the thought intruded with every brazen call. He was nervously estimating it at 5 miles when Lan suddenly galloped into view from around a hill behind them. The warder brought his stallion alongside Moiraine. At least 3 fists of Trollocs, each with a fade leading them. Possibly 5. "If you were near enough to see them," Egwene said, her voice tight with worry, "they might have spotted you. They could be right behind you." He was not seen. Nynaeve straightened as the others turned to her. "I have tracked him before, if you recall." "Quiet," Moiraine ordered. "Lan is reporting perhaps 500 Trollocs at our backs." A shocked hush fell over them before Lan spoke again. "And they are gaining. They will reach us within the hour, likely sooner." Half to herself, the Aes Sedai murmured, "If they had such numbers before, why were they not unleashed at Eamon's Field? And if they did not, how have they gathered here so quickly?" "They are deployed in a wide net to drive us forward," Lan explained, with scouts sweeping ahead of the main groups. "Driving us toward what?" Moiraine wondered aloud. As if in reply, a long, mournful horn call echoed from the west, soon answered by others, all now ahead of them. Moiraine reined in Old Dieb. The rest followed suit, Tom and the villagers from Eamon's Field gazing around with mounting dread. Horns sounded before them and behind, and to Rand they carried a note of cruel triumph. "What do we do now?" Nynaeve demanded, her anger barely contained. "Which way can we possibly go?" "Our only choices are north or south," Moiraine said, thinking aloud more than answering the wisdom. "To the south lie the barren hills of Absha and the Tarren River, with no crossing and no boat traffic. North, we might reach the Arenelle by nightfall, where there could be a trader's boat if the ice has broken up at Maradon." "There is a place the Trollocs will not enter," Lan stated, but Moiraine's head turned sharply toward him.
No.
She gestured, and he drew his horse close, so their conversation became a private murmur. The horns wailed again, and Rand's horse sidestepped nervously. "They're trying to unnerve us," Tom muttered, struggling to calm his own mount. He sounded partly furious and partly as if the tactic was working. "They want us panicked and fleeing, then they'll have us easily." Egwene's head turned at every horn blast, looking ahead, then behind, as if expecting Trollocs to appear at any moment. Rand fought the same impulse, trying to appear steady. He nudged Cloud closer to her side. "We go north," Moiraine declared. The horns shrieked shrilly as they left the road and urged their horses into the surrounding hills. The hills were not high, but the way was endlessly uneven, a constant struggle up one slope only to hasten down the next, all beneath skeletal trees and through tangles of dead brush. Lan set a punishing pace, faster than their travel on the road. Branches whipped at Rand's face and chest. Old vines clutched at his arms and once yanked his foot clean from the stirrup. The wailing horns grew steadily closer, their cries more frequent. No matter how hard Lan pushed them, their progress was agonizingly slow for every foot they advanced. They climbed or descended 2 each step a scramble, and the horns kept drawing nearer. 2 miles, Rand thought grimly. Perhaps even less. For a long while, Lan's gaze swept the woods, his expression hardening into something Rand had never seen before, a flicker of genuine concern. At one point, the warder rose in his stirrups, staring intently back down the trail. Rand saw nothing but endless trees. Settling back into his saddle, Lan absently shifted his cloak, freeing the hilt of his sword as he continued to scan the shadowed forest. Rand caught Mat's eye with a silent question. But Mat just scowled at Lan's back and gave a helpless shrug. "Trollocs are near," Lan said abruptly, not turning around. "Scouts most likely running ahead of the main force. If we encounter them, stay on my heels and follow my lead. We cannot afford to turn aside." They crested a hill and began their descent. "Light burn them," Tom grumbled under his breath. Nynaeve gestured sharply for Egwene to stay close. The forest offered little true shelter beyond scattered clumps of pine, and Rand's eyes darted nervously, his imagination transforming every grey trunk in his peripheral vision into a hulking shape. The distant horns sounded again, closer now. He was certain of it. Closer, and coming from directly behind them, they reached another rise below, just beginning to climb the slope, was a line of Trollocs armed with hooked poles and great rope loops. Their numbers stretched far into the trees on either side, and at the centre of that grim line, mounted and waiting, was a Fade. The Myrdrill seemed to pause for a heartbeat as the riders appeared on the hilltop. Then, in one fluid motion, it drew that blade of impossible blackness Rand remembered with a chill and swept it overhead. The Trolloc line surged forward, but Lan's sword was already free. "Stay with me," he shouted, and Mandab charged down the slope. "For the 7 towers!" Rand's throat tightened. He dug his heels into Cloud, and the whole party poured after the warder. He was startled to find Tam's sword gripped in his own hand. Then, swept up in the fury of the charge, he found his voice. "Manetheren! Manetheren!" Perrin took up the cry. "Manetheren!" But Mat was shouting in the old tongue, his voice raw. "Karai and Kaldazar! Karai and Elisande! Al-Elisande!" The Fade's hooded head swung from its troops to the riders, bearing down on it. The black sword halted in mid-air, and that empty cowl seemed to search among the oncoming figures. Then Lan reached the Myrdrill. As the others crashed into the Trolloc line, the warder's steel met the black blade from Thakandar with a deafening clang like a great bell, a sound that echoed through the hollow, accompanied by a flash of cold blue light that crackled like lightning. Snarling, beast-faced creatures swarmed around each rider, catchpoles flailing. Only Lan and the Fade fought untouched in a clear circle, their dark horses mirroring each other, swords ringing with every parried stroke. The air itself flashed and pealed with their conflict. Cloud rolled his eyes wildly, screaming and lashing out with hooves at the sharp-toothed faces pressing in. The stench of them was overwhelming, wet fur and old blood. Rand drove the grey forward ruthlessly, swinging his sword with none of Lan's practised grace, hacking as if clearing thick bramble. "Egwene!" He searched desperately for her as he forced Cloud onward, carving a path through the dense, hairy bodies. Nearby, Moiraine's white mare moved, as if guided by thought alone. The Aes Sedai's face was carved from stone. Her staff struck out, and Trollocs were suddenly engulfed in flame that exploded with a roar, leaving twisted forms on the ground. Nynaeve and Egwene stayed desperately close to her, faces set in fierce snarls, their belt knives looking pitifully small. Rand tried to turn Cloud toward them, but the terrified horse had the bit in his teeth, plunging forward through the fray. No matter how hard Rand hauled on the reins, a space cleared around the 3 women, as Trolloc scrambled to escape Moiraine's staff, but she pursued them relentlessly. Flames erupted, met by enraged howls above the chaos. Land's blade clashed again and again with the Murdrolls, the air flashing with bursts of blue light each time they met. A catchpole lashed toward Rand's head. He severed it with a clumsy swing, then struck down the goat-faced Trolloc wielding it from behind. A hook snagged his cloak and shoulder, yanking him backward. He clung to his saddle, nearly losing his grip on his sword as Cloud shrieked and twisted. For a terrifying moment, Rand saw Perrin half dragged from his own saddle, wrestling with 3 Trollocs who had seized his limbs. Then Cloud plunged, and Rand's view filled with nothing but snarling foes. Another Trolloc lunged, wrenching Rand's foot from the stirrup. Gasping, he stabbed at it, but the hook tore him from the saddle. Only his desperate hold on the reins kept him from hitting the ground as Cloud reared. Abruptly, the pulling ceased. The Trolloc gripping his leg screamed, throwing up its hands. All around them, every Trolloc began to shriek, a mad, deafening chorus, writhing and clawing at their own faces, biting the earth in mindless agony. Then Rand saw it, the Murdral still upright on its frenzied horse, black sword swinging wildly, but its head was gone. It won't die fully until nightfall, Tom shouted over the relentless screams, breathing heavily. Or so the stories say? Ride. Lan barked, already herding Moiraine and the women up the next slope. This isn't all of them. Horns wailed again from the east, west, and south, rising above the Trolloc's shrieks. Mat, surprisingly, was the only one unhorsed. As Rand moved toward him, Mat shoved a discarded noose away with a grimace, retrieved his bow, and mounted unaided, rubbing at his throat. The horns bayed like hounds closing on prey. Lan drove them harder now, the horses scrambling uphill even faster than before, nearly hurling themselves down the other side. Yet the horns drew nearer until guttural shouts could be heard between their calls, and as the humans reached a hilltop, Trollocs swarmed the rise behind them. The next hill blackened with distorted, snarling faces. 3 Murdrals stood ominously among them. Only 100 yards separated the 2 groups. Rand's heart clenched. 3. The Fades raised their black swords as one. Trollocs poured down the slope, triumphant cries swelling, catchpoles bobbing above the rush. Moiraine dismounted calmly. From her pouch she drew a wrapped object, the dark ivory angrel. With it in one hand and her staff in the other, she planted her feet, faced the charging horde and the lifted black blades, raised her staff high and drove it into the ground. The earth rang like a struck iron kettle. The hollow clang faded into an eerie, windless silence. Trolloc cries cut off, their charge halted. For a heartbeat, everything hung suspended. Then a low rumble returned, swelling into a deep, moaning tremor that shuddered through the very ground. The earth shuddered violently under Cloud's feet. This was the kind of Aes Sedai power Rand had only heard in tales, and in that moment he wished he were 100 miles from that shaking hill. The tremor intensified, rattling the surrounding trees until their branches whipped like angry arms. The grey mare stumbled, almost going down. Mandab and the riderless Aldieb staggered as if drunk, and everyone still mounted clung desperately to reins and manes just to stay in the saddle. Moiraine stood unmoving at the crest, her angril held tight, and her staff driven into the soil. While the ground bucked and rolled around her, she and the staff remained an island of calm. Then the earth itself began to ripple outward from the base of her staff, spreading toward the Trollocs like waves across a pond. These ripples swelled as they raced downhill, tearing bushes from their roots, hurling dead leaves into the air, growing into rolling hills of dirt and stone that crashed toward the enemy. Trees in the hollow thrashed as if whipped by a giant's hand. Across the slope, Trollocs were flung into heaps, tumbling over and over in the churning soil. Yet through the chaos, the line of Myrddraal advanced. Their jet-black horses moved in eerie unison, never missing a step, even as Trollocs howled and scrambled all around them. It was as if the ground itself dared not disrupt their grim procession. Moraine raised her staff, and the earth stilled, but she was far from finished. She pointed toward the hollow, and a geyser of flame erupted from the ground, roaring 20 feet into the air. With a sweep of her arms, the fire raced left and right, forming a blazing wall that stretched as far as the eye could see, cutting the humans off from the Trolloc horde. The heat was so intense that even on the hilltop, Rand had to shield his face. The Murdrail's mounts, for all their uncanny steadiness, screamed at the flames, rearing and fighting their riders' attempts to drive them forward. "Blood and ashes," Mat whispered, his voice thin with awe. Rand could only nod, his mind numb. Suddenly, Moiraine swayed, and would have collapsed if Lan hadn't leaped from his saddle to catch her. "Go now!" the warder barked, his tone harsh, even as he lifted the Aes Sedai gently onto her horse. "That fire won't last! Hurry, every second counts!" The wall of flame roared defiantly, but Rand didn't need convincing. They spurred their horses northward at a breakneck gallop. In the distance, Trolloc horns shrilled with what sounded like bitter disappointment, then fell silent. Lan and Moiraine caught up before long, with Lan leading Aldieb by the reins, while the Aes Sedai gripped her saddle pommel, swaying with exhaustion. "I will recover shortly," she assured them, her voice tired but firm, her gaze as compelling as ever. "Earth and fire are not my strongest elements. A minor strain." The two took the lead again at a brisk walk. Any faster, Rand suspected, and Moiraine might not stay mounted. Nynaeve rode up beside her, placing a steadying hand on the Aes Sedai's arm. For a while the two women spoke in low tones. Then the wisdom drew a small packet from her cloak and passed it to Moiraine, who unfolded it and swallowed the contents. After a few more murmured words, Nynaeve dropped back, ignoring the questioning looks from the others. Despite the dire circumstances, Rand thought he detected a faint hint of satisfaction in her expression. Honestly, he didn't much care what the wisdom was scheming. His own hand kept drifting to the hilt of his sword, rubbing it absently. Whenever he noticed, he'd stare at the weapon in disbelief. So that's what battle is like. His memory of it was a blurred, feverish montage, a jumble of snarling faces and sheer terror, all underscored by a bizarre, sweltering heat. It had felt like a midsummer noon in the thick of the fight, a sensation he couldn't explain. Now the icy wind bit at the sweat cooling on his skin, leaving him chilled and confused. He looked over at his companions. Mat was using the hem of his cloak to wipe the sweat from his face. Perrin was gazing intently at something far off, his expression troubled, seemingly oblivious to the perspiration shining on his brow. The terrain began to flatten as the hills diminished, yet Lan called a halt instead of urging them onward. Nynaeve started to move toward Moiraine, but a sharp glance from the warder held her back. He and the Aes Sedai rode a short distance ahead, leaning in close. From Moiraine's animated gestures it was clear a heated discussion was underway. Nynaeve and Tom watched them, the wisdom wearing a deep frown of concern, the gleeman muttering to himself, and occasionally glancing back the way they had come. Everyone else deliberately avoided looking in their direction. Who could predict what might happen when an Aes Sedai and her warder disagreed? After several minutes, Egwene spoke to Rand in a hushed tone, her eyes darting uneasily toward the still arguing pair. "Those things you were all yelling at the Trollocs." She hesitated, searching for the right words. "What about them?" Rand asked, feeling a touch self-conscious. Shouting battle cries might be fine for warders, but it wasn't something folk from the Two Rivers normally did, regardless of what Moiraine claimed. If Egwene decided to tease him about it, Mat's probably told that story a dozen times by now. And poorly, Tom interjected, which earned a grunt of protest from Mat. However he told it, Rand continued, we've all heard it enough. Besides, we had to shout something. That's just what you do in a fight. You heard Lan? And we have the right, Perrin added, his voice thoughtful. Moraine says we're descended from the people of Manetheren. They fought the Shadow, and now we're fighting the Shadow. That gives us the right. Egwene gave a dismissive sniff. I wasn't talking about that, Matt. What exactly were you shouting? Matt shifted uncomfortably. I don't remember. He stared at them, a defensive edge in his voice. Honestly, I don't. It's all a blur. I've no idea what the words were, where they came from, or what they meant. He let out a short, humorless laugh. Probably didn't mean anything at all. I think it did, Egwene said slowly. When you shouted, for just a second, I felt like I understood, but the feeling's gone now. She sighed and shook her head. Maybe you're right. It's funny what your mind can conjure up in a moment like that. Karai and Kaldazar, Moiraine announced, riding back to them. They all turned to look at her. Karai and Elisandi al-Elisandi, for the honour of the Red Eagle, for the honour of the Rose of the Sun. The Rose of the Sun, it is the ancient battle cry of Manetheren and the cry of its final king. Eldrine was known as the Rose of the Sun. Moiraine's smile included both Egwene and Mat, though her gaze seemed to linger on him a heartbeat longer. The blood of Aemon's line remains strong in the two rivers. The old blood still remembers how to sing. Mat and Egwene exchanged a look, while everyone else stared at them. Egwene's eyes were wide, and she kept biting back a smile that wanted to form, as if uncertain how to feel about this talk of ancient lineage. Mat's feelings were clearer, written plainly in the scowl on his face. Rand believed he knew what Mat was thinking, because it mirrored his own thought. If Mat was a descendant of Manetheren's kings, perhaps the Trollocs were hunting him specifically, and not all three of them. The idea filled him with shame, bringing heat to his cheeks. When he caught a glimpse of a guilty wince on Perrin's face, he knew his friend had entertained the same selfish notion. I can't say I've ever heard the like, Tom said after a moment. He gave himself a shake, and his tone turned brisk. Another time, I might weave a tale from it, but right now, do you plan for us to stand here all day, Aes Sedai? No, Moiraine replied, taking up her reins. As if to punctuate her word, the mournful cry of a Trolloc horn echoed from the south. It was answered by others to the east and west. The horses whinnied and shuffled nervously. They are past the fire, Lan stated calmly. Lan turned to Moiraine. You don't have the strength for what you're planning, not yet, and not without rest. Neither Myrddraal nor Trolloc will set foot in that place. Moiraine lifted a hand as if to silence him, then let it fall with a weary sigh. Very well, she said, her voice edged with frustration. You're right, I suppose, though I wish there were any other choice. She drew her staff from beneath her saddle's girth strap. Everyone, gather close around me, as near as you can. Closer still. Rand nudged Cloud forward, pressing nearer to the Aes Sedai's mare. At Moiraine's urging, they crowded into a tight circle until each horse's head was stretched over the back or shoulders of another. Only then did she seem satisfied. Without a word, she rose in her stirrups and swept the staff in a wide arc above their heads, stretching to ensure it passed over each of them. Rand flinched every time the staff crossed above him. A strange electric tingle shot through his body with each pass. He could have tracked its movement blindfolded just by the shivers it left in its wake. Unsurprisingly, Lan alone showed no reaction. Abruptly, Moiraine thrust the staff westward. Dead leaves spiraled into the air, and branches thrashed as though an invisible whirlwind tore along the line she indicated. As the unseen disturbance vanished from view, she sank back into her saddle with an exhausted sigh. To the Trollocs, she explained, our scents and tracks will now appear to follow that path. The Murdrail may see through the ruse in time, but by then, Lan finished, we will have vanished into the wilderness.
Your staff holds such power, Egwene murmured, drawing a dismissive sniff from Nynaeve. Moiraine clicked her tongue softly. I have told you, child, objects do not hold power. The one power flows from the true source, and only a living mind can channel it. This is not even an angriel, merely a focus to aid concentration. Warily, she slid the staff back under the strap. Lan, follow me, the warder said, and keep silent. If the Trollocs hear us, all this is for nothing. He led them north again, not at their earlier breakneck pace, but at the steady, quick walk they had used on the Camelin road. The land continued to flatten, though the forest remained dense and close. Their path was no longer straight. Lan now picked a route that wound over hard ground and rocky outcrops, and he avoided forcing through thickets, instead taking time to guide them around. Occasionally, he dropped back to study their trail, his sharp grunt the only reply to any cough or rustle. The forest felt watchful, and Rand found himself straining to hear the distant horns that, for all their dread, at least told how far behind the pursuit might be. Nynaeve rode beside Moiraine, conflict plain on her face, concern wrestling with clear dislike. Rand thought he detected something more, almost as if the wisdom glimpsed some nearing purpose. Moraine's shoulders were slumped. She gripped reins and saddle with both hands, swaying with each step of her mare. It was obvious that weaving the false trail, minor as it might have seemed, compared to calling up earthquakes and walls of flame, had drained her of strength she could ill afford to lose. Rand kept glancing over his shoulder, so he was not the first to see what lay ahead. When he finally looked, he stared in confusion. A vast, irregular barrier stretched away to either side, in most places as high as the trees crowding against it, with even taller spires rising here and there. Thick layers of leafless vines and creepers shrouded its surface. A cliff, he thought. The vines would make climbing easier, but we'll never get the horses up. Then, as they rode a little closer, he made out a tower, clearly a structure, not a rock formation, topped by an odd, pointed dome. A city, he breathed. And those were walls, and the spires were guard towers. His jaw went slack. It had to be 10 times the size of Baerlon. Mat gave a slow nod, his eyes wide. That's not just a town, he murmured. That's a proper city. But what's a city doing buried in a forest like this? And where is everyone? Perrin added. When the others turned to him, he gestured toward the massive wall. Would people let vines swallow everything? You know how those things can pull stone apart? Look at how much has already fallen. Rand's perception shifted once more. Perrin was right. Beneath nearly every dip in the wall lay a mound of brush and rubble where the masonry had given way. No 2 guard towers stood at the same height, some leaning precariously. I wonder what it was called, Egwene said softly. I wonder what happened here. I don't remember any city like this on my father's maps. It was known as Aridhol, Moiraine stated, her gaze fixed on the distant ramparts. She seemed barely aware of the others, even of Nynaeve, who kept a steadying hand on her arm from the next saddle. During the Trolloc Wars it stood as an ally to Manetheren. Later, Aridhol perished, and this place earned another name. What name? Mat pressed. Here, Lan interrupted, guiding his stallion to a halt before a gap in the wall wide enough for an army to have marched through. Only the crumbling, vine-strangled bases of watchtowers remained. The gates themselves were long gone.
We go in here.
The eerie shriek of Trolloc horns echoed from the woods behind them. Lan glanced toward the sound, then at the sun sinking toward the western treetops. They've realized the trail was false. We need shelter before nightfall. But what name? Mat asked again. Insistent, Moiraine answered, as they urged their horses through the broken gateway. Shadar Logoth, she said, the words hanging in the still air. It is called Shadar Logoth. The crunch of shattered paving stones under hoof was the only sound as Lan led them deeper into the city. Everything Rand could see was broken and utterly deserted, just as Perrin had sensed. Not a bird stirred, brittle dead weeds clawed up from cracks in walls and streets alike. More buildings had their roofs caved in than stood whole. Collapsed walls spilled rivers of brick and stone across the avenues. Towers ended in jagged, abrupt fractures. Mounds of rubble, dotted with stubborn, stunted trees, might have been the graves of palaces or entire city blocks. Yet the scale of what remained was staggering. The biggest building in Berlon would have been lost in the shadow of the smallest structure here. He saw palaces of pale marble crowned with enormous, intricately shaped domes. Some structures boasted 4 or 5, each one unique. Colonnades stretched for what seemed miles toward towers that once must have scraped the clouds. At every crossroads stood the skeleton of a bronze fountain, the shattered stump of an alabaster spire, or the toppled remnant of a statue on its pedestal. Though the fountains were dust, the spires fallen, and the statues broken, the sheer grandeur left him breathless. And I thought Berlon was a proper city. Light. Tom must have been quietly laughing at us all along, Moiraine and Lan too. He was so absorbed in the silent spectacle that he started when Lan halted abruptly before a white stone building that would have dwarfed the Stag and Lion back in Berlon. There was no telling what it had been in the city's prime. Maybe an inn, maybe a guild hall. The upper floors were a hollow shell, the afternoon sky visible through gaping windows where glass and frame had vanished centuries ago, but the ground level appeared solid. Moiraine, her hands still resting on her saddle pommel, studied the structure for a long moment before giving a single nod. "This will do." Lan dismounted in one fluid motion and carefully lifted the Aes Sedai down. "Get the horses inside," he ordered. "Find a chamber at the back to serve as a stable. Move, farm boys. This isn't the village green." Then he was gone through the dark doorway, carrying Moiraine into the waiting gloom. Nynaeve slid down from her horse and rushed after Lan, her satchel of remedies clutched tightly. Egwene followed close on her heels, leaving their mounts untethered. Tom gave a dry chuckle, muttering, "I suppose I'll bring the horses in," as he stroked his moustache. He dismounted stiffly, rubbed the small of his back with a sigh, and took Aldib's reins. Raising an eyebrow at Rand and the others, he prompted, "Well, don't just stand there." They quickly scrambled down and collected the rest of the horses. The gaping doorway, long stripped of any actual door, was easily wide enough for the animals to enter 2 by 2. Inside stretched a vast barren hall as wide as the structure itself. The tile floor was grimy, and a few tattered tapestries hung on the walls, their colours faded to a dull, dusty brown that seemed ready to crumble. Lan had already fashioned a resting place in the nearest corner using his cloak and Moiraine's. Nynaeve, complaining about the filth under her breath, knelt beside the Aes Sedai while Egwene held open her bag. "I may not be fond of her, that's true." Nynaeve was telling the warder as Rand led Bella and Cloud in behind Tom, "but I heal anyone in need, whether I like them or not." "I made no accusation, Wisdom," Lan replied evenly. "I merely suggested you take care with your concoctions." She shot him a sidelong glance. "The reality is, she requires my herbs, and so do you." Her tone, sharp from the start, grew even more biting. "The reality is, even with her one power, she can only do so much, and she's pushed herself nearly to collapse. The reality is, your sword is useless to her now, Lord of the Seven Towers, but my medicines are not." Moiraine placed a hand on Lan's arm. "Peace, Lan. She intends no insult. She simply does not understand." The warder let out a dismissive snort. Nynaeve paused her rummaging and frowned at him, though she addressed Moiraine. "There are many things I don't know what. Precisely is it this time?" "For one," Moiraine answered, "all I truly require is a brief rest. For another, I concur with you. Your skills and knowledge may prove more valuable than I initially anticipated. Now, if you happen to have something that can grant me an hour's sleep without leaving me foggy-headed. A mild tea of foxtail, Maricin, and Rand missed the final herb as he trailed Tom into a rear chamber, a space just as large and even more desolate. Here, only a thick blanket of dust lay undisturbed by time. There were no tracks, not even from birds or rodents. Rand set to work unsaddling Bela and Cloud, while Tom tended to Aldib and his gelding, and Perrin saw to his own horse and Mandab. Matt, however, simply dropped his reins in the centre of the room. 2 other doorways led from the chamber besides the one they'd entered. "Alley," Matt declared, pulling his head back from the first opening, a fact obvious to everyone. The second doorway was merely a dark arch in the far wall. Matt ventured through slowly and emerged much faster, swatting vigorously at the old cobwebs clinging to his hair. "Nothing back there," he said, casting another glance toward the alley. "You planning to tend to your horse?" Perrin asked. He had already finished with his own and was lifting the saddle from Mandab. Oddly, the fierce stallion offered him no resistance, though it watched him intently. "No one else is going to do it for you." Matt sighed, gave the alley a final look, and trudged over to his mount. As Rand set Bella's saddle on the floor, he noticed Matt had fallen into a gloomy trance. His eyes seemed distant, lost in thought, and his movements were automatic. "You all right, Matt?" Rand said. Matt lifted the saddle from his horse and stood holding it, motionless. "Matt! Matt!" Matt jolted, nearly dropping the saddle. "What? Oh, I was just thinking—" "Thinking?" Perrin laughed from where he was, swapping Mandab's bridle for a hackamore. "You were practically sleepwalking." Matt glowered. "I was thinking about what happened back there. About those things I said." His voice trailed off, his usual mischief replaced by a hollow, preoccupied stare that worried his friends more than any reckless action would have. Everyone's eyes swung toward Matt, not just Rand's, and he squirmed a little under the attention. "You all heard my rein," he muttered. "It felt like some ghost was borrowing my voice. Gives me the creeps." His frown deepened when Perrin let out a low chuckle. "She called it Aemon's battle cry, didn't she?" Perrin said, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Maybe you're Aemon himself, come back to life. The way you're always complaining about how boring Aemon's field is. I'd think you'd love that, returning as some legendary king. Don't even joke about that." Tom's sharp tone cut through the room, and now all eyes were on him. He drew a slow breath, visibly steadying himself. "That's reckless talk, boy, dangerous, speaking lightly of the dead returning or wearing a living man's skin. It's no trifle." He paused, his expression grave. What she spoke of was the old blood, not ghosts. I've heard tales of such things, heritage waking up in the veins, your lineage, Matt, a thread running from you to your father, back through the generations all the way to Manetheren, and maybe further, so now you know your roots are deep. Take that and be content with it. Most folks can't trace their line past their own father. Rand felt a pang at that. Some of us aren't even sure of that much, he thought darkly. Maybe the wisdom had it right after all. Light, I hope she did. Matt gave a slow nod. Guess I should. But do you think it's connected? To the Trollocs, to everything that's happened? I don't know. I can't explain it. Best to put it from your mind, Tom advised, pulling his long-stemmed pipe from inside his cloak. Focus on staying alive and getting out of this place. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe I'll have a smoke. With a wave of the pipe, he retreated into the front room. We're all in this together, Rand said, turning to Matt. Not just you. Matt shook himself and let out a short, sharp laugh. Right. Well, since we're in it together, and the horses are settled, why don't we actually see something of this city? A real city, and no crowds shoving us around or nobles looking down their noses. We've still got an hour or two of daylight. What about the Trollocs? Perrin asked quietly. Matt waved a dismissive hand. Lan said they wouldn't set foot in here, remember? You ought to pay better attention. I do pay attention, Perrin replied evenly. This place, Aridhole, right, was an ally of Manetheren, see? I listen. Aridhole must have been powerful during the Trolloc Wars. Rand mused, if their fear of it lingers after all this time. They weren't afraid to attack the two rivers, and Moiraine called Manetheren a thorn in the Dark One's foot. Perrin held up his hands.
Let's not bring him up, please.
So what do you say? Matt's grin returned. Let's go. We should ask Moiraine, Perrin insisted, and Matt threw his hands in the air. Ask Moiraine. You think she'd let us wander off? And what about Nynaeve, Light? Perrin, why not ask Mistress Luhan while you're at it? Perrin finally nodded, reluctant. Matt turned to Rand, his expression eager. How about you? A real city with actual palaces. He dropped his voice slyly. And no white cloaks around to glare at us. Rand shot him a look, but only hesitated a moment. The idea of those palaces was like something from a Gleeman's story. All right. Moving quietly to avoid drawing notice from the front room, they slipped out into the alley and followed it to a street on the far side. They walked briskly, and once they were a full block away from the white stone building, Matt suddenly broke into a gleeful, skipping dance. Free, he laughed, spinning in a circle, his eyes wide as he took in the crumbling splendor around them. The long afternoon shadows stretched across the golden ruins, gilded by the sinking sun. Did you ever imagine a place like this, even in your dreams? Perrin laughed along with him, but Rand only shrugged, uneasy. This was nothing like the city from his first dream, and yet, if we want to see anything, he said, we should move along. The lights fading fast. Matt was determined to explore it all, his eagerness pulling the others forward. They scrambled over dry fountains with bowls so large they could have swallowed the whole of Eamon's field, and drifted through the grandest structures they could find, chosen on a whim. Some made sense, others were a mystery. A palace was clearly a palace, but what was that enormous hill-sized white dome, perfectly round on the outside and containing nothing but a single cavernous room? And what of that walled enclosure open to the sky and vast enough to fit their entire village, circled by endless tiers of stone seating? Matt's enthusiasm waned whenever they found only dust, piles of broken stone, or faded scraps of tapestry that dissolved at a finger's touch. Once, a stack of wooden chairs leaned against a wall. They collapsed into splinters the moment Perrin tried to lift one. The sheer scale of the empty palaces, with chambers so massive the Winespring Inn would have rattled around inside them like a pebble in a bucket, filled Rand with thoughts of the crowds that once lived here. He imagined the entire population of the two rivers gathered under that vast dome, and the arena with its stone benches in the deepening shadows. He could almost feel phantom eyes upon them, watching with silent disapproval as the three outsiders disturbed the long peace. Eventually, even Matt's energy flagged, the grandeur of the ruins no match for his exhaustion. He remembered, and they all did, that he'd barely slept the night before. Yawning widely, they slumped on the steps of a towering building fronted by countless stone columns and debated what to do. "We should go back," Rand said, covering his own yawn with the back of his hand, "and get some real sleep. That's all I want right now." "You can sleep any time," Matt insisted, though his own eyes were heavy. "Look where we are. A lost city. There could be anything here." "Treasure?" Perrin's jaw cracked with another yawn. "There's no treasure, just dust and old stones." Rand shaded his eyes against the sun, a crimson disk now resting on the jagged rooftops. "It's almost dark, Matt. There could be," Matt maintained stubbornly. "Anyway, I want to climb one of those towers. Look at that one. It's still standing. I bet you could see for miles. What do you say?" "The towers are not safe," said a smooth male voice from behind them. Rand sprang up, his hand flying to his sword hilt, and the others were just as swift. A man stood within the columned shadows at the top of the stairs. He took a half-step forward, raised a hand to shield his eyes, and retreated back into the gloom. "Forgive me," he said, his words oddly shaped. "I have been too long in the dark. The light is harsh to me now. Who are you?" Rand asked, struggling slightly with the man's strange accent. "What are you doing here? We thought this place was abandoned. I'm Mordith." He paused, as if awaiting a reaction. When none came, he muttered something unintelligible and continued, "I might ask you the same. No one has walked in Aridhall for a very long time. I did not expect to find 3 youths wandering its streets." "We're travelling to Camelin," Rand explained. "We just stopped for shelter." "Camelin," Mordith repeated, tasting the word, then shook his head. "Shelter, you say? Perhaps you will join me?" "You haven't answered," Perrin pressed. "Why are you here?" "Why, I am a seeker of treasure, of course. Have you found any?" Matt demanded, his fatigue forgotten in a surge of excitement. Rand thought he saw the ghost of a smile in the shadows. "I have," the man said. "More than I ever dreamed, far more than one man can carry. I never expected to find 3 strong young men to share it with. If you help me move what I can take to my horses, you can each have a share of the rest. Take as much as you can carry. Whatever I leave behind will be gone, snatched up by some other fortune-seeker before I ever make it back." Matt's eyes lit up. "I knew a place like this had to hold treasure," he cried, darting up the stairs. "We'll help you carry it. Just show us where it is." He and Mordith vanished into the deeper shadows among the columns. Rand exchanged a look with Perrin. "We can't just leave him." Perrin glanced at the sun dipping toward the horizon and gave a slow nod. They climbed the stairs cautiously, Perrin adjusting his axe in its loop, Rand's grip tightening on his sword hilt. Matt and Mordith were waiting among the pillars, Mordith standing with arms folded, Matt peering impatiently into the dark interior. "Come," Mordith said. "I will show you the treasure." He slipped inside, Matt on his heels. There was nothing for Rand and Perrin to do but follow. The hall within was shrouded in gloom, but Mordith immediately turned aside onto a narrow, winding staircase that descended into ever deeper darkness. Soon they were fumbling in utter blackness. Rand kept one hand on the cold stone wall, never sure a step was there until his foot found it. Even Matt began to sound uneasy, his voice echoing when he said, "It's awfully dark down here." "Yes, yes," Mordith replied smoothly, the man navigating the pitch as if it were daylight. "There are lights below. Come." The twisting stairs abruptly ended at a corridor dimly lit by scattered smoky torches in iron wall sconces. In the flickering light and dancing shadows, Rand got his first clear look at Mordith, who hurried ahead without pause, beckoning them onward. There was something distinctly odd about him, Rand thought, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Mordith was a sleek, somewhat overfed man, with drooping eyelids that gave him a secretive, peering look. He was short and completely bald, yet he carried himself as if he towered over them. His clothes were unlike anything Rand had ever seen. Tight black breeches, soft red boots with the tops folded down at his ankles, a long red vest thickly embroidered in gold, and a billowy white shirt with sleeves so long the cuffs nearly brushed his knees. They were hardly clothes for scrambling through ruins, yet that wasn't the source of the strange feeling he projected. Then the corridor opened into a tile-walled chamber, and all thoughts of Mordith's oddities vanished. Rand's gasp was echoed by his friends. Here, too, light came from a few torches that stained the ceiling with smoke and cast multiple wavering shadows. But that light was reflected 1,000 times over by the gems and gold heaped on the floor. There were mounds of coins and jewellery, goblets and plates and platters, swords and daggers glinting with gilt and gems, all carelessly piled together in stacks as high as a man's waist. With a whoop, Matt ran forward and dropped to his knees before one glittering heap. "Sacks," he said, breathless, running his hands through the coins. "We're going to need sacks to carry all of this. We can't carry it all now," Rand said, looking around helplessly. All the gold merchants brought to Eamon's Field in a year wouldn't equal 1,000th part of just one of these mounds. It's almost dark. Perrin tugged an axe free from a tangle of gold chains, carelessly letting the links fall. Jewels sparkled along its polished black handle, and delicate gold scrollwork covered the twin blades. "Tomorrow, then," he said, hefting the axe with a grin. "Moraine and Lan will understand once we show them this. You are not alone," Mordith said. He had let them rush past him into the treasure room, but now he followed them in. "Who else is with you?" Wrist deep in the riches before him, Matt answered absently. "Moraine and Lan. And there's Nynaeve and Egwene and Tom. He's a gleeman." "We're headed to Tar Valon." Rand felt the air catch in his throat. The silence from Mordith drew Perrin's attention. The man's face was a mask of rage and terror, lips peeled back from his teeth. "Tar Valon," he shouted, shaking clenched fists. "You told me you were bound for Caemlyn. You lied. If you still wish it," Perrin said carefully, "we can return tomorrow to help you." He placed the axe back atop the pile of jeweled chalices and ornaments. "If you want, no." "That is," Mordith panted, shaking his head as if torn. "Take what you wish," except suddenly Rand understood what had been troubling him. The scattered torches cast a halo of shadows around each of them, all except Mordith. Shock loosened his tongue. "You don't have a shadow." A goblet clattered from Matt's grip. Mordith's fleshy eyelids opened fully, his sleek face turning gaunt and ravenous. "So," he said, standing straighter, taller, "it is decided." Then he was not just seeming taller, he swelled like a grotesque balloon, head pressing the ceiling, shoulders shoving the walls, cutting off their retreat. Hollow-cheeked and snarling, he reached with hands large enough to crush a skull. Rand yelled and lipped backward, his feet tangling in a gold chain. He hit the floor hard, breath knocked from his lungs. Gasping, he fought to free his sword from his tangled cloak as his friends' shouts and the clatter of falling treasure filled the room. Then an agonized scream pierced the air. Finally, drawing breath, Rand scrambled up, sword in hand, across the room. Perrin crouched wide-eyed, axe held back like a woodsman ready to strike. Matt peered from behind a mound of treasure, clutching a dagger snatched from the hoard. Movement stirred in the deepest shadows. They all flinched. It was Mordith, curled tightly in the farthest corner, knees clutched to his chest. "A trick," Matt panted. "It was some kind of trick." Mordith threw back his head and wailed. The very walls trembled, dust sifting down. "You are all dead," he cried. "All dead!" And he launched himself across the room. Rand's jaw went slack. As Mordith dove, he stretched and thinned like tendrils of smoke, narrowing to a finger's width before slipping into a crack in the wall tiles and vanishing. His final cry lingered, fading slowly after he was gone. "You are all dead!" "We need to leave," Perrin said faintly, tightening his grip on the axe as he turned warily. Precious gems and gold crunched unnoticed under his boots. "But the treasure," Matt protested. "We can't just walk away now." "I want none of it," Perrin declared, shouting at the walls. "It's yours, you hear? We're taking nothing." Rand glared at Matt. "Do you want him coming after us, or will you stay here stuffing your pockets until he returns with others like him?" Matt gestured helplessly at the fortune, but before he could argue, Rand seized one arm and Perrin the other. They hauled him from the room as he struggled and shouted about the riches. Before they had gone 10 paces down the hall, the light behind them began to dim. The torches in the treasure room were dying. Matt fell silent. They quickened their steps, the darkness pressing close at their backs. The first torch outside the chamber flickered and died, then the next. By the time they reached the winding staircase, they no longer had to drag Matt along. They were all sprinting, the darkness swallowing the corridor behind them. The absolute black of the stairwell made them pause for only a heartbeat before they charged upward, yelling at the top of their lungs. They shouted to frighten anything that might be lying in wait, and they shouted to convince themselves they were still breathing. They exploded into the hall above, slipping and stumbling on the dusty marble floor. Scrambling past the columns, they tumbled down the outer steps and landed in a pained, tangled heap in the street. Rand untangled himself and snatched up Tam's sword from the cobblestones, glancing around uneasily. Less than half the sun remained above the rooftops. Shadows stretched across the pavement like dark, grasping fingers, made deeper and more menacing by the fading light. He shivered. The shadows themselves seemed to writhe like Mordith, reaching for them. "Well, at least we're out of that place," Matt said, pulling himself up from the bottom of the pile and dusting himself off with a shaky attempt at his usual bravado. "And at least are we really out of it?" Perrin interrupted. Rand knew it wasn't his imagination this time. The skin on the back of his neck crawled. Something was watching them from the deep gloom between the columns. He whirled around, staring at the buildings across the street. He could feel eyes on him from there, too. His grip tightened on the sword hilt, though he doubted its usefulness. Watching eyes seemed to be everywhere. The others looked around warily. He could tell they felt it too. "We stay in the very center of the street," he said, his voice rough. They met his gaze, their faces mirroring his own fear. He swallowed. "We avoid the shadows as much as possible, and we walk quickly."
"Walk very, very quickly, Matt," agreed with fervent intensity. The sensation of being watched moved with them. Or perhaps there were countless watchers with hungry eyes peering from nearly every darkened window and doorway. Rand strained to see any movement but saw nothing. Yet he could feel the weight of that eager, ravenous attention. He wasn't sure which was worse, thousands of eyes or just a few dogging their every step.
In the patches where the last sunlight still touched them, they slowed slightly, squinting anxiously into the pools of shadow that always seemed to lie ahead. None of them wanted to enter those dark stretches. No one could be certain what might be waiting. The watcher's anticipation became a thick, almost physical pressure whenever a band of shadow barred their path. They would dash through those dark places shouting. Rand thought he heard a dry, rustling sound that might have been laughter. Finally, as full twilight descended, the white stone building they had left what felt like days ago came into view. Abruptly, the sensation of being watched vanished. Between one step and the next, it was simply gone. Without a word, Rand broke into a jog, his friends right behind him, then a frantic sprint that only ended when they hurtled through the doorway and collapsed, gasping for air. A small fire crackled in the center of the tiled floor, its smoke drawn up through a hole in the ceiling, a sight that reminded Rand, unpleasantly, of Mordith's form. Everyone except Lan was there, gathered around the flames, and their reactions were a study in contrasts. Egwene, who had been warming her hands, jumped at their sudden entrance, her hands flying to her throat. When she saw who it was, a relieved sigh ruined her attempt at a stern glare. Tom merely grunted something around his pipe stem. Rand caught the word fools before the gleeman returned to prodding the fire with a stick. "You wool-brained, reckless idiots." Nynaeve snapped. She was practically vibrating with anger from head to toe. Her eyes flashed, and two bright spots of color burned on her cheeks. "What in the light possessed you to run off like that? Are any of you hurt? Do you possess a single shred of common sense? Lan is currently searching for you, and you should count yourselves fortunate if he doesn't return to knock some sense into all of you." The Aes Sedai's expression remained perfectly calm, yet her hands, which had been clutching her dress so tightly her knuckles were white, relaxed slightly upon seeing them. Whatever remedy Nynaeve had provided seemed to have worked as she was standing now. "What you did was unwise," she stated, her voice as smooth and undisturbed as a still pond. "We will discuss it later. Something clearly occurred out there, or you would not be stumbling in here in such a state. Tell me everything." "You told us it was safe," Matt grumbled, pushing himself up from the floor. "You said Arid Hole was an ally of Manetheren, that Trollocs wouldn't dare enter the city." And then Moraine moved so abruptly that Matt's words died in his throat, and both Rand and Perrin froze halfway to their feet. "Trollocs? You saw Trollocs within the walls?" Rand took a breath. "Not Trollocs," he said, and then all three of them were talking over each other in a rush of excitement and fear. Each began from a different point. Matt launched into a boastful account of discovering treasure, making it sound almost like a solo adventure. Perrin started by defensively explaining why they had slipped away without telling anyone. Rand went straight to what he felt was the core, the unsettling encounter with the stranger among the ancient columns. Their story tumbled out in a chaotic jumble, with each boy interrupting to add a frantic detail as it came to him, making the narrative nearly impossible to follow. Yet their raw terror was palpable. They kept circling back to the Watchers. Those unseen presences in the shadows. Egwene began to peer nervously at the dark, empty windows facing the street. Outside, the last light of dusk had vanished, leaving their small fire feeling feeble and isolated. Thom removed his pipe, listening intently with a deepening frown. Moraine's gaze was attentive, showing concern but not alarm. That changed in an instant. Suddenly, the Aes Sedai drew a sharp breath and seized Rand's arm, her grip firm. "Mordith, are you certain of that name? Be absolutely sure, all of you, Mordith." They answered with a unified, hesitant yes, startled by her sudden intensity. "Did he lay a hand on any of you?" She pressed, her eyes scanning each of them. "Did he offer you anything, or did you perform any service for him? This is vital." "No," Rand replied firmly. "None of that happened to any of us." Perrin nodded in agreement, adding, "He just tried to kill us." Wasn't that enough? He swelled up, filling half the room, shouted that we were dead men, and then vanished. Perrin gestured with his hand, like dissipating smoke. Egwene let out a small, frightened sound. Matt pulled away with a sulky expression. "Safe, you said. All that talk about Trollocs avoiding this place. What were we supposed to believe?" "It appears you chose not to think at all," she replied, her composure coolly restored. "Any person with sense would be wary of a place that even Trollocs fear to enter. This is Matt's influence," Nynaeve stated with conviction. "He's always concocting some foolish scheme, and the others seem to abandon what little sense they possess whenever he's around." Moraine gave a brief nod, but her focus remained fixed on Rand and his friends. Late in the Trolloc Wars, a vast army made camp within these ruins. Trollocs, Darkfriends, Myrddraal, Dreadlords, thousands strong, they never emerged. Scouts sent in later found only weapons, scattered pieces of armor, and bloodstains everywhere. Messages were scratched on the walls in the Trolloc tongue, pleading to the Dark One for aid in their final moments. When men investigated again later, all traces of the blood and the messages were gone, scoured away, as if they had never been the Halfmen and Trollocs remember. That is what keeps them beyond these walls, and you chose this place for us to hide? Rand asked, his voice thick with disbelief. A cold draught seemed to whisper through the room just then, making the fire flicker. We'd be safer out there, trying to outrun them. If you had not gone running off, Moiraine said with strained patience, you would know that I have placed protective wards around this building. You would also know that our time here was always meant to be brief, a necessary pause, not a permanent refuge. A Myrddraal would never sense these wards, for they guard against a different kind of evil. But what dwells in Shadar Logoth will not cross them, nor even draw too close. At sunrise, It will be safe for us to depart. These creatures cannot endure the sun's light. They will have retreated deep into the earth. Shadar Logoth? Egwene said hesitantly. I thought this city was named Aridhol. It was once called Aridhol, Moiraine answered, one of the 10 nations that forged the Second Covenant, lands that stood against the Dark One from the earliest days after the breaking. When Thorin al-Torin al-Ban ruled Manetheren, Balwen Mael, known as Balwen Ironhand, was king of Aridhol. In a bleak hour of the Trolloc Wars, when it seemed the father of lies might triumph, a man named Mordith arrived at Balwen's court. The same man, Rand burst out, and Mat added, That can't be. A look from Moiraine quieted them. Silence settled over the room, broken only by the Aes Sedai's steady voice. Mordith swiftly gained the king's confidence and rose to become second only to the throne. He whispered venom into Bolwyn's ear, and Aridhol began to turn inward, hardening like stone. It was said some would sooner face Trollocs than the men of Aridhol. The victory of the light is all, that was the battle cry Mordith gave them, chanted even as their actions betrayed the light. The full tale is long and grim, known only in fragments, even in Tar Valon. Thorin's son, Ka, came to restore Aridhol to the Covenant. He found Balwen a withered husk upon his throne, eyes blazing with madness, laughing while Mordith stood beside him, ordering the execution of Ka and his embassy as friends of the dark. Ka earned the name Ka One Hand. He escaped the dungeons, pursued north by Mordith's unnatural assassins, and in the borderlands he met Rhea, who did not know him. He married her, setting in motion a thread in the pattern that led to his death by her hand, and hers by her own before his tomb, and the fall of Alith Loriel. When Manetheren's armies came to avenge Ka, they found Aridhol's gates shattered. No life within the walls, only something worse than death. No enemy had taken the city but Aridhol itself. Suspicion and hatred had given birth to a force that fed on its own creation, something bound to the city's foundations. Mashadar still waits there, hungering. Men ceased to speak of Aridhol. They named it Shadar Logoth, the place where the shadow waits, or simply Shadow's Waiting. Mordith alone was not consumed by Mashadar, but he was trapped by it, and he too has waited within these walls through the centuries. Others have encountered him. Some he has influenced through gifts that warp the mind and stain the spirit, a taint that grows and fades until it dominates or kills. If ever he persuades someone to accompany him to the city's boundary, to the edge of Mashadar's reach, he can devour that person's soul. Mordith would then depart, wearing the body of one he has worse than murdered, to unleash his evil upon the world once more. The treasure, Perrin muttered when she paused. His face was drawn. He wanted our help carrying treasure to his horses. I suppose they were meant to be waiting outside the city. Rand felt a chill. But we're safe now, aren't we? Mat asked. He didn't give us anything. He didn't touch us. We're safe, right? With these wards you made? We are safe, Moiraine assured him. He cannot cross the ward line, nor can any other creature of this place. And they must hide from daylight, so we can leave safely come morning. Now, try to rest. The wards will guard us until Lan returns. He has been gone a long while, Nynaeve said, her gaze anxious on the darkness beyond. The night had grown utterly black, a darkness so complete it felt like a physical weight. Lan will be fine, Moiraine assured, her voice a calm murmur as she arranged her bedding near the fire's glow. His destiny was forged before he could walk, a warrior's path chosen from infancy. I would sense his end as surely as he would sense mine. Try to rest, Nynaeve. All will be well. Yet, as she settled into her blankets, she hesitated, her gaze fixed on the empty street beyond the doorway, as if she too wondered what delayed her warder. Rand's body was a leaden burden, his eyelids heavy stones, but sleep remained elusive. When it finally came, it was fitful, filled with restless muttering and tangled blankets. He awoke with a jolt, disoriented, needing a moment to remember the ruined city surrounding them. The moon was a mere sliver, a pale scratch on the blackboard of the sky, offering no real light. The others slept uneasily. Egwene and the boys shifted with quiet murmurs, while Tom's normally thunderous snores were broken by soft, fragmented words. There was still no sign of Lan. A cold dread settled in Rand's stomach, a conviction that the magical wards were nothing but paper walls. Anything could be lurking in that consuming dark. Chiding himself for foolishness, he fed the last embers of the fire. The new flames provided little warmth, but their light was a small, defiant comfort against the night. He didn't know what had ripped him from that awful dream. He'd been a child again, struggling under the weight of Tam's sword and a makeshift cradle on his back, fleeing through deserted streets from a grinning Mordeth who only wanted to shake his hand. All the while, a ragged old man perched on a crumbling wall, cackling with glee at the spectacle. Pulling his blankets around him, Rand lay back, staring at the shadowed ceiling. He desperately wanted to sink back into oblivion, even with its nightmares, but his eyes refused to stay shut. Then, without a sound, Lan materialized from the darkness into the room. Moiraine was awake and sitting up in the same instant, as though connected by an invisible thread. The warder opened his fist, and 3 small objects clinked like iron on the tiles before her. 3 badges, each shaped like a horned skull, the color of dried blood. "Trollocs are inside the walls," Lan stated, his voice low and urgent. He began rousing the others. "They'll be upon us in little more than an hour, and their Dafol among the worst." He paused, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Moiraine began folding her blankets with methodical precision. "How many?" "Do they know our location?" Her tone was disturbingly conversational, as if discussing the weather. "I think not," Lan replied. "There are over 100, and they're terrified enough to kill anything that moves, even each other. The Fades are having to herd them. 4 just to manage a single fist, and even the halfmen seem to want nothing more than to pass through this cursed place and be gone. They aren't searching thoroughly. If they weren't heading almost directly for us, I'd say we were safe." He hesitated, his jaw tightening. "There is something else. Only this," Lan said slowly, the words heavy with implication. The Myrdral drove the Trollocs into the city. What, then, was driving the Myrdral? A tense silence had gripped the room. Tom cursed softly, a colourful, inventive phrase under his breath, while Egwene whispered a single fearful word, "The Dark One." "Don't be ridiculous, girl," Nynaeve cut in, her voice sharp with frayed nerves. "The Dark One is bound at Sheol Ghul by the Creator's hand." For the time being at least, Moiraine agreed, her composure unshaken. "No, the Father of Lies is not out there in the streets. But we must leave regardless." Nynaeve eyed her with deep suspicion. "Leave the safety of these wards and cross Shadar Logoth in the dead of night. Or remain here and face the Trollocs," Moiraine countered flatly. "Holding them off would require the one power that would shatter the wards and attract the very corruption they are meant to shield us from. Besides, it would be as subtle as lighting a bonfire on the highest tower to signal every halfman for 20 miles. Leaving was the last thing I wanted, but we were the rabbit now, and the hounds decide how the hunt unfolds. What if there are more of them beyond the walls?" Matt pressed, his voice tight. "What's our move then?" "We will revert to my initial strategy," Moiraine stated calmly. Lan's gaze shifted to her. She raised a hand, adding, "A plan I was too weary to execute earlier. Thanks to the wisdom's care, my strength has returned. We head for the river, with the water at our backs. I can weave a more focused ward, one strong enough to keep the Trollocs and halfmen at bay, while we construct rafts for the crossing.
Better still, we might even signal a trader's vessel coming down from Saldea. Lan noted the blank, uncertain looks exchanged among the Emansfielders. Trollocs and Myrddraal despise deep water, he explained. Trollocs are terrified of it, neither can swim. A halfman won't wade past its waist, especially in moving current. Trollocs will avoid it entirely if they can. So once we're across, we're safe, Rand concluded, and the warder gave a grim nod. The Myrddraal will have as much trouble forcing Trollocs to build rafts as it did driving them into this cursed city. If they try to make them cross the Arinel that way, half will bolt and the rest will likely drown. To your horses, Moiraine commanded, her tone leaving no room for delay. We are not safe yet. As they departed the pale stone structure, their mounts skittish beneath them, a biting wind swept through the ruins in fitful gusts. It howled over broken rooftops, snapping cloaks like pennants, and chasing frail clouds across a sliver of moon. With a low order to keep close, Lan guided them into the street. The horses pranced and pulled against the reins, all nerves and pent-up energy. Rand's eyes scanned the buildings they passed, which now towered like skulls in the darkness, their empty windows staring like hollow sockets. Shadows seemed to twitch and sway. Now and then, a clatter of falling rubble, pushed by the wind, made him flinch. At least those watching eyes are gone. The relief was fleeting, quickly replaced by a colder dread. Why are they gone? Tom and the others from Emansfield formed a tight cluster around him, staying near enough to reach out and touch one another. Egwene rode with her shoulders hunched, as if trying to soften each of Bella's steps on the broken pavement. Rand held his breath. Any sound felt like a risk. Suddenly, he realized a gap had opened ahead. Lan and Moiraine were now vague shapes a good 30 paces in front of them.
"We're falling behind,"
he whispered, and nudged Cloud forward. A wisp of silvery grey fog, no thicker than a rope, drifted across the street, just ahead. Stop. The shout from Moiraine was sharp, choked with urgency, yet carefully restrained. He hauled Cloud to a halt, uncertain. The tendril of fog had now stretched fully across their path, swelling slowly as if seeping from the buildings on either side. It was as thick as a man's arm. Cloud whickered and tried to back away, and the others' horses bridled and tossed their heads, equally unwilling to approach the mist. Lan and Moiraine had ridden cautiously forward, stopping well back on the far side of the now leg-thick barrier. The Aes Sedai studied the mist that divided them. A sudden, crawling dread itched between Rand's shoulder blades. The fog emitted a faint, sickly light that grew with its girth, barely brighter than the moonlight. Every horse shifted uneasily, even the steady Aldib and Mandab. "What is it?" Nynaeve asked, her voice low. "The evil of Shadar Logoth," Moiraine answered. "Mashadar, mindless, sightless, moving through this city as blindly as a worm through soil. If it so much as brushes you, you die." Rand and the others let their nervous horses skitter back a few steps, but not too far. As much as part of him wished to be free of the Aes Sedai in this place, she felt as solid as a hearthstone, the only semblance of safety in a sea of silent, creeping death. "So how do we get to you?" Egwene pressed. "Can you destroy it? Carve a path through?" Moiraine's laugh was sharp and hollow. "Mashadar is endless, child, as vast as this dead city. The entire White Tower couldn't erase it. If I tore a gap large enough for you to pass, wielding that much of the One Power would ring like a bell for the Fades, and Mashadar would surge to mend the wound, surge and likely snare us all in its grasp." Rand shared a tense look with Egwene before repeating her question. Moiraine let out a weary breath. "I dislike it, but necessity rules. This corruption won't cover every street. Other paths will be open. See that red star?" She turned in her saddle, pointing toward the eastern horizon.
Keep moving toward it. It will lead you to the river, no matter what happens. Do not stop heading for the river. Move quickly but silently. Remember the Trollocs and the 4 Fades.
But how will we find you again? Egwene objected.
I will find you, Myrain stated firmly. Trust that I can. Now go. This thing has no mind, but it senses life. Already tendrils of silvery grey fog were lifting from the main mass.
They wavered in the air like the searching arms of some deep-water creature. When Rand looked up from the thick, opaque mist, the warder and the Aes Sedai had vanished. He licked his dry lips and met the anxious eyes of his friends. They were all just as scared as he was, and worse, they all seemed to be waiting for someone else to make the first move. The night and the ruins pressed in. The Fades were out there, so were the Trollocs perhaps just around the next corner. The fog tendrils drifted closer, now halfway to them and no longer wavering aimlessly. They had chosen their prey. In that moment, Rand felt Myrain's absence like a physical chill. Everyone was still frozen, staring, uncertain which way to run. He turned Cloud, and the grey horse broke into a hurried trot, straining against the reins as if eager to flee. His movement broke the spell. The others followed as if he'd taken command. With Myrain gone, there was no one to shield them if Mordeth appeared, or if the Trollocs found them. Rand forced the thoughts down. He would focus on the Red Star. He could cling to that. 3 times they were forced to turn back, their way blocked by impassable mounds of collapsed stone and brick. Rand could hear the others breathing, short, sharp, teetering on the edge of panic. He clenched his teeth to quiet his own. "You have to make them think you're not afraid. You're doing great, fool.
Just get everyone out alive." They rounded another corner. A wall of luminous fog bathed the shattered street in a light as stark as full moonlight. Thick streamers, wide as their horses, detached and flowed toward them. No one hesitated. Wheeling around, they galloped away in a tight group, the clatter of hooves echoing recklessly through the ruins. 2 Trollocs stepped into the street ahead, not 20 feet away.
For a heartbeat, humans and Trollocs simply stared, each more stunned than the other. Then another pair of Trollocs appeared, and another piling into a confused, snarling mass at the sight of the humans. The frozen moment shattered. Guttural howls rebounded off the buildings, and the Trollocs lunged forward. The humans scattered like startled birds. Rand's grey reached a full gallop in 3 strides. "This way!" he shouted. But the same cry seemed to come from 5 throats at once. A frantic glance over his shoulder showed his companions vanishing down different streets, each with Trollocs in pursuit. 3 Trollocs ran at his heels, their catchpoles waving. A cold dread crawled over his skin as he realized they were keeping pace with Cloud stride for stride. He dropped low on the horse's neck and urged him faster, the ragged cries of his pursuers chasing him down the narrowing street, where broken buildings leaned inward like drunken sentinels. A silvery luminescence gradually filled the vacant windows, a thick, pearlescent mist swelling out into the street. Mashadar, Rand dared a look behind him. The Trollocs were still in pursuit, less than 50 yards back now. The eerie glow from the fog illuminated their monstrous forms perfectly. A Fade now rode at their rear, and the creatures seemed as frantic to escape the halfman as they were to catch Rand. A Heth, a half-dozen sinuous grey tendrils of the mist, wavered from the windows, then a dozen more, probing the air like blind worms. Cloud reared and shrieked, but Rand drove his heels mercilessly into the horse's flanks, forcing a terrified, plunging gallop forward. The tendrils stiffened as Rand raced between them, but he flattened himself against Cloud's neck, refusing to acknowledge their presence. The path beyond was open. "If just one of those things brushes me, light help me." He urged Cloud on even harder, and the horse surged ahead into the comforting darkness. Once the glow of Mashadar began to fade behind them, he risked another glance back. A forest of undulating grey tentacles now choked half the street. The Trollocs had skidded to a panicked halt, but the Fade snatched a whip from its saddle. The crack that followed was like thunder, sparks sizzling in the air above the creatures' heads. Cowering, the Trollocs lurched forward into the mist after Rand. The halfman paused, its dark cowl tilting as if studying the grasping arms of Mashadar before it, too, spurred its mount forward. The thickening fog tendrils wavered for a heartbeat, then struck with viper speed. At least two coiled around each Trolloc, enveloping them in that dreadful grey light. Muzzled heads jerked back to scream, but the fog rolled into open mouths, swallowing the sounds. 4 leg-thick tentacles lashed around the Fade and its midnight horse. They jerked and spasmed in a macabre dance until the cowl fell away, revealing that pale, eyeless face. The Fade shrieked. No audible sound came from that cry, just as none had come from the Trollocs, yet something palpable hit Rand, a piercing, sub-audible whine, like a swarm of every hornet in existence, drilling into his skull and carrying with it every shade of terror imaginable. Cloud convulsed beneath him as if he heard it too, and then ran, as if all the demons of the Blight were at his heels. Rand clung on, lungs burning, his throat parched as dust. Some time later, he realized the silent, psychic shriek of the dying Fade had faded. Abruptly, the ordinary clatter of Cloud's gallop seemed deafening. He hauled back on the reins, bringing the lathered horse to a stop beside a crumbling, jagged wall where 2 streets intersected. A forgotten, weathered monument loomed in the darkness before him. Slumped in the saddle, he listened intently, but heard only the frantic drumming of his own heart. Cold sweat trickled down his face, and he shivered as a gust of wind whipped his cloak about him.